Hello, I'm Kev Harris and welcome to Whilton Mill for round one of the Ultimate Karting Championship. 2025 marks what is our sixth season of competitive kart racing, and the standing and prestige of the series within the UK is reflected by the numbers of returning and new drivers who have signed up for the season, which is a record of just over 270 from ages 8 to adult, and over 200 of them are here this weekend in Northamptonshire for this opening round. And once again, we'll be travelling up and down the country to 6 different venues, racing at tracks that each offer their own unique backdrop and challenge. So let's take a look at the race calendar for 2025, and we kick things off for round one at the perennial favourite that is Whilton Mill. Then for round two, we'll be heading north of the border once again as we return to Larkhall in Scotland over the weekend of the 23rd to the 25th of May. Round three sees us head to East Devon and a circuit that is new to the UKC, and that's Dunkerswell. For round four, we return to the glorious Cumbrian backdrop of Rowrah, and we'll be there over the weekend of the 25th to the 27th of July. The penultimate round is at Warden Law, the circuit that has twice been voted Track of the Year by you. Before we finish the season at the infamous PFI over the weekend of the 10th to the 11th of October, and that's for round six. So there it is then, your 2025 UKC calendar, starting round one at Whilton Mill, going through rounds 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, finishing out that season in October at PFI. So as we were just hearing, we'll be kicking things off here at Whilton Mill for round one, a track that is familiar to many with its iconic features and corners like Christmas up there that we all know so well. There are, however, a few new changes to the rules in 2025 for UKC, including Parc Fermé tyres, controlled fuel and oil, and the need for drivers in micro, mini, junior and senior to now hold a national level licence. All of this combined should hopefully improve the parity of the series and the overall level of competition that we'll see out on track. So I caught up earlier with some of the UKC organisers to have a chat about these changes and exactly what they'll mean for 2025. So Paul, here we are in the sunshine, new season, new truck, and also a few new little rules that have come in this year. One of them is to do with the licensing requirements, now a national level licence for some of the drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, so for the micro, mini, junior and senior drivers, everyone needs to have a national licence now, because we've been lucky enough to receive the Rotax Match Grand Final tickets for those classes, and they'll be awarded at the Rotax National Trophy at the end of the season. So because of that, the championships had to go on a higher grade, higher standard, alongside with the British Kart Championship on the same licence grade. So yeah, it's great for the championship.
It's brilliant. It's just raising the level of driving that we're going to see here, and I think I'm right in saying it's only us then and the British that has this requirement.
Exactly, yeah. So all the Rotax classes require that, apart from Rotax 177. They'll remain on the Interclub licence. Brilliant.
Exciting stuff. Lots to look forward to this season. Paul, thanks for talking to us.
Cheers. Cheers.
So Ethan, here we are then at the tyre depot this year, because Parc Fermé tyres have come into effect, new for 2025.
Yes, exactly. So Parc Fermé, basically what it is we hand the tyres out at the start of the first race or qualifying. The drivers go out on track, use the tyres, and then we take them back in after the race or qualifying. The reason we do this is so we have full control over all the tyres throughout the whole event.
And it means effectively then that the race tyres they start on are the ones that they have to use throughout the whole event?
Yes, exactly. So we know exactly what tyres each driver has used and have complete control over what sets they are using.
It's a hell of an organisation in the back here, and a lot of wet tyres here as well. What happens if it's a wet race? What do you have to quickly do?
Well, so if it's a wet race, we'll hand both sets of tyres out. Obviously that doubles our workload, so hopefully we have enough people here to cope with it. But yeah, hand both sets of tyres out, take both sets of tyres in.
And they still have to make the right call on the tyres though before they start the race?
Yes, exactly. So you're only allowed to use one set of tyres, and you have to make that decision before the gate closes. Otherwise you'll be starting from the back.
Brilliant. Well, let's hope they all get it right this weekend. And Ethan, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
So Keith, a new year and a new rule surrounding the use of fuel this year.
Yeah, to bring the cost down for fuel, we've nominated a close service station to the circuit, and it will be 1 or 2 pumps at that service station which are marked. They have to get the nominated fuel from them pumps, make sure they get the receipt, because the receipt will also show that they've got it from that station and then pumps, and then we cross-check it with the electronic machine that we've got to make sure they're using the correct fuel and the correct mixture of the oil.
And this should just all help to make it a level playing field across the board.
Yes, it levels the playing field. Everybody uses the same fuel, same oil, same mixture. It's easy for us to cross-check with the sample that I take as I approach the circuit at the meeting.
Well, best of luck with it, and thanks for giving us the info.
No problem at all, Kevin. Thank you.
Well, thanks to the UKC team who chatted to me earlier. I'm sure all of these changes will only add to the professionalism of the series as we look ahead to the rest of 2025. One thing that won't change, however, is the level of hard-fought competition that we're going to see out on track. The format for the weekend is as usual, but now with the addition of a repechage for classes of over 34 drivers. So let's take a look at how that will work and the overall road to the podium. So let's take a look at the road to the podium for 2025, and it all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. It's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We'll then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, well, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, maybe a repechage, and the super final. That's your road to the podium.
Themselves onto the podium then as we take to the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025 here at Whilton Mill. My name is Zach Sweeney, and alongside me in the commentary box, of course, is Kev Harris. Thank you for that amazing bit of info to start off this season. How are we feeling?
Yeah, good to see you, Zach. A new year, a new season, of course, and yeah, some changes there with Park Ferme tyres, the controlled fuel, and the national level licence for those micro, mini, junior and senior drivers. There's a lot to look forward to, and record numbers as well, Zach. We've got a lot of drivers to get our heads around for this one, and indeed for all of the classes. Yeah,
definitely so. Well, we're going to go to the grid because they're out on their formation lap. We're going to be heading to the first superheat for junior Rotax this morning, of course, to all dictate their starting positions for the finals a little bit later on for the first round of the day. It's time to go racing then in 2025. Junior Rotax up first with their superheat with a group. A lot of drivers then for Junior Rotax, and it's Jacob Ashcroft that takes to the pole position. Zane Critchera alongside him on the front row with John Buchan and Lewis Sumner, row number 2. Mate Kopachicki in 5th place with Max Colbert alongside on row 3. Jensen Chalk and Alfie McBain in 8th place. Daniel Minto from Cody there in 10th place. Rhys Owen from Riley Morgan, the 6th row of the grid. Lewis Howe from Oakley Garthwaite 14th. Lomond Wilcox rounding off the top 15 with Will Archer alongside on row number 8. It's Thomas Hill from Bella Brown, P17 and P18 with Alex Lynn and Miles Burton, the top 20. We're about to go racing then for the first time in 2025 for the Ultimate Karting Championship. It's the race towards turn number 1 here at Whilton Mill. The very fast left-hander into oblivion, basically flat out. A good breakaway from pole position actually from Jacob Ashcroft as he's able to get into the lead. In fact, actually no, it's the number 11 into Christmas Corner for the first time, and there's contact, there's carnage and there's chaos, Kev.
Oh, carnage on this first one here then, Zach. Look at this, we've got drivers off on the grass, but it seems now that they're all back on the black stuff, except we've got a kart that has stalled there. But out in front, the big news, Jacob Ashcroft, I think, drops to second as Zion Quecker there. The number 11 kart takes the lead on this one. It's everything we would expect from these hard-charging youngsters who all want to do their bit to try and win the day, Zach.
Exactly, that's the level of close competition that we get, especially at a circuit like Whilton Mill, where you're sort of inclined to go for this end. Uphill break into Christmas Corner, of course, and very late sends. The 141 actually getting a bit caught out. Over the curbs for the first time then at this new chicane. Most of these drivers probably quite familiar with it already, but it's still quite a challenge.
Yeah, it is a real challenge. You know, in days gone by, they'd be whipping around that final corner there, running wide on the pit bend, the final bend. But now with the chicane, of course, you've got the little track limit flip-flops there, so they can't hit those. And also you've got to manage the kart as well. If you're bashing over those curbs for 14 minutes or so, then it's not going to do your kart any good whatsoever. But look, here we are then. Yellow flags are out there, and we can see at the moment, as we just said, Zion Quecker still leading Jacob Ashcroft in this first one. And in third place then, it's Mr. Buck and John Buchan in third. Up one place off his start.
Yeah, brilliant stuff actually from the 11. Really crucial stuff actually to get that initial jump off the start. And in fact, actually bridged quite a big gap initially. And in go-karting especially, I mean, it's sometimes quite hard to actually gain that place back. We have just been informed that there's going to be a red flag to start the day. I think the initial carnage and chaos of the opening laps has been a bit too much to recover just off the bat.
Yeah, it looks like there's a kart there and obviously in a dangerous position. So while they recover that one, we're under a red flag right now. So just see what happens with this one. There must be so much adrenaline, excitement running through the veins of these youngsters as they come to a halt on the start-finish straight there. We can see the marshal holding the red flag while we get things underway.
And the interesting thing here is that you've just had the initial spike of adrenaline to start your day. I mean, they had warm-up and stuff, but that's, what, 3 minutes?
Yeah.
You've had this spike of adrenaline, especially for sort of Quecker and Ashcroft at the front. They've had that spike of adrenaline. Now they're at a red flag. They're sat stationary. They're buzzing. They're ready to go. And they've now got to recompose themselves and get ready for the restart.
Yeah, exactly. They'll be sitting there just thinking, it's not what we need. But obviously, of course, thoughts are with the youngster that is probably being treated right now somewhere on the infield of the circuit. Driver there just getting out of his car, just wanted to go have a chat to his mechanic, being told to go back and sit back down by the marshals, I would imagine. But yeah, it's tricky for them, isn't it? Because you've had all weekend. It's the first weekend of a new year and a new season, and it all has led up to this moment. So they've, kind of come out of the traps absolutely firing. We've had a bit of an incident, and now they've got to recompose themselves and get ready to go again. But as we look at them and we see the guys that are sitting at the front, the likes of Zion Quecker and Jacob Ashcroft, they've got nothing to worry about. Jacob Ashcroft, of course, the current junior Rotax world champion, just stepping out of his kart there at the front of the grid on that position. They've been in positions like this before. They know what it's all about. So they have the experience and the confidence to relax and sit tight. Some of the newer drivers perhaps will be feeling a little bit out of sorts at this point in time. Good to see back of the helmet there, number 66. That's Thomas Hill of Zipkart. He's been with UKC for many years. Sadly, we lost him last year. Didn't race all of the rounds, but he's running all the Whilton Mill club rounds this year, and it's great to have him back for round one of the UKC. So best of luck to Thomas Hill with that very distinctive number 66 helmet with the Union Jack on the side.
Yeah, you can't miss it, really.
Can't miss it, can you?
Most people, I mean, a lot of drivers sort of go for plain white. They like to add their own designs, but nothing quite as distinct as a massive 66. Definitely not missing that one. Hello and welcome, of course, everyone that's joining us on social media. Make sure you're saying hello in the YouTube chat. Let us know who you're supporting, where you're watching from, and who maybe your predictions are for this this morning, this afternoon's proceedings. Who do you think is going to be coming out on top for the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025? Just want to have a quick look. Obviously, things are being shuffled around and stuff under the red flag, but at a quick glance, we've had some big gainers on the timer screen. Rex Ashley up 12 places, couple of drivers up sort of 7 or 8. Thomas Hill, speaking of, up 8.
Yeah, Thomas Hill up 8 places there. Well done to him. Oakley Garthwaite grabbed a couple in these opening stages. Jacob Jack sitting in 17th, but look, he's grabbed 7 places on his start position in only the first lap. We'll see what happens, though, after the restart. They'll have to go back around. Obviously, they'll get re-gridded at the moment. There's Sue, one of the scrutineers, one of the team here at Whilton Mill, working for UKC this weekend. We can see on the live stream right now, just helping to get things reorganised. As number 58, that is, where are we? Bella McConville there, I think. Is that her? Hang on, we've got 2 Bellas, haven't we? We've got Bella Brown. That's Bella Brown, number 58. So good luck to her for this one. As we see, who have we got at the front here now? A little bit of reshuffling going on. Hopefully then, we'll get things back underway very quickly. And of course, we've got a packed schedule this morning. Super heats this morning, super finals, and the new repechage as well in between that, where there's grids of over. Well, if you've got a grid of over 34, it's the top 30 who automatically get themselves through to the super final. And then we have the repechage to decide the remaining 4, the top 4 from that, then get put through. So if you don't quite make it this morning in the super heats, and your grid is bigger than 34, then you do have that sort of LCQ, last chance qualifier, to get yourself in that super final.
Well, do yourself a favour, finish inside the top 30, go straight through.
Exactly.
Easy, jobs are good, and just drive. Simple as that, right? Surely. No, obviously not. It's quite intense. I mean, especially at sort of this level of karting. This is no longer grassroots corporate karting where they'd have started off. You know, these are the big leagues. These are sort of national championships that you want to go and win and progress your career. So it's stressful, and you know, juniors, I mean, especially obviously in the mini and micro, they're between 8 and sort of 12. These guys upwards of towards sort of 16, these are young kids essentially having to deal with this stress.
Yeah, exactly. This is when we get to junior Rotax, the jump from Micromax and then Mini into the jump up to junior Rotax is quite something. It's much more physical. The level of competition is much higher. The desire to win is much higher, and just the overall standard of racing, it is quite a jump. We've got drivers like Ed Spain, a youngster who's come from Honda Cadet, and then he's sort of skipped out Micro and Mini Inter, and he's got himself all the way up into junior Rotax straight away. So you can make that jump, but the jump is quite something. Some people slot straight into it really well and really easy, and others it takes a little bit longer. But it's the physicality, and as well it's the physicality of running all weekend. Look at the fans, they love it. Lovely picture here, Zach, look at that.
Love it, waving, giving us some smiles, giving us
Where
some cheers.
are they, I wonder? They're somewhere up high. Oh, I know where
more
they
of them.
are. Oh, there's Dian Singh Pahal. There he is there. He finished 4th in last year's championship, and he's stayed actually in, where is he? He is Mini Inter, isn't he, old Dian? And I think the youngsters that finished ahead of him in the championship have all moved up. So he's the only one that stayed in Mini Inter out of his year group from last year. So, or Micromax rather, not Mini Inter. Sorry, I'm getting myself confused here. But yeah, so lots to look forward to. An exciting sunny day, but of course not the start that we wanted this morning. We wanted to get off and racing. A lot of the mechanics there wanting to get on the grid and speak to their drivers, but the fastest way to get this organised gang is just to let the marshals and the stewards do their job, I think.
And a big thank you, obviously, to sort of the marshals, the parents, the mechanics, the ambulance crew, the catering crew, everyone behind the scenes, obviously, that you see. We couldn't go racing sort of without them. I mean, the drivers are important. You can't have a racing series without racing drivers, but it's the logistics that make championships like this work and run so smoothly. Because, yeah, there's a delay, but it's not going to be a very big delay because we've got really efficient marshals and officials that get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely, and a lot of these marshals are doing it for either voluntary or for just, you know, the price of a cup of tea and a bacon sandwich effectively for a day. So let's not forget that, folks, when we are sort of dealing with the staff at the stadiums and the tracks that we go to. A lot of people put a lot of goodwill into these events to make it happen for all of us. So a bit of politeness goes a long way when things start to go awry over a race weekend.
Yeah, exactly that. Very interesting suit decals there on the back. Is that some, is that some duct tape with some sort of Sharpie?
Yeah, it is.
Amazing. That's creative. I mean, it does the job. That's all you need. Again, it's standing out in some capacity, a bit like the 66 that we saw earlier. Speaking of, there he is, Thomas Hill in the 196, sat chilling, ready to go. And, and this is going to be the difference, and this is something that these drivers sort of have to learn. Going back to what we were saying a bit earlier on about the adrenaline and stuff, how to deal with situations like this. Because talk about Krecker when sort of starting second, got into the lead, got that gap, that's now diminished. He now has to start the race from pole. He obviously took the opportunity initially. He's now got to do it again. But on the flip side of that, Jacob Ashcroft gets a second chance. Yeah,
Jacob Ashcroft gets a second chance, and that's going to be an interesting restart between those two. And I think an interesting battle through the whole of this race and then through into the super final, because you would imagine that both of those drivers will be in the super final. Both big names in junior karting, so I'm sure that's going to be an interesting matchup throughout the day. But I would think Jacob is sitting there as the current Junior Rotax World Champion, kind of keeping cool in his head, knowing what he's got to do when we get the restart up and running. As we see the cart that is being collected then, that as the result of that red flag. Looks like one of the Birol Art chassis to me. Yeah, it is.
It's number 18, is it not?
Is it number 18? Yeah, it could
Hasnain
well
Khan.
be. Yeah, that could be right. Hasnain Khan, Privateer I've got written down here, but definitely the red and white of a Birol Art chassis. So that mechanic now, I wonder if he knows he's on camera. Go on, boy, put a sprint in, then we can get back and racing.
Put some kick in it, get it moving. But yeah, no, I mean, to be fair, pushing kart trolleys is no mean feat. It's definitely not, especially sort of when you've got undulation like that we have at Whilton Mill. You've got this. We're all cheering him on. Look at that. Every sort of round of applause around the circuit for this this mechanic right here, getting that kart back to the garage nice and quickly. But yeah, hopefully it won't be too much longer until we're sort of back racing. Did want to go back to a point that you said about Jacob Ashcroft, in the sense that he's world champion, right? On one side, you could argue he's done this before. He knows what it takes to win. He knows how to approach a situation like this. He has the experience. But equally, sort of when you think about it, that's a lot of pressure for a young driver to have. Everyone is looking at drivers like Jacob Ashcroft as the ones to go and beat. He's the one that's setting the benchmark, and that's equally, as much as he's calm and composed world champion Ashcroft, he's a kid that's got a lot of pressure on his shoulders.
Yeah, he's the one with the target on his back right now, of course. It's kind of, when you're coming up through the ranks of junior karting, you know, cadet karting and juniors, it's all just kind of, you know, it's all just all good fun, isn't it? Trying to play for the win and drive for the win. But then when you get there and you put yourself on that top spot, suddenly everyone else is looking at you. So then suddenly now the dynamic has changed. But I think with a good team like Dan Holland Racing around him that Jacob's got, and his dad Barry who looks after him at all of these race weekends, I think he's got enough people in his corner who are telling him the right things. He knows the right things. He's a very calm young man himself. So I think he'll probably be able to handle the pressure really quite well. So we'll see what happens with this restart though. And there's kart 228, so there's another one there that needed to be recovered, and that's Bella McConneville from Origin Motorsport, I think, 228, if my notes are correct. So I wonder if she is out as well. Do we have two karts go off in that opening lap? Maybe. As kart number 62 looks like it's getting a little bit of a check there. That's Hani Sadiq of KR Sport just getting checked there. Wonder if the pushback bumper has been popped in. So there's obviously something going on down there. Sue, one of the scrutineers, is just having a look at it. But I think our young driver, Hani, is now sitting back down in the kart. So hopefully able to go racing. Thomas Hill standing up, walking around outside his kart, taking his gloves off, actually. So what's he up to? And helmet off, Thomas, I think. Not quite sure what's going on there. Obviously taking a moment. He's getting some fresh air.
Yeah, it can get quite stuffy in karting gear. As much as sort of the professional suits and helmets and stuff are as lightweight and as sort of thin as you can get away with, it does get quite stuffy sometimes. Obviously, we have got a bit of mild wind. I think it's something about 8, 9, 10 degrees-ish. It's not scorching temperatures, but sort of when you're sat in a go-kart with the exhaust directly behind you, the engine right next to you, and blaring sunlight, I mean, there's no shade. It's the exposure that's getting you. So maybe it's just walking around, trying to get some fresh air, get some ventilation going, because the last thing you want is to feel a bit queasy off the restart.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just chatting before we went live, Zach. You're a karter yourself.
Well,
would you call yourself a karter?
Absolutely.
You do a bit?
I do some corporate karting, so not quite the big leagues. I would love, and I was looking actually when I was sort of 15, 16, so a couple of years ago, at getting a junior Rotax and sort of going racing at my local track. It just never happened, and I'd love to. But I've been sort of around people that race karts. I mean, Super 1 2020 champion Jack Tritton, he ran it in the senior Rotax and in the Mad Croc chassis. He's now racing in the British Superkart Championship. And have you seen Superkarts?
Yeah,
they are insane.
Yeah, they are insane.
The courage of those those guys is unparalleled. He's racing off at Silverstone this weekend, actually. So best of luck to him. But that's sort of where my experiences is, I suppose. But when it comes to karting, it's all this. I don't want to say it's all the same. It most definitely is not. The racing that I do compared to the racing that these guys do, very, very different things. But the mentality and the decision making and the racecraft, all of that sort of thing, is really sort of, I don't want to say transferable, but there's an element of progression that you can take with that. And that's also sort of equally where things like sim racing come into things. I mean, a lot of these go-karters might play iRacing at home or Assetto Corsa or whatever sim of choice that they have. Maybe they even sort of have kart sim or R-Factor 2 with the go-karts and stuff at home. And those sorts of things, when you're racing online, track time in real life is so limited.
Yeah.
Track time in sim racing most definitely is not. So when it comes to those decision-making processes, when it comes to racecraft and consistency, it's a perfect training tool.
Yeah, it really is. It really is. And sim racing, something that you know an awful lot about. But while we were just chatting there and having a listen to yourself, I noticed the kart number 222, Riley Morgan from Dan Holland Racing, was getting wheeled back into the dummy grid area. Not quite sure what that was all about. We haven't got full information, or certainly haven't got comms with the stewards at this point. So not quite sure what was going on there. But I did see 222 getting wheeled off, and that was our man Riley Morgan going back into the dummy grid area. As we are now then just resetting kart number 62, getting pushed up and forwards. That's Hani Sadiq of KR Sport. So we should hopefully be back and racing. It's not the delay we wanted really here this morning. As we see another zip kart driver there, just having a chat to some other youngsters, Mr. Ashley.
Waddling his way back to his car. So they're all getting sat down ready. I think maybe getting the notion that we're going to be going racing very, very shortly. Of course, still got 8 minutes 43. When that timer goes down, it's then plus 1 lap onto that. So still plenty of racing to go. I mean, we got a lap or so in before the red flag came out. Like I say, not the way we particularly want to start the day, but it's been a pretty efficient clean-up. There we go. Green flag for the formation lap again.
Right, so we're off once again. Get some heat back into those tyres, everyone, because you've been sitting quiet for a while there. They've got a little bit cold, so yeah, get some heat back into the tyres, get your head back in the game, start to find your line again and recompose yourself, because we are off and racing. And we'll have Jacob Ashcroft and Zion Quecker then out the front, just leading them around this formation lap. And then fingers crossed, as somebody skids off in the background into the grass. I didn't see who that was, but oh boy, somebody went in the background there. Hopefully they can be recovered. Who have we got there? It looks like an MLC driver. Oh no, an Origin Motorsport driver. New team this year. So that could be, I think Henry Surtees' is Origin. Is that number kart 22?
Potentially can't quite see the number as of yet, but I assume they'll get one more wave around them potentially, or are we going racing?
We'll see. I don't know if we can get that kart on the track and just rejoins at the back. I think they'll just carry on. As long as it's not in a safe, as long as it is in a safe position. So here we go then. So this is it, Zach, coming around the corner then for the restart.
Here we go. It's going to be Quecker and Ashcroft the front row once again, but roles reverse. Can the number 11 machine hang on as we go racing once more at Whilton Mill towards turn number 1? And I think Quecker's been able to hang on to the race lead. In fact, no, he hasn't. Ashcroft finds his way back through once more as we begin the ascent towards Christmas Corner. Who's going to be last on the break? Slightly defensive there from the 11 as he holds firm in second position. Nicely done though from Ashcroft then to work his way into the race lead, and more drama in the background. We got the 229 going off the 141 as well. That's Devon Taylor getting involved further back. And once again, at turn 3, Christmas Corner strikes one more and a huge bump there. A bit of rallycross impersonations going on in the background.
Oh, it is all going on. There's a lot of excitement coursing through the veins of these youngsters. But I have to say, I was in my head just sitting here quietly predicting that I didn't think Jacob was going to let the lead go on the restart. His class shone through there. He's kept his head, but he's obviously still leading right now, but he's got Zone Quecker right behind him. And then I think that is Lewis Sumner in a TB kart there, just in third place, the green and white, the new livery that we're seeing here. And then number 13.
Oh, here we go for the lead. The number 11 down the inside of Christmas Corner. Lovely stuff. Saw the inside, committed on the brakes, trail brake nicely in. Through the kink now, of course, towards the hairpin defensive once more. Covers off the inside. Gives Ashcroft the choice there to say you can send it to the inside, but likelihood there is it's better to tuck in. Straight straight back on the counter attack though. The 246 Ashcroft and through there. Was that Lewis Sumner to take the lead?
Yeah. That little battle out front, they've got themselves all wrapped up, didn't they? Jacob Ashcroft and Zion Quecker, they were so busy worrying about each other. They let the door open there for Lewis Sumner, who's the benefactor of that one. He now leads. What he's got to do here, obviously, Zach, is just extend that lead and let those two behind him keep squabbling.
Yeah, meatball flag there, mechanical flag. As you'll know, at the 118 of Jensen Chalk, just been updated for race control there, but that is capitalisation at its finest. Sumner, quick look over his shoulder, bit of contact potentially as well there between the 13 of John Buchan and, of course, the race leader, the 38 there of Sumner. But now the top 3 have changed hands completely. I mean, Quecker and Ashcroft down in 6th and 7th now in this race because of that battle.
Yeah, I just glanced at that myself. I'm looking at Jacob Ashcroft now down in 7th. Not entirely sure what's happened there. So that squabble really didn't do him any favours whatsoever. And now we've got a top 4 that is completely different. We find Jensen Chalk gaining positions up to 4th right now. But out in front, here we go then. Lewis Sumner, kart number 38, leading it in this first one this morning here at Whilton Mill.
Yeah, don't forget though, of course, unfortunately, Jensen Chalk has got that mechanical flag, so that P3 might be short-lived. Bit of a breakaway though from the top 2. The 13 though looks to go to the inside later on the brakes. Saw coming from the 38, but the outside line not quite able to prevail on that particular occasion. I don't think actually Sumner saw that coming. I thought he had a little look over and was like, yeah, no, I'm safe. And then Buchan up the inside.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, he just ran too wide there. I think that was just a lapse in concentration. He was just feeling a little bit too comfortable and he just opened the door, didn't he? And John Buchan, well, it was too easy for him, wasn't it? Jensen Chalk, like you say, had that mechanical flag, still sitting in third. And then we got Matti Kobiedzy there just in fourth place right now. Jacob Ashcroft, though, climbing the ladder, now up to fifth. Zion Quecker then just behind him in sixth. This is a really exciting opening superheat here at Whilton Mill for the opening round of the season. I'm loving this.
Yeah, Jensen Chalk, of course, comes into the pit lane, then following that mechanical flag. It's then Buchan that leads the 13 into Christmas Corner. One of the most challenging sort of corners on the circuit, really. Heaviest braking zone, particularly uphill as well, and definitely between the different chassis. I mean, the Tony Karts, the OTKs, quite snappy on the brakes, but sort of other chassis, you can sort of trail brake it in a little bit more. So different driving styles will start to prevail, and that's where we're going to see sort of differences when it comes to overtaking. The fight at the front then continues to rage on. We've got battles all the way through the grid, but now we're at this stage of the race. You've sort of found your couple or your triple, sometimes even your quartet. You're settling into this race. The question remains, do you go and catch the pack in front, or do you settle for the pack you've got?
Yeah, that's exactly it. And what we will see now, Jacob Ashcroft, who's just set the fastest lap in fourth, now his class should start to show through as he just climbs himself back up into a podium position. This one has a long way to go, just under 6 minutes plus a lap. You're going to see Jacob Ashcroft get himself back in the top three, I'm sure, as we've got some overtakes taking place there in Christmas in the midfield. And just before Jacob Ashcroft took the fastest lap, it was that man Thomas Hill who was fastest lap moments before him. So Thomas knows his circuit well through his club round performances.
And do you think the people that sort of race the club level of Whilton Mill will have an advantage? I mean, they're at the circuit sort of every other week or every couple of weeks compared to those that race more on a national level. This is their time to shine.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't beat that home advantage, can you? As we look in the back of our picture there, another driver going rallycross, spinning off and then just trying to bump it back onto the track, but couldn't quite make out the numbers on that one. But another driver on the grass rejoining. Looks like a Dan 266.
It's going to be Rory
Dan
Armstrong.
Holland. Yeah, there he is, Rory Armstrong. Dan Holland Racing gets himself back in the mix. He's going to be gutted. Got to keep his head though. As we get a little move done up the inside, we're going to see so many overtakes at Christmas once again, Zach.
We are indeed. There were Noah's Ark for a second, too wide, too deep, very momentarily. And of course, it's then the setup through the left, then the right that set you into that hairpin. So if you can get a good run, you can have a look into the right-hand hairpin that's getting all sorts of busy through the left-hander, then into this one as well. Because of the line you take, you really sweep wide round the left to cut in for a late apex. Opens up the inside quite nicely on the inside. So if you're inclined, you can actually send quite a late move to the inside of that left-hander. Now, of course, through the boot with the changed chicane that we saw last year. Got to be careful of track limits, but equally not just track limits, the safety of your go-kart as well. You don't want to be bending a chassis or knocking anything off, maybe losing any sort of components or knocking your exhaust loose, anything like that. That curb can be lethal if you're not careful. Slightly defensive into Christmas Corner from a couple of drivers. The gap at the front seems steady as we're over halfway through the race.
Yeah, it does, and you're absolutely dead right about that final chicane there. If you keep banging off those curbs, it's not going to do your car or your chassis any good whatsoever. As we take a look at the live timing on your screen here, Jacob Ashcroft with the fastest lap once again. I think yesterday he set the lap record. Unofficially, he did a 45 and change, where previously it was 46 and something. His dad Barry filled me in on that one in one of the heats yesterday. But look, he's back up to second. Now gets himself up to first on the timing, as I think we're following a mid-battle here on our pictures. But out in front, Jacob Ashcroft now leading, according to the on-screen graphics.
Yeah, don't know how he's done that. He went from sort of fourth or fifth all the way up to the lead of the race, but there is the 246. He is on track. It's not a timing error. He is leading this race now ahead of John Buchan and Lewis Sumner. This race has been absolute carnage. I mean, we saw Ashcroft lose the lead, regain it on the restart, lose it again during the battle. He's now back through. The pressure is on for the world champion, but he is keeping himself calm, composed and collected with 3 minutes and change to go.
Yeah, exactly. That's what you'd expect from a youngster with the experience that he's had. He found himself down in seventh, but he's kept his head, come back up through the field, and now he's leading from John Buchan and Lewis Sumner there. Matti Kobiedzy and Zion Quecker gets back up to fifth. I'd be keen to see how well Zion Quecker can do to get himself maybe on the podium in this one, because he obviously started out in second place, didn't he? He was on the front row of the grid in number 2. As we get a contact warning from Ollie Garthwaite flash up on the screen there at the top. Really quick racing from these youngsters. Great pictures as well, thanks to the guys at Alpha Live. I'm loving the coverage.
Yeah, we get to see a lot, and we follow the action really, really well. The difference with Quecker to sort of Ashcroft, right? They were matched on pace. They had the tussle, but when things go wrong, Ashcroft has been able to make the difference in this race. He kept himself composed, went, all right, cool, I'm down into P7. This is my race. These are the cards I've been dealt. I'm going to work with it. The number 11, not quite been able to have sort of the same fortune in working his way back through the pack. Is that can't? Is it won't? He's fighting with the 19, bit of contact on the straight there, actually, as Quecker tries to find his way through there on Lucas Howell and work his way back into the top 5. Now the run through Oblivion and turn number 2 towards Christmas Corner. Is this end possible? You definitely can tell he was tempted, but better to stay in the race and potentially have a look later on. He's very close, but not quite close enough heading in towards the hairpin at Ashby.
Yeah, and I think that was number 19 in the midfield there that we saw getting a move done up at Christmas. Lucas Howell and the TH Corsa team. So well done to you. There's battles going on right the way throughout the field, and that's the great thing about kart racing. It's not just the front drivers who are having fun. Everybody is locked in their own little battle, getting that excitement and feeling of the overtake and getting the hammer down and enjoying some speed around the bends wherever we are. There's your track limit little flip-flops that we saw, and then those 2 little orange plastic markers on that final chicane. I think everyone after the opening couple of days here at Whilton has now got the measure of that chicane. We shouldn't see too many people getting track limit warnings, I wouldn't think, through there in the Super Heats and the Super Finals today.
Little tap of the helmet there. Did you see that
Yeah,
from Lucas Howell to sort of say, look over, say, stop battling. I don't want to defend. I want to go and catch Kopakitsi just in front for P4. And that is racecraft at its finest. We saw earlier between Ashcroft and Quecker, when you battle, you lose a lot of time. You lose a lot of momentum, especially at a circuit like Whilton Mill, where you've got a lot of mid-speed and a lot of acceleration zones. If you're side by side through those acceleration zones, you're losing a lot of time. So let's see if Quecker got the message there, because he's not obliged to. It'd be nice if he did, but a tap of the helmet there from Lucas Howell to give it a go. I mean, you've got 30 seconds on a lap. That's going to work out to this to be the penultimate lap, maybe the 3rd to last lap. We'll wait and see as to how the timing works out. But it's interesting to see if these 2 drivers are going to work together, because the 19 very clearly is closed in.
Yeah, absolutely, and that happens so much in karting that people sort of forget. They just get locked in their own little battle, and they're sort of worried about that, and then suddenly they realise the race is just running away from out front. The drivers have to work together and use their brains a little bit and just think collectively for the good of all of them. Those 2 drivers there could be all pushing on and charging on, but like you say, if we've got Lucas Howell just kind of defending from Zion Quecker, then both of those drivers are going to lose out.
There is Jacob Ashcroft then on to the final lap of the race, and a 1.14 second gap. Considering that man lost the lead at the initial start, got it back, had a bit of contact, fought his way back through from 7th place. He's had an absolute mega race here for the Super Heat.
Yeah, he really has, and that's what you'd expect from somebody who is the Junior Rotax World Champion, somebody who's kind of made his way up through karting in the way that he has, putting the hours in, putting the laps in, learning the racecraft that he's learnt over the years. So full credit to him and full congratulations to Jacob Ashcroft, as it looks like he's going to take this Super Heat win. Yeah,
he's just got a couple more corners through the boot for the final time. Keep it nice and tidy. And a 1.14 second gap and a fast lap to go with it. A 45.81 going the way of the 246. The world champion, the reigning world champion, kickstarts 2025 in the best way possible with victory in Super Heat A. Jacob Ashcroft take a bow from Buchan, Sumner and Kopakitsi and Zane Quecker there, the top 5. He did in the end get his way past Lucas Howell. I think the initiative there was, we're not catching P4, I'm going to get 5th.
Yeah, well done to him and all the other drivers that just round out that top 10. Nice youngsters there, good drivers like Dan Minto, Thomas Hill, Will Archer and Alfie McBain. Those are your top 10. But yeah, brilliant sort of few minutes of excitement to kick us off in the sunshine here at Whilton Mill. Things are warming up nicely with 4 more Super Heats to go, then the Repechage and then the Super Finals this afternoon. But there's your results, Zach.
Jacob Ashcroft then victorious in Super Heat A from Buchan. Sumner, the podium then for the first heat of the day. Kopakitsi then from Quecker, the top 5. Lucas Howell in P6. Daniel Minto from Thomas Hill, Will Archer and Alfie McBain, the top 10. Behind that, you've got Hani Sadiq, Rhys Owen, Oakley Garthwaite with some contact warnings throughout the way, gets himself in 13th. Laputrell in 14th from Max Colbert and Daniel Hartley. Ryan Rapini from Alex Lynn, George Fountain and Bella Brown, the 20th driver to take to the checkered flag. Jacob Jack from Rex Ashley, Rory Armstrong and Loman Wilcox. There comes Miles Burton, Joseph Mills, Ed Spain, Devin Taylor and Elliot Power from Jensen Chalk, the top 30 and final driver. And of course there, Hassan Khan, I think one of the drivers that we lost at the beginning of the race. Won't be very long until we're back out on track for the second Junior Rotax Super Heat, of course, with Group B. There they are, of course, the juniors all getting their sort of drop nose cones inspected, because that is a big thing. You've got to be careful, and it's not necessarily sometimes contact. It can sort of be going off-road, and that pushes the nose in. as we're going to get ourselves ready for race number 2 of the day, the juniors back out on track. Let's see if Group B can match the excitement that Group A did then, as Junior Rotax will see themselves back out on track for the second race of the day. We're going to run through the starting grid in just a moment. Of course, there you can see the back end of it, but we'll start from pole position, of course, when they work their way on to track. Kev, what are we expecting from this second group then as well? We'll get to that in just a second. Kai Clark, pole position for OTK from Zach Starbuck in second. Albert Friend, is he going to be friendly as he works his way forwards, potentially eyeing up a race win? Daniel Kilpatrick then will join him on row number 2. Albie Lapper from Ellie Baden in P6, from Riley Bishop and Shane Chandaria in 8th place. Matteo Palzo from Louis Radcliffe, the top 10. William Webb and Ava Morris keep each other company on row number 6. Sebastian Lusch from Ralphie Branscombe there, 13th and 14th, with Finley Smith rounding off the top 15 drivers. Alexander Wilson, top 16 alongside him on row number 8, with Luke Sawyers and Finley Buck there in 18th. Charlie Wolfit from Conor Lage there, keeping himself in P number 20. A few more drivers to work our way through. Thomas Harper from Daniel in the OTK in 22nd place. Thomas Jackson from Elliot Surtees, no relation there, of course, in P24. Lloyd Palmer from Vlad Tomanchik there in 26th. Maya Simpson from Kieran Stewart in 28th. Blair Smith from Salva Solonchenko in 30th place. Zach Jennings from Molly Mizzen the 32nd, with the final driver on a very lonely row 17, Scott McDowell there, with 33 drivers to take to Super Heat B. Are we expecting the same excitement?
Oh, no doubt, Zach, we will have the same excitement. There's some big names in the mix there, and some other youngsters who we've seen doing well in the lower classes, stepping up to Junior Rotax this year. People like Ralphie Branscombe, I have my eyes on him. I've been following that young man for about 2 or 3 years now. Won the championship in Hondas last year, and a great young driver, but it's a big jump up to Junior Rotax, so we'll see what Ralphie can do in this one. And others as well. Charlie Wolfit in the mix there. I think he's starting on number 19 for this. He had a fantastic battle with Jacob Ashcroft in Mini Inters in 2023. Did a couple of seasons in Honda Cadet, then got himself in Mini Inter, and he was wheel to wheel in Mini Inter with Jacob Ashcroft through 2023, and just finished runner-up at the end of that season. So yeah, another youngster who's stepping up to Junior Rotax this year and finding his way in it. And it is quite a jump, as I said, the physicality and the power that the karts have, and then maintaining that through Friday, Saturday and Sunday. It can be quite a steep learning curve for some of these youngsters.
Definitely can be. They're out on their formation lap at the moment. Of course, they're on a longer chassis, on the same engine, but with less restrictions and different tyres potentially as well. Obviously, the juniors and your seniors obviously on the Mojos, and any slight adjustment really can sort of take a toll, especially at a young age when you're building those foundational skills. If you've already got those sort of cemented and those mental sets in your head, having to then suddenly change that is, of course, going to be quite a big adjustment. At the moment, still single file, but with the second half of the lap about to come, they'll settle themselves into their Noah's Ark 2x2 formation onto the grid to kickstart the second heat of the day, of course. And like we saw with Super Heat number 1, Super Heat A, expecting drama and excitement all the way through this race. It's going to be 10 minutes and then 1 lap, and there you can see the starting grid. The 88 will take to second place on the outside for turn number 1. He puts his foot down, and we get underway for race number 2 here at Whilton Mill. 10 minutes plus the lap as we head in towards turn number 1 for the first time. It's going to be Albert Friend in the 191 that moves his way up in a second place. Nicely done. Is he going to go for the lead? As defensive goes the race leader, late on the brakes, of course, into Christmas corner, and around the outside, bit of contact further back as well, as they're 3 wide many places back as contact there. There's the 69 that's gone off that Zach Jennings that's had contact and found themselves under another car into the hairpin for the first time. And well, we expected drama. We most definitely got it.
Yeah, you always see a bit of bump and hustle up there at Christmas Corner, certainly on the first lap, and as the race goes on, that's where we often see a lot of the overtakes done, but it starts to settle now as they lead from the front then. Kai Clark, I think, he's got himself into second place, 67 maybe, just as my graphics reset. So Kai Clark looks like out in front. Albie Friend then 191 in second. Zach Starbuck then in third at 88. Yeah, actually Albie Lapper, number 29, as they cross the line, gets himself in second. So it's 67, 29 from 191 from 232. Zach Starbuck then now in fifth. Albie Lapper, the winner there, climbing 2 places on the first lap as we fall into a bit of a formation Just we've got bumper to bumper then, and this opening sort of 6 drivers out in front. It's going to be an exciting one, Zach.
Yeah, they're nose to tail, as we always come to expect in kart racing. The 67 leading then from Albi Lapper, who actually made quite a decent start, up a couple of places off the initial get-go, and that's how you've got to be aggressive but fair, very punchy, and having your wits about you. I mean, you've got 32 other karts all around you, all vying for the same bit of tarmac. You've got to be very careful as to how you position your kart, especially with the momentum through the very fast turns 1 and 2 and the ascent towards Christmas Corner. We kickstart another lap, and, well, nose to tail once more in the fight for the lead. Kai Clark with Albi Lapper all over him. Defensive goes to 67, pulling out to the outside. Goes to 29, tries to go the long way around a Christmas Corner, but held firm there from the 67.
Yeah, and it looks like as our lead drivers are just pulling up on a back marker, is that Zach Jennings, number 69, who is sort of just on the tail end of that first lap. The drivers then just coming up to him. He'll get the flag just to remind him to move to the side, I believe, as they come around now. Yeah, looks like that. So here we go then. Our lead drivers then on the front. Kai Clark from Albi Lapper and Albert Friend Riley Bishop as the fastest lap gets set by Zach Starbuck, kart number 88. So well done to him. But out in front then, we've got Kai Clark, kart number 67, finding a little bit of free air suddenly.
Yeah, for anyone wondering, by the way, why sort of Jennings might still be out on track despite the fact that your race is essentially over. First of all, it's track time. Second of all, points go all the way down to P34, so you might as well do it. Points mean prizes, and fair enough, this race is a bit of a write-off. You're going to be grateful for those couple of points a little bit later on in the season when you look back and wishing you had a couple of extra points here and there. So definitely showing some good determination and strong will there to continue on there in the 69 machine. 7 minutes plus a lap still to go, so going to translate to about 9 or so laps left to go in this race. Clark still from Lapper, Ellie Baden then the top 3, getting himself ahead of the 191 of Albert Friend thus far. Not too much action though. They're being quite tame for the time being. Are they waiting, or are they just unable to get past?
I think they're just these 2, 4, 5 drivers who find themselves out in front. They're just keeping their heads and playing it cool, I think, at the moment. All running their own race, all realising. As we get a bit of action here, who have we got here? Albi Lapper from Strawberry Racing just flicking it wide in his Tony kart there, trying to get past Kai Clark, but Kai Clark shuts the door on him. So, yeah, we have got action out in front. Look, they come 3 wide into the infield here then, as we see a KMS driver there. I think that's Ellie Badnan there, number 155, sitting in third. So battling going on in the front 5, it looks like, Zach. So plenty of excitement, actually, as we were just trying to say that they're keeping it cool and just running their own race. They're not doing that at all. They are out to win, and they're having a go.
Lovely little move there to the inside of the boot from Zach Starbuck there. Saw the gap, of course. If you can get on the inside, you're so late on the brakes going into the boot that you basically just jam it on, get some rotation, and eat that curb on the inside. So if you can take that track away, like the 88 did with the fastest lap, you can very easily move yourself up a position. Great battling, though, and great spatial awareness being shown. Trying to sell the dummy, though, Albi Lapper. This is getting very feisty very quickly, but all this is doing is reeling in the pack of walls behind. That's going to be Baden and Starbuck, who we've already seen is very feisty. Defensive driving, though, defensive masterclass from Kai Clark, who keeps the lead, but we've seen before it's a short fuse, and that can very quickly change.
Yeah, this is brilliant racing from these youngsters. They are really, really going for it. It's like they're driving like they've got nothing to lose, which is great for us as the fans. But this battle between Clark, Lapper and Baden out in front and then Starbuck in fourth, well, it's intriguing, isn't it? They are all doing their absolute level best to put themselves out in front on this one. The steering wheel is getting seesawed left and right. They're soaring it left and right. Look at this, as we've got now. What's going on here? Positions don't change, but it looked like they did. They sort of run wide and then they come back in. Is someone going to have a go at Christmas? Yes, look, the Strawberry Racing driver then of Albi Lapper, but no. Finds himself dropped down to third. Ellie Badnan then up to second.
That was a mistake there, trying to go around the outside, and look at that, it's killed his momentum. You try and go around the outside, the track is always going to be taken away from you. The racing line naturally invites karts on your inside. He tried to go the long way around of Christmas Corner. He's now got to regain his composure, regain that rhythm that's so important at Whilton Mill, and like that snap of a finger, blink of an eye, Albi Lapper has gone from eyeing up the race lead to trying to stay inside the top 4. I think he's been able to settle himself back in. We'll see when, of course, the timing tower ticks back over. He's dropped not just to third, but to 4th place there, the 29. Ellie Baden now inherits 2nd place. That's what Kai Clark wanted. He wanted Lapper to make a mistake, invite more people into the battle, so he can have a lap or 2 to breathe.
Yeah, and Kai Clark does have some breathing space right now as he's out in front, and he just needs to keep his head. But behind him, a real benefactor of this there, number 155 from Kato Motorsport, Eli Baden. now sitting in second place. He's now got his eyes firmly fixed on the target that's on the back of Kai Clark. He's going to be doing everything he can to get himself out in first, but back down in fourth place then now Albie Lapper of Strawberry Racing will be just sitting there absolutely ruining himself in his helmet, just probably cursing what's just happened. He's got to just compose himself and get back in the race.
And that's the difference between sort of a good driver and a great driver. How quickly can you take that reset? You've made a mistake. How do you then work with it? I mean, we saw it with Ashcroft in race 1, of course, having that mistake, having that battle, working his way back through a fight for P5. I think that's going to be Riley Bishop potentially, or Albert Friend under pressure from Bishop in that fight now for the top 5. As you can see, the top 4 starting to break away a little bit. I think his Friend is sort of dropping down the anchors, really, for 5th place. It's interesting because the top 4 are right there.
Yeah, the top 4 are right there, like you say. Albert Friend needs to just... What we got, 1, 2, 3, 4, yeah, and then the gap back to Albie Friend. That gap is now... See, what's happening here then with Albie Friend, he's now got involved in defending the drivers that are behind him, and he's forgotten about the race ahead of him. As we see a bit of action here, who have we got there? Someone running wide and someone making good up the inside. It happened so quickly, I didn't quite notice it. Is it Albie Lapper then staying in fourth? We'll see what happens when they cross the start-finish straight, and the graphics hopefully refresh for us as we get a contact warning from number 29. That is Albie Lapper, that Strawberry Racing driver. Contact warning then. Of whatever just went on that last lap.
Yeah, got to be careful, obviously. Too much contact and you might just drop that nose down. Instant 5-second penalty. Defensive driving, though. That's going to be looking to the inside. The 2-3-2 of Riley Bishop getting very feisty, forcing the cut to the inside there. Nicely done to get himself through on Matteo Palazzo. But straight back up the inside there, going into the left-hander. Nicely done. And once again, it's disrupted the momentum. And just like that, that's how quickly the tables can turn. 2 minutes plus some change. And then, of course, the extra lap on top of that. This race is as exciting as ever. After all of that, though, Kai Clark has pulled out a 1-second gap back to Ellie Baden. He was all out, but being pressured from behind for the best part of sort of 7 or 8 minutes. Now he's chilling.
Yeah, exactly. Now he is chilling while it's all going on behind him. He's kept his head. Look up the inside then for number 29. That's Albie Lapper trying to get it done, and does. Just mauls his way through there, getting an overtake there. Brilliant stuff. The battle for third then between Zach Starbuck and Albie Lapper is just intriguing. That is going to continue with about 90 seconds plus a lap to go here.
Look to the inside once more. That's been a popular overtaken opportunity. If he's got the switch back, though, of course, you can see that green cart trying to work his way back to the inside, heading towards the boot, and has done that quite nicely. That's the battle between Bishop, Patrick and Palazzo momentarily. Of course, that's been separated into the respective couple that it is. Zach Starbuck has dropped back to P4 as they cross over the timing line once more to start what will be the third to last lap. And again through turn 1 and turn 2. It's all about keeping the momentum and getting that drive towards Christmas corner. A look to the inside there as we see an overtake potentially for Bishop and Patrick. I think that might be the 20 trying to work his way through. Didi has as we approach into the hairpin once more. This is a bit of a four-cut battle. I think this is going to be Albie Lapper trying to keep Zach Starbuck, Friend and Palazzo at bay. He's done a pretty decent job of that, but what could have been for Lapper if he hadn't made that mistake?
Yeah, absolutely. 40 seconds left on this one then, plus a lap still to play for. The real winner at the moment is Kai Clark, who is out in front. It's a 1.23 second gap back to Eli Baden in second, and Albie Lapper in third. So yeah, Mr. Clark then has made the most of what's going on behind him and just kept his head and started to stretch his legs a little bit in this one, extending that lead. Look, the battle is back there. Look at this as we come up into Christmas. That is the number. Oh, we've got a driver off. Who we got? It's the 116.
It's Thomas Jackson.
Thomas Jackson, look at him, head in hands there on the helmet. He's gutted. You would be.
Yeah, this late on in the race, there's not much that you can do to recover from it, and that is so unfortunate. One more lap left to go then. Did just want to bring up the topic of tyres, right? They get one set for the weekend. Yep. Right now, how hard do you push if you're Kai Clark? You're going to need those tyres for the final. Yeah,
he absolutely is. I think at this point in time, though, if he's out in the lead, yeah, he might be sort of conserving his tyres a little bit. Green flag goes. So, yeah, we should be on the final lap. Yeah, final lap. I didn't see a final lap ball, but it's come up on the screen right now. So, yeah, Kai Clark here, then number 67. He's looking over his shoulder. He knows he can cruise a little bit, just nurse the tyres home. But, you know, he's putting extra sort of rubber down on the track for everyone else, and he's keeping them nice and soft. So they'll last for the final. He's enjoying this last few moments of this one, I would imagine.
Yeah, bring it home. You've worked hard for it, mate. I've got to be honest, that first half of the race, you drove that fantastically. Defensive driving looks simple on paper. Defend the inside, don't let them pass. But then you've got to think about the other drivers, in fact, how fast you're going, covering the inside, covering off the switchback, so many different things. And through the final corner for the final time for Junior Rotax Superheat B, it's Kai Clark with a well-deserved victory. Sees the checker flag first, 2 seconds clear of Eli Baden there in second place. Albie Lapper completes the podium after a very hard-fought race all the way through. Zach Starbuck and Albert Friend, the top 5. We'll run you through the full results in just a moment. It's a good race.
Yeah, really good race. Well done to all the young Junior Rotax drivers in that one there. The second one of the day that we've seen for Junior Rotax. Some great results and some great racing. Just glancing down. Well done to everyone. Top 10 then was Clark from Baden. As it just disappears off the screen. But yeah, well done. There it is. Kai Clark then with the win. And in the end by a couple of seconds, Zach.
Yeah, nicely done indeed. Was able to bring it home. Eli Baden from Albie Lapper and Zach Starbuck.
And picking up then in 5th place, we've got Albie Friend, Matteo Palazzo in 6th. Dan Kilpatrick, well done to him in 7th. Finley Buck in 8th and William Webb in 9th. Rounding out your top 10 was Riley Bishop, so well done Riley. Charlie Wolfit finished 11th. I think he's made up about 8 places. He started 19th, didn't he? Seb Loish there in 12th. Eva Morris in 13th. Alexander Wilson in 14th. Shane Chandaria in 15th. Ralphie Branscombe, good work, fella. Learning every time in that bigger car. Daniel Wisinauskas, number 17, Finley Smith 18, Thomas Harper 19, and Connor Large was 20. Louis Radcliffe from Scotland Down, Blair Smith from Lenny Messenger Motorsport, and the rest of the drivers there finishing up as we come through, just getting the pushback bumpers checked by the Whilton Mill marshals as they come down the sort of return lane and then into the scrutineering Parc Ferme area. 132, maybe getting a pushback bumper there, photograph taken perhaps. 51 looks okay. As we got a little cart being recovered. Can't remember, that would be who was that? That was Mr. Jackson, wasn't it, from Craft Motorsport? So 1 to go, Zach, another 1 to go.
Yeah, indeed. So Senior Rotax Superheat A coming up. Well, the juniors have concluded. We move on to the seniors for their first Superheat. Of course, group number A about to get themselves on to the track. There is the grid. Ewan Charman from Lewis Goff in second place. Jack West from Neo Clark keeping him company on row number 2. Jack Thompson from Reese Bale, the top 6 with Ben Donkin and Rachel Robertson, the top 8 drivers. Lewis Harvey from Gabe Fairbrother at the top 10. Kieran Ives from Marcus King there keeping him company on row number 6. Caitlin Seabrook from William Antrobus there in 14th place. Tristan Rennie from Nathan Smith in 16th. Mac McGilvray there in 17th from James Wood. Archie Buttle and David Mitchell keeping him company on row number 10. Maxime Smith from Alex Moody, Ethan Head and Elliot Foster there in 24th place. Ben Horner from Lewis Merica in 26th. Asa Binder from Sloane Sterling in 28th. Alexander Colt keeping Jude Fraser company as the 30th driver and 15th row and final row of the grid. In fact, senior Rotax, of course, bit more power than the juniors, same chassis, of course, but same excitement.
Yeah, same excitement. This is going to be really good. We're expecting fireworks here then in the first Superheat for the senior Rotax drivers in 2025. A moment of calm on the dummy grid. Great pictures from the grid then there while we just wait before they get themselves out on that formation lap. When it finished up at the end of 2024, it was Kai Hunter who took the overall championship win, obviously of Hunter Motorsport. Him and his brother Reese run that team, and Macaulay Bishop was runner-up. Neither of those drivers are racing this season, but it was the driver Jack Lilly, kart number 10, who finished in 3rd at the end of 2024. He is back for the season, so let's see if Jack can get himself on the top step of the podium come the end of the year this time around. But there's a lot of other drivers in this senior Rotax field. 2 Superheats this morning, Zach. A lot of these drivers, you know, hugely experienced, great skills, great racecraft, all coming out with something to prove.
Yeah, Senior Rotax, one of the most competitive classes in all of British karting across all different series. It's obviously slightly older people. They have that experience behind them. They've got years of karting under their belts. They're now going to use that and deploy all of that experience to get them on track. So this is where you get the fiercest sort of competitors and rivalries, because they're old enough to sort of understand rivalries as well, sort of thing. So, of course, while they develop camaraderie, you equally develop those that you might be a little bit more aggressive with.
Yeah, absolutely. This is where it has got really, really serious, because from here in senior Rotax, well, you can stay in it for a while, can't you? But a lot of these drivers will be looking to move up to cards if the budget allows. And so it's starting to get very serious in the world of karting when you make it up to senior Rotax at the sharp end of it. We've got names like Ewan Charman racing here this weekend. Ewan's been off and raced in cars elsewhere, but budget means that he's back in karting, and we're pleased to see him back here because he's a great driver. Lewis Goff there, brilliant driver as well. Expecting good things from him this season. A few other names that we're going to see, the likes of Jack Lee, like I said, Gabe Fairbrother, he's had experience in cars, races minis when he's not in karts, so he's going to be one to watch. Rachel Robertson, one of the many female drivers getting involved in karting, she's with Guy Cunnington this year, as is Caitlin Seabrook. Both from the north of the border in Scotland. So, yeah, a lot to look forward to. Here we go then, Zach. First senior Rotax warm lineup of the year.
Here we go. Lewis Goff, Ewan Charman, the front row, the 51 and the 421 alongside each other, keeping it quite slow, actually, backing them all up. Then you put your foot to the floor and get the race underway for the first superheat of senior Rotax in 2025. In towards turn number 1, and a nice lead there from our pole sitter. That, of course, going to be the 51 of Lewis Goff, able to hang on 3 wide momentarily on the exit. The 1-2-2 not got off to a good start at all. That's James Wood. That's gone off. Unfortunately, not the way you want to start your morning here on Sunday. Carnage, of course, at Christmas corner. They're all getting themselves side by side, 2 or 3 wide momentarily. Onto the brakes once more as we head towards the hairpin. A couple of moves being made as they're all trying to jostle. Yellow flags in effect. Full course yellow, in fact. So everyone going to have to drop it down, calm it down, and no overtaking as they sort James Wood out there on the pit straight.
Oh, he's going to be gutted, isn't he? That's the last thing you need on the formation lap, or indeed the opening lap, to find yourself on the grass when all the other karts are buzzing by you. Full course yellows then, so just maintaining your position, hold your position, and just stay where you are. And we can see there, as you can, on that final bend now, the way the chicane is, you just clip your inside left tyres on the inside one, and then you're probably going to be running wide on the next bend as you come around on the pit bend, and then find yourself on the start-finish straight. So yeah, just keep some warmth in the tyres, everyone. As it is, Ewan Charman from Jack West and Lewis Goff, Jack Thompson and Neo Clark are the top 5 as it sits right now.
Indeed so, and of course on these Mojo tyres, interesting when you put them on corporate cards, it must be said. They've got incredible amounts of grip even in the wet. So while they are slick tyres, they have got some quite a bit of grip about them, but that's only when they're working within their temperature window. So obviously a couple of them not really doing too much weaving around right now. You don't want to scrub too much, and you don't want to get too much surface temp either, especially when it comes to locking the brakes. It's like maybe a bit of an issue there for the 33. That's Elliot Foster that's sort of taking a very in-depth look there.
Yeah, his eyes down at his radiator there, isn't he? And he's not on the power, so something's not quite right for him. He's not quite happy there, is he? Interested to see in this one as well, just checking my notes from earlier, Neo Clark, number 28. We haven't seen Neo since the opening round, or the first season of UKC in 2020, when he finished 5th in Junior Rotax. And the last round of that 2020 season, he actually won at Three Sisters. So Neo Clark coming back into UKC. Haven't seen him since 2020. Let's see what he can do in 2025. So good luck to you, Mr. Clark. Sitting in 5th at the moment as they keep the tyres warm, waiting for the restart.
Yeah, not doing too bad of a job either. Top 5 in a grid of 30.
Yeah.
Not bad going at all on a return. Just goes to show that those skills very much do remain there. Not sure what he's been doing sort of in the interim, whether it's been a sabbatical from racing or racing other stuff, but he's back in the UKC. Obviously one of, if not the most competitive karting championship in the UK. This is the one a lot of drivers want to come and win to prove their worth, and of course then progress their racing careers onwards and upwards onto the ladder, potentially towards Formula 1 or adjacent racing series, wherever they sort of end up, wherever maybe budget allows, or wherever the aspirations and skill allow these drivers to get to. Still waiting, of course, for the green flag to wave, but it's Ewan Charman that leads, the 192 of Jack West. So I thought the 51 got off to a good start. Unfortunately, fell back initially to the 192. Charman then has to keep those tyres warm and has to capitalise on this restart.
Yeah, he really does. And he's the one that's sort of calling the shots. Here we go. Here we go. Are we off and away? Just bringing it round, keeping the heat in the tyres, then putting the hammer down. I think we have a restart. Yeah, we got a green flag. We're running. So,
wow.
yeah, some wily, cunning work from Ewan Charman there to get himself off, out and away into a lead. And it's Jack West, the DHR driver, who is chasing him from Jack Thompson, number 65. Good work, Jack. Keep it up, fella. In third. Neo Clark then up to fourth. And Louis Harvey then, number 74, is currently in fifth.
The 51 there, that's Lewis Goff, is it not? That had an issue, I think so, on the pitch straight. That's going to lock him out of contention, promote Jack Thompson into third place. He's tumbled his way down. I saw him sort of looking at his radio, maybe an issue for the 51, but he most definitely is not still running in the podium places by any means. Charman leads from Jack West then, and what a restart that was. Puts West on the back foot, but as a driver, you see the driver in front of you. You unlock an instinct that you can go and chase them. Bit of side-by-side action going through the chicane. That is not something you often see at all. That's going to knock the sort of momentum of those drivers, bunch everyone back up again. It's the top two that break away. It's Jack Thompson that tries to retain third place, locking the rear brakes going into Christmas and staying in third.
Yeah, this battle for third, look at this. This is where the action is right now. Out in front, Ewan Charman and Jack West are in clean air. But look at what Jack Thompson is having to deal with as he runs wide. Behind him then, it's Neo Clark, Louis Harvey and Gabe Fairbrother. All three of those drivers hugely experienced. So Jack Thompson really has his work cut out to hang on to that third place right now. This is where we're going to see the action for the next few laps, Zach.
Yeah, indeed. So I think they've sort of realised they're not catching the top two by any means, so you might as well try and finish third place. Jack Thompson then is able to hang on to it, single file through the chicane. It's all about just trying to get that exit onto this pit straight, because you're flat through turn one, slight lift for turn two, and the ascent towards Christmas up the inside though of turn one. That's Neo Clark working his way through up in a fourth place, I believe, or Gabe Fairbrother maybe making his way through in a fourth place. Look to the inside for Christmas corner, covered off by the number 5 of Gabe Fairbrother, who's now all over the rear end of Jack Thompson in that battle for third place. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 carts all battling. At some point, probably, they're going to be breaking maybe into 2 packs of 3, maybe into 3 sets of 2. At the moment, though, they're nose to tail, and this is what we love to see.
Yeah, we really do. This is exciting racing. It's everything you'd expect from senior Rotax, mind you. Hugely experienced drivers, you know, very fit young lads and girls out there today doing their absolute level best to take the win in the sunshine here at Whilton Mill. This is karting at its absolute level best, but out in front, there's that man, the 421 of Ewan Charman. Jack West then of Dan Holland Racing, the 192, chasing him down. That battle is going on its own out in front, and it's the battle for third then that's taking place back here. Oh, Jack Thompson runs wide, and he opens the door for number 5 of Gabe Fairbrother, who says, thank you very much, I'll take that one up the inside, I'll have a place, I'll go to third. As we've got a Dan Holland Racing driver then now going up the inside. What's going on? Jack Thompson is going backwards. That's Neo Clark then up to 4th.
Yeah, nicely done. I think, again, it just goes back to that momentum and rhythm thing in karting. When you've got nose to tail, all of these drivers that want that position, if you get sort of nudged wide or sort of overtaken, you're shaking. You're like, oh my God, what's going on? I've just been overtaken. And then before you know it, there's another driver queued up, says, you know what, mate? I want that inside as well. I want another position. And then you just get absolutely swallowed up until you can regain said momentum. That's what's happened to Thompson. He's lost the position to Fairbrother. That's going to be Lewis Goff's kart there, beached in the middle. We lost him a little bit earlier on. A shame for the driver that started on the front row. He had a lot of potential. Look to the inside there. That's the fight a little bit further back. That's going to be Thompson, Harvey and Bale, I believe, fighting with the 74 now in between the pair of them, going in towards this hairpin corner there. Sort of 3 wide. The 173 of Tristan Rennie with the fastest lap down in P9, trying to fight his way through. Just goes to show each of these drivers towards the back end of the top 10 have the pace to fight at the front. It's just circumstance and battles that prevent them. That's the fight at the front, though. The 421 leading the 192 of Jack West.
Yeah, and that fight seems to have closed up there. The 192 of Jack West right all over the back of Ewan Charman right now. They did have clean air between them, but now Jack West says, no, thank you. I want to get myself up into first. I'm not going to let you go, Ewan.
Oh.
As he has a look up the inside, Ewan runs wide. Yeah, a little bit later on the brakes from Jack West there, takes the lead and now just starts to stretch his legs a little bit. Ewan Charman's going to have it all to do here then, because if he lets Jack West get ahead just an inch or two every corner, then before you know it, at the end of this lap, that gap is going to really extend.
Yeah. You've got to recompose yourself very, very quickly. You've got to say, okay, cool, I've been overtaken. You've got to get back onto the front footing and get back on the counter-attack. You've got to apply pressure. Even to a driver that's quicker than you, they're not going to be quicker than you if they're having to defend. No. So put them under that pressure. Even if you think they're slightly quicker than you, you can still be the better driver as such by applying that psychological pressure, applying that physical pressure, and not letting them get away. That's what Charman needs to do. He needs to be applying pressure, but he can't apply pressure physically if Jack West just says, you know what, mate, I'm going to put my foot down and get on with it.
Yeah, and he did have the fastest lap, Jack Wex, the 45.36, but he's just been pipped by Archie Buttle, who's now just done a 45.34. So Archie Buttle back in 9th, proving that he's got the speed. So in the midfield then, the racing is going on. Lots of fast drivers right the way through the field. As we see this battle then, I think we're picking up the pictures now. The battle for 3rd, I believe we're looking at right now. Here we go. Just trying to get a handle on those numbers on the carts there. Brilliant sunshine here. The battle for 5th, as we see on the graphics on screen, is tight between Jack Thompson, Rhys Bailey and Louis Harvey. Tristan Rennie in the mix from Scotland there, and Archie Buttle then back in 9th with that fastest lap. So that's where the action is then, as we see our top 4, West, Charman, Fairbrother and Neo Clark out in front.
2 laps to go at the line. There's the fight for the front. There's the fight going on in the background. Oh my goodness me, the 65 Jack Thompson is under a world of pressure.
Yeah, there's a lot of bump and hustle going on with that group in there. You've got to be careful of those bumpers, of course. You don't want to get a pushback bumper penalty there by running into the cart in front of you. 2, 4, 6 drivers then. You can almost throw a blanket over of them. This is the battle that we're looking at. Just running wide, keeping their heads at the moment through the infield. Look at this. This is really exciting stuff in our opening senior Rotax in 2026 Super Heat. Just watching then the battle. Pictures have left us at the moment from Charman and West, who are stretching the legs out in front. And I think this is number 5 of Fairbrother that we've got our eyes on here.
Indeed it is. They're working their way. Obviously, they're under a little bit of pressure. That, of course, going to be the 65, I think, of Jack Thompson. Still under a little bit of pressure. You can see the 74 there of Lewis Harvey, just trying to sort of find his place in this battle. Defensive, though, really nicely done. But the 173 of Tristan Rennie forces that gap open, pushes the switch back on, has the inside for the left-hander, works his way through nicely into P5, and it's all bunching up now because of the battling. We've got the best part of the second half of the top 10 all involved. We've got one more lap left to go in this race. It's the 192 of Jack West versus the 421 of Ewan Charman. It comes down to the last lap.
This is fantastic racing from these young drivers, both of them hugely experienced. Like I said, Ewan Charman has been off and away racing in cars, now back in karts with us this season. Throws it out wide, tries to do the undercut up the inside. It's not going to work for him, but look, he's carried speed. Can he get it done in the closing stages of this one? This is brilliant. This is brilliant from West and Charman. This is why karting is as good as it is. It's the best form of motorsport for overtaking, surely. Look at this, Zach. This is fantastic from these 2 young drivers.
This is why I love my job. This race, it has been electric. Jack West trying to hang on. Can Charman find a way through? I mean, with this final couple of corners left to go, there's nowhere really to do it. You've just got to keep it tidy. The 192 of Jack West, could it be a run to the line? The 41 falling off a little bit, and then they put their foot to the floor and see the checker flag first. The 192, Jack West, wins the first senior Rotax Super Heat here at Whilton Mill for the Ultimate Karting Championship. Ewan Charman gave Fairbrother the podium, albeit a podium. You didn't really see those too much at all in that race. It was a breakaway between West and Charman. Of course, run you through the full results in just a moment. But, oh my word, what's happened in the background there?
In the background, it's all got a little bit silly between kart number 177 and 30. Smith. Oh, there's a few of them. Look at this. Kart 80, number 92. Oh, man, look at this.
We've got the Smiths, Maxime Smith, Nathan Smith. I don't know if there's any relation. I mean, it's quite a common surname, but it'd be interesting if there is a little bit of a clash. We've got the 80 of Jude Fraser involved there as well. I'm going to guess that's someone that's been a bit desperate on the final lap and tried to chuck it up the inside. There you can see, though, Jack West victorious for Super Heat A in the senior Rotax. Ewan Charman, Gabe Fairbrother, the top 3. Neo Clark on his return to the UKC in a very respectable P4 position. Tristan Rennie, the top 5 with Rhys Bailey in 6th. Lewis Harvey from Jack Thompson, Archie Buttle and Alex Moody. That could have gone any which way between those 6 drivers. Marcus King from William Antrobus, Caitlin Seabrook, Kieran Ives and Ben Donkin, the top 15. Alexander Cole from David Mitchell and Ethan Head, the top 18. Lewis Merica from Mac McGilvray, the top 20. Asa Pinder from Nathan Smith, Sloan Sterling, Ben Horner, Maxime Smith, Jude Fraser, Rachel Robertson, Lewis Goff and Elliot Foster there to complete, and of course a couple of DNFs along the way. Most notably, Lewis Goff, clearly a fast driver, qualified on the front row of the grid, probably did quite well yesterday in the heats as well, you'd imagine. His weekend has taken a huge turn. He probably is going to be fighting in the repechage in what is effectively the last chance qualifying now after that heat.
Yeah, exactly, he will be. That's not at all where he would have wanted to be, but there's so many other drivers. Look, we just saw kart 30 beach there, kart 33 getting wheeled out as well. So many other drivers are going to be absolutely spitting feathers, cursing themselves at the end of this one, not getting the lap finished in that final chicane. It was all going on, wasn't it? So not good for, so many in that one. But one driver I want to give a shout out to is Caitlin Seabrook. I think she finished up as my
P13.
P13. Full credit to her. young driver who is the epitome of the drive to survive effect. We'll chat about it later, but well done to you, Caitlin. Guy Cunnington Racing, first race of the year at the UK Senior. You've done really well.
Well, Senior Rotax starting off with a bang. We go to Superheat B. It was Jack West and Ewan Sharman that set the standard in Senior Rotax just a few moments ago. We go again for the seniors with Heat B, Super Heat B, of course, to dictate their starting position for the final later on. Jack Liley from Finley Jones, the front row, Joshua Turnbull and Jack Baker, the top four. Freddie Ingram there in P5 with Leviel alongside for row number 3. Keane Geraghty there in 7th place ahead of John Brown in 8th. Angus Scrivener from William Pemble there, Benjamin Lee and Jack Gillingham, the top 6 rows of the grid. James Philip King from Max Taylor, then comes Mikey Walker, the top 15. Callum Kinder there in 16th place as well. Zaki Hussain from Toby Lean. Luca Palazzo from Miles Roby as well there in 20th place. Gemma Hyons from Stephen Napier. Dominic Darling, Michael Dalton, the 24th driver on row 12. Rufus Flan from Molly Pugh, Lewis Judd and Taylor Dixon, the 28th driver on the grid. Ethan Critchley and Harry S. Grover to round off our 30 kart field. Well, looking at the names there, you know them better than I do. Are we expecting electricity?
Yeah, we are expecting electricity, and before we get into the ins and outs of the racing, just a little shout out to Molly Pugh, who we just saw on the grid there, and Louis Harvey, teammates both from TB Kart and X Kart, who are doing actually a charity skydive for a brain tumour charity in July. So if you want to give Molly Pugh and Louis Harvey some sponsorship for a worthy cause, of brain tumour charity, go and chat to the guys at TB Kart and X Kart, find out about it and give them some cash, because they're doing a great thing. So best of luck to Molly for this one, and of course Louis was in the last one. But yeah, lots of good names as well in this. We're going to see another set of fireworks out on track here at Whilton Mill in this second Senior Rotax one on the opening weekend of the season. Yeah, lots to get excited about, as we can hear in our headphones sitting here, Zach, the engine's getting revved as they're going to get set and ready to go. I am really excited for this one.
I have to say, this has been a really nice welcome to the UKC. I got a t-shirt and a hoodie this morning, got my picture taken, and I've been enjoying the commentary thus far. It's been amazing, and I cannot wait, of course, not only for the rest of the day, but also this season ahead. It's looking to be amazing. But let's get through Super Heat B in just a moment, because the level of competition is insane.
Yeah, it really is, and you know, it's kind of testament to the series and the reputation that it's built in what is 5 very short years. We've got 60 drivers turning up for Senior Rotax this weekend. We might have more next time out. You know, 30, what do we have? 68 for Junior Rotax. Big numbers across the grids. I think over 270 drivers have signed up for the series over the year. We've got over 200 drivers here this weekend. So the numbers of drivers wanting to turn up for the UKC is just getting more and more year on year. And that's a credit to Paul Feeler and Sonia Jabbard, who set up the championship in what was a very tricky time back in 2020 when COVID was sort of getting a grip across the world. They had a series, I think, of about 5 or 6 rounds planned, managed to get 3 rounds done in 2020, and we've just gone from strength to strength year after year after that. So yeah, thanks to everyone who's supported the series since the start, and thanks to all those drivers who are joining us perhaps new for the first time this year. What you can expect is some really highly competitive racing, some excellent media coverage, and hopefully a fun weekend all round. So thanks for your support, mums and dads, and thanks for your support, drivers. Let's make it bigger and better every round if we can.
Exactly that. I mean, karting is one of the biggest forms of motorsport, right? It's one of the easiest to get into. You buy your chassis, you buy your engine, you get your gear, you go to your local kart track, and then sort of the ball gets rolling from there. It can be quite hard, though, to make a competitive series out of nothing. I mean, there's quite a few across the UK, but to get the attraction of the big drivers, the big teams, you know, the likes of the Hunters, for example, to come and race in your series, it takes a lot of work and a lot of effort from, obviously, not only the drivers to turn up each and every week, the parents, the mechanics to make sure the karts are prepared, but like we were saying earlier, the marshals, the catering staff, the cleaning crew, the admin staff behind the scenes, making sure everything is running nice and smoothly. We get the easy job. The karts are already on the track. We just have to talk about them. It's brilliant to just show up and talk, but the preparation that goes into sort of this level of motorsport, I'm not saying that it's, you know, grassroots or anything. I mean, even at grassroots level, there's a lot to go into, but national level karting, there's a lot that goes into it.
Oh, there's loads. There's absolutely loads. And, you know, as parents will know, sky's the limit on, you know, what you want to spend on it. You can try and do it as cheaply as you can, or you can do it, you know, as deep as your pockets are. So, yeah, this really is, it is grassroots motorsport, but it is the top end, the sharp end of grassroots motorsport. And we will see some of these names, you know, going onwards and upwards in the world of motorsport. And obviously, when we look at the current Formula One grid right now, you can easily trace back so many of these drivers to, you know, these karts and indeed these tracks that these youngsters are racing on. The pathway to the top of the sport is now evident, and it's easy for all to see.
And it's interesting as well when you get relatives of people that have already established themselves at the top, sort of relatives of Ollie Behrman, who of course done really well this morning in the Formula One. Won't spoil it for anyone that hasn't watched it or didn't want to wake up this morning. Fair enough if you didn't. But yeah, things like that, the next generation, you sort of see them come through, and you see people put them on pedestals. People put a lot of pressure on these kids from such a young age because of their relatives and things like that. So it's hard work to get all the way to the top. But everyone in YouTube chat now can claim their day one ticket to see everyone, each of these fantastic drivers that will sort of make their claim, stake their claim at the top of motorsport. You were here when they were racing in the Ultimate Karting Championship, of course, live on Alpha Live. Let us know as well. I've been sort of scanning YouTube chat for the best part of the stream, seeing how it's been going on. Lovely conversation between each and every single one of you. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're supporting. Is this your first time watching the UKC? And have you been excited thus far? I know I most definitely have been for the first few races. Of course, quick update as to what races we are going to have. We've got Super Heat B, of course, for the Senior Rotax. After this, we'll head to the Little Uns with the Micro and Mini Super Heats after that. And then, of course, we get to the Rotax 177 just after that. We have got karts on track, though. And we'll be heading once again on to the track for one more race. 10 minutes plus the lap as per usual, as is standard in the UKC for the Super Heats. Getting them out, getting some temperature, and our pole sitter not waiting around for any invitation to get on track.
No, as our pole sitter just makes his way around there, and the rest of the karts get some warmth in the tyres. I will just, you're referencing the YouTube chat there, so big thanks to the Motorsport Magpie on YouTube, and we've got Dirk Uhlenbreck. I think it's David Whitehouse is our Motorsport Magpie, so thanks for your chat there, fella. Bet Davis is there as well, so thank you. Keep the chat going on the YouTube, and do share it with your friends afterwards. If you know somebody who likes a bit of motorsport, perhaps somewhere else in the world, and they missed this, then send them the link to the live stream, which will obviously sit on YouTube after the event, in case they're not watching live right now.
Exactly that. And again, great thing about social media, so much more of it nowadays, so much more exposure.
Yeah.
For these young drivers, so much exposure for their sponsors. Of course, you get decals on the karts and stuff, but social media, you can give these sponsors the platform, and it makes you as a driver more marketable to give you that progression into more motorsport. But we've got some racing to get on with. We've got Jack Liley, Finley Jones, the 10 and the 23 sharing the front row as we get underway for the fourth race of the day here at Whilton Mill. Pedal to the metal as they head towards turn number one, and it's a good start there from the front row. I think they're going to be tucking in single file on that run towards Christmas Corner. A couple of karts then side by side as they begin the ascent towards turn number 3 for the first time. Finley Jones able to hang on to the lead side by side between multiple karts through Christmas Corner, keeping it nice and tidy. No major dramas as of yet. Second place, though, having to defend going into the hairpin for the first time, giving our race leader that chance to break away. And it is going to be the number 10 of Jack Liley that leads after the first half of lap 1.
Yeah, so there we are then. Jack Lilly just out in the lead at the moment. Finley Jones, Josh Turnbull and Jack Baker are also up in the front. Freddie Ingram, a hard charger, number 69. We can expect great things from him in this one, I'm sure. Freddie Ingram, of course, racing with Strawberry Racing this year, so good luck to you, sir. Making their way through the chicane for the first time, and then it's the right hand and running onto the rumble strips as they then go across the start-finish straight. Really, really exciting stuff. Jack Lilly then, 47.25 is the fastest lap so far. Finley Jones in second, Kieran Geraghty in third, Freddie Ingram in fourth, and Josh Turnbull in fifth, as we get ourselves settled in for 8.5 minutes there or thereabouts, plus a lap of excitement in the sunshine at Whilton Mill for another super heat, this time with the Senior Rotax.
And they have been super heats indeed. Jack Lilly, though, of course, not waiting around at all at the beginning of this race, doing exactly what he needs to do. Based off sort of the last couple of heats where the race leader's been under a lot of pressure for the best part of the race, he doesn't want any of that. He's like, you know what, lads, I'm off, and I want to be as far away from you guys politely as possible. As Cian Geraghty there, up in a second place, sets the fastest lap. A driver that I know from sim racing, races quite a lot in sort of F4 machinery, so, well, naturally going to be maybe trying to take that progression up the next step, but translating that racing skill and that consistency very, very well into the real world. The 79 machine then is into second place, and the question is, can he catch? Because that gap is large. I mean, when they're running so close in terms of lap time, a 1.3 second gap, doable, especially at this stage in the race, but he's going to need to work for it.
Yeah, that is a big gap already in the opening stages of this one. Jack Lilly finding himself some clean air and making the most of it and enjoying it. And it's, 1.33 seconds back to Cian Geraghty, who actually just sets the fastest lap there in second place. Oh, look, as the gap then closes, look, 0.86. So Cian Geraghty getting the hammer down, trying to close the gap straight away. And then it's another few tenths back to Finley Jones then, 1.31 off our leader, Jack Lilly. This one seems to have settled quite well in the early stages of this. Individual drivers finding their way. A little bit of action in the midfield here then between one of the...
it's the 11 of Levi and I believe William Pemble maybe as well involved. Either way, there's action going on towards the back end of the top 10. There's the 13 as well, making a bit of a move. That's Zaki Hussein maybe finding a way through on Mickey Walker as they work their way through the final couple of corners once again. Let's see what the gap is at the front. Has Cian Geraghty been able to keep up that momentum in chasing down the number 10, the race leader? Indeed he has. He's all over the rear end of him. They were chasing fast lap for quite some time. There is the gap, the 10 closely followed by the 79. Cian Geraghty with this momentum is going to go for the race lead straight away. Inside line for Christmas corner. Cian Geraghty, lead of the race for Senior Rotax Super Heat B.
Yeah, well done to him. What a great move, because we've now got 3 drivers out in front, really pushing for this one then. 23, Finley Jones, GWR Racing. I think he was second in the Whilton Mill Club round a couple of weeks ago, if I remember rightly, chatting to them yesterday. This is going to be an exciting race now with these 3 out in front. This has got a long way to go.
Yeah, it has indeed. Well, I mean, we've got 6 minutes plus then the extra lap. Cian Geraghty now needs to keep that momentum going. He did the right thing there. As soon as he saw a gap, he went for it. He didn't stall behind the 10 and match his pace, because then you get stuck as such. He closed the gap in 2 or 3 laps, then saw, okay, gap, I'm faster, I'm going for it. Now he's got the job, not only to get in front, but then to stay in front. He's opened the gap up a little bit, and the crucial thing is, Geraghty brought Jones with him. The 23 was all over the rear end of the 79. He's brought in the number 23 onto the back of Jack Lilly, and that's going to now potentially promote this battle for P2 moreover, and do more favours to Geraghty. The more they fight for second, the easier the 79 has the job of getting away.
Yeah, absolutely. Lots of action in the opening stages of this one then. 5 minutes 30 plus a lap then on the clock. Really, really exciting out in front. These are our front 3 then. There's our man Finley Jones in third. We've got Kart slowing down just on the side of our picture there. I think Zach couldn't quite see who that was.
Did see someone indeed. I didn't quite get a number. Someone coming into the pit lane anyway. We'll see whoever it is tumble down the order very quickly when it comes to the reset of the timing line. Quick update of the gaps. It's Geraghty. It's the 2:11. That's going to be James Philip King coming into the pit lane, and that is going to be race done for him. And straight to the Repechage there, potentially for the last chance of qualifying. Cian Geraghty still leading, then from Jack Lilly and Finley Jones, who's unable to find a way through thus far. Interesting to note, the likes of Freddie Ingram and Joshua Turnbull not a million miles away either, if they were to fight for second.
Yeah, they were. So that battle then in the top 5, it is still quite close. But yeah, commiserations to the 2-1-1 of James Philip King, who's one of the few privateers having a go in Senior Rotax, being looked after this weekend by Grandad Phil. So I do hope we can see them in the Repechage and perhaps get James Philip King maybe a little bit higher up the order in that Repechage. But look, out in front then, here we go. Cian Geraghty now out in front with about a 1 second gap to Finley Jones, and Jack Lilly just behind him then. The battle then is on for second place. Clean air between our first and second place drivers in this one at the moment.
Yeah, indeed. So the 69 there, you can see Freddie Ingram, no relation to the British Touring Car runner-up of last year of Tom Ingram, but still flying the flag quite nicely there in P4. Got Joshua Turnbull and Angus Scrivener for company as they battle just in behind. Not quite close enough to contend too much so for the podium. I think this is settling itself into a race for second as they hurdle their way through the final couple of corners. There you can see the gap just in the background, a shot running his way through turn 1 now is Cian Geraghty, and as he's sort of just stretching the advantage. And at this stage, I don't think he's pushing as such. I think he's just maintaining that gap, keeping them at arm's length. Yellow flags out there going into Christmas.
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say there, I think he is just keeping himself just comfortable out in first. He's going to let that battle go on behind him. As long as he can maintain his speed and maintain his laps as he's been doing, he should stay out in first, barring any sort of mechanical bit. Behind him, that battle between Finley Jones and Jack Lilly, well, that's going to continue with another 3 minutes, 20 seconds or so on the clock in this one. Lots of excitement in senior Rotax. Look at these 4 drivers. You could throw a blanket over the middle of them. That's probably the likes of, who have we got here?
It's the Harry Hurst-Grover.
14 was that, I think.
Yeah, it was.
Harry Hurst-Grover in a TB kart, one of the new teams this year. European team TB kart, and you've got TB UK, and then X kart as well, which is all being run by Matty Street. And don't forget, that's where Molly Pugh and Louis Harvey are from, doing their charity skydive. So shout out to them once again. Go sponsor those guys, looking after that brain tumour charity, doing a great thing later this year in July.
Yeah, indeed. So always good to see people racing, but also racing for a cause as well. It's fantastic to see. I remember at the British 24 last year, we had Chris Pedlingham, Pedals as they like to call him, broke the record for the most distance covered as a solo driver in 24 hours. Again, all for charity. It's amazing to see things like this come through and get the exposure they need. That's why social media is so important. You guys in the YouTube chat, push it as far as you can. Go and donate, of course, if you're able to, but just spreading the word is more than enough. 2 minutes, 15 seconds, and the lap left to go for Senior Rotax Super Heat B, the 4th race of the day. It's been quite fun indeed. Keane Geraghty, of course, his ascension to the top. He's departed. He's checked out. He didn't even think to pick up his receipt out of the machine. He is just gone. Finley Jones, Jack Lilly, of course, the 23 did in fact find his way through on the number 10 a couple of laps ago. I think that gap has just reached a bit of a stalemate at the moment. This though, quite interesting. 4 karts again. Not close enough to really go for moves, but close enough that it's a short spark and short fuse, and all it needs is a spark. The 229 there is off. That's going to be Stephen Napier, I think, able to rejoin the circuit. Yeah,
so Stephen Napier there just off. That driver from DRT just slowing down in the picture. But yeah, like you say, the battle for 4th is where this one is. Josh Turnbull, Freddie Ingram, Angus Scrivener and William Pemble there getting the fastest lap as it stands at the moment, the number 99 kart on the fastest lap. But when we hear names like Ingram, Scrivener and Turnbull together, you know that it's going to be tight racing. They're all names that we've heard in karting and in UKC in the last few years, and they are all hard chargers, and we would expect them to be racing as close as they are right now. Look at the battle that's going on here then. As we're running wide, the number 99 there. Who've we got the 99? That is Will Pemble. So there he is there. That's your fastest lap man, just running wide, just fighting hard in that battle.
Yeah, 45.58 as well. Very respectable lap time, to be completely honest. I think they were running early on in sort of Heat A in the high 45s, and maybe a tribute to the track getting a bit better as we move on. The track will warm up, more rubble will be laid down over the weekend, so sort of expect to see lap times come down as the sessions go on. But with just the penultimate lap left to go this time by, Keane Geraghty leads the way. Finley Jones under pressure from Jack Lilly. Joshua Turnbull potentially getting involved as well, breaking away from the fight for 5th place, just in behind towards the hairpin, slightly defensive to the middle of the circuit. The number 10 tries to find a way through. The 27 gets the up and under. Is he potentially going to be able to fight as they approach the left-hander? Not quite able to draw his kart alongside, but thus far been a mighty battle. The number 10 straight up the inside of the 23 to regain 2nd place. That was brave, that was courageous, and in the end it was absolutely brilliant. He's got 1 lap though to keep it.
Yeah, he's got 1 lap to keep it, and Finley Jones there is going to be looking at that thinking, what was I doing, what was I thinking? And now he's going to be pushing hard on the back of him there, as then we see the number 27 of Josh Turnbull. This is going to be a really tight battle with 1 lap to go. This is brilliant. Look at this. Keep the cameras on this one. And there's that little clip on the rear tyre. Look at Finley Jones. He's seesawing that kart sideways.
Oh my goodness me, I thought that was going to be the most audacious dummy in the world there from Finley Jones. Bit of contact, no harm, no foul. Everyone was able to continue on, provided obviously, I don't think any nose cones were dropped in that. Of course, it immediately gets a contact warning there. Joshua Turnbull, the 27, being one of the aggressors in that situation. The final lap though, and it's going to go to the 79 by the biggest gap that we've seen all day thus far. Wow. Senior Rotax Super Heat B by nearly 3 seconds. Keane Geraghty, take a bow, is victorious in the Senior Rotax, taking his ticket to the final with it as well. And that is the racing that we like to see. Jack Liley from Finley Jones, the podium. We'll run you through the full results in just a few moments' time. But, well, it was a fight for second. Geraghty, we didn't need to look at him once he got into the lead. What a race that was.
Yeah, that was brilliant. He was, what, you say 2.89 seconds. 3.9 seconds in the finish.
Well, it's
Look at
2.8
that.
on the penultimate lap. He did that all on the last lap.
That's nuts.
Insane. They were fighting, to be fair. It wasn't all Garrity. It was a little bit of help from behind. But you've got to drive with what you've got. And 4 seconds in karting at a circuit as small as Whilton Mill in just 10 minutes.
That's a lifetime. That's really, really good. We are set for a great super final with the senior Rotax a little bit later on this afternoon. Some fantastic racing there. Jack Lilly, Finley Jones, Joshua Turnbull, Freddie Ingram, Scrivener, Pemble, Walker. Brilliant names, great drivers. And that's just half of them. So well done to all of you guys.
Indeed so. We'll run you through the results as soon as every driver has crossed the line, which I think will be just about now. Keane Garrity victorious then in his Tony Kart. Jack Lilly from Finley Jones, P2 and P3 respectively, with Joshua Turnbull making up the rear end of that 3-kart battle. Freddie Ingram completes the top 5 with Angus Scrivener, and William Pemble the top 7 with the fastest lap to go with it as well. Mikey Walker, Jack Baker and Max Taylor the top 10. John Brown from Jack Gillingham, Zaki Hussein P13 from Levi L. There comes Callum Kinder, the top 15. Luca Palazzo from Michael Dalton, Dominic Darling, Benjamin Lee and Taylor Dixon, the top 20. Rufus Flad completes P21 with Ethan Critchley, Mars Roby, Gemma Hyons and Lewis Judd there in P25. Toby Lean, Stephen Napier, who we saw pull off at some point during that race, Harry Hertzgrover, James Phillip King and Molly Pugh as well, I think we lost at some point, 30th and last to be classified for Super Heat B. Pretty nice race. We'll see these guys later on, of course, for their final. Well, we'll see most of them later on. Some of them are going to be eliminated if they don't make the top 4 in the Repechage.
Yeah, that's how it'll work. As we can see, great picture here from Alpha Live Pictures of the karts coming back in through scrutineering. One of the TB karts there just getting dragged in from the infield. But yeah, the marshals just checking the pushback bumpers there, of course. If you're new to karting, each one of those bumpers on the front has some sort of big rubber lugs that sit behind it that hold it to the chassis. And if you've whacked somebody hard and that bumper then gets pushed back and those rubber lugs are sort of reset inside of themselves, then I'm afraid you get that penalty, the pushback bumper penalty, and that's what's being checked here. So you've got to keep it clean when you're out on track. That's what that is all about. But you do have to be careful, of course, when you're running nose to tail with someone, that you don't end up running into the back of them.
Indeed so. Well, we've completed the senior Rotax Super Heat, so we're going to be heading to the Micromax. Well, these drivers are on one of the first steps on the long ladder of motorsport. These young drivers, of course, aged maximum of about 12, will be taking to the track and racing at a national level here in the Ultimate Karting Championship. There is the starting grid. We're going to jump straight into it. It's Alfie Garrett from Benedictus Mesiokis in second, Albert Farrow from Albie J. Stubbs in P4, Dimitar Yuzanov there in fifth from Dian Singh Palal, Ralph Martin from Chloe McGill, the fourth row of the grid, Ethan Lloyd from Ansel Murray, the top 10, Sebastian Crawford from George Quinlan in 12th. Arlo Gamble from Teddy Murphy, the top 14, ahead of Harris Barber, and Oliver Brunt, keeping him company on row number 8. Oliver Woodall, Freddie Walker, P18, William Davison and Ethan McLeland in P20, and last for the Super Heat about to come in front of us. Well, these races is going to, combined obviously with yesterday's heats and stuff, the points scored from today, which are slightly adjusted, of course, in the Super Heats. You score slightly more in the Supers than you do in the traditional final. So a couple of more points extra for first place and a couple of extra points going all the way down. For example, of course, in the Heats, you get yourself 36 for the win. When it comes to the Supers, you get yourself 40. So an extra 4 points there for winning not only goes a long way in the championship, but also is going to help you for your starting position a little bit later on. And with no repechage for these guys, it's all or nothing. This is the race to decide it.
Yeah, it absolutely is. 20 competitors then lined up at the start of the weekend. In fact, 19 competitors lined up at the start of the weekend for this one. So all of these guys can make their way through to that super final. But what position will they be in? Who will be on the front row of the grid come the super final this afternoon? Look, one thing's for sure, as we look at that, cobalt blue sky in the background there, we should have dry racing for the rest of the day. So just keep those tyres nice and warm and just get yourself settled, because this is what it's going to be like come the super final a little bit later on this afternoon. You can easily learn the conditions today.
What are we going to expect different then from the Micromax compared to maybe the juniors and the seniors?
Well, I think probably the juniors and the seniors perhaps have a little bit more calmness, a little bit cool-headedness. We're going to see some exciting racing from these youngsters. We might see a few wild moves. It can all change on the last lap, indeed on the last corner. We've seen it many times before.
Well, let's see. Of course, these young drivers, not a lot of experience, but definitely a lot of pace underneath them. The 47 of Alfie Garrett alongside the O-plate of Masiokas. We get underway for the Micromax in Whilton Mill. Nice start there for the 47. Alfie Garrett takes the lead, going through turn 1 and turn 2. What's going to be the ascent towards Christmas? How's that going to look? The O-plate, of course, of Masiokas having to look over his shoulder, having to defend into Christmas corner, but able to keep second place as we kickstart this heat, running wide there in the background towards the back end of the top 10. A nice start, though, for Garrett, the 47, keeping control of this race and under not really too much pressure towards the first heavy braking zone of the lap.
No, so everyone calmly and cleanly away on this one then. The opening lap of Micromax in the Superheat of 2025, the first one of 2025. Just forming a little bit of a formation then, our leaders, as Alfie Garrett, Benedictus Masiokas and Albie J Stubbs then are your 1, 2, 3. Just keeping it nice and cool and nice and calm, just running around then. There we go, Alfie Garrett out in front. That's your number 47 there, the driver from MLC, leading the way in the sunshine as the graphics just get themselves organised on the screen, the timing tower. So, Alfie Garrett then, just 1/10 of a second back to Mr. Masiokas, who's on the O-plate there. Looking up the inside he does as we go into Christmas. It's the first overtake of the year in a superheat for Micromax, and well done to him. So, the O-plate of Masiokas now leading from Albie J Garrett, or rather Alfie Garrett, sorry, Albie J Stubbs back in third. Exciting stuff in the opening stages of this one then, and it's number 23, Dean Singh Pahal, sitting in fourth. And don't forget, at the end of 2024, that is where he finished in the championship overall, and the 3 youngsters that were ahead of him in that championship standings at the end of the year, they're not racing in micro this year. So perhaps Dean Singh Pahal might see himself finishing the championship a little bit higher this year. Got an opportunity to get a 1, 2, 3.
The expectation is there. Was able to take 6 wins in the end over the course of 2024. Whilton Mill was able to get 2 third places and a 2nd place in the final as well. So looking to sort of replicate, if not better, those results. It's going to be a tough road, especially with the level of competition that we've got. Masiokas then able to bridge the gap out in front. The look in the background there, the trying to go for a move to the inside of Christmas corner. There's contact and a car spun round as well over a bit of a bump, able to rejoin the circuit. That's going to be the number 42. That's Albert Farrow that unfortunately went off with a bit of contact. Didn't see the full bit of contact, can't call who's at fault.
No.
Nonetheless, bit of really unfortunate to start your race.
Yeah, a little bit of rallycross from the Dan Holland racing driver there, finding himself on the infield, not where he wanted to be. He's rejoined though, and he's back in the mix, so now start clawing up a few places. Fastest lap then for the youngster that's out in front, that is our man Benedictus Masiokas. Well done to you, sir. Keep yourself out in front and just keep clocking those fastest laps. So yeah, nice and clean through the chicane from Micromax there on the pictures that we can see on screen, thanks to Alpha Live right now. Nobody troubling those track limit little flip-flop flags there. Out in front, the O-plate then of Masiokas as they ride up the hill around Christmas. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4 with clean air between the first, 6 or 8 carts here, I think, Zach.
Yeah, indeed so. I mean, we've got, again, like I say, a bit of a stalemate. They're close, but you're not realistically going to be able to go for a move at this stage. It's going to take a lap or 2 or a mistake. But that's the thing, like I was saying earlier on in the seniors, it's a short fuse. You need a spark, and everything then ignites and gets very exciting very, very quickly. A small mistake for Masiokas. Garrett is then on the back of him. Albie J Stubbs as well, very quickly able to get back involved equally. But again, these young drivers, they've not got a plethora of experience. They're learning essentially every single lap. Maybe take a little bit more speed, how to brake a little bit better, minimize the steering angle, because karting, it's all about minimizing the scrub. Because you watch onboards of go-karting, they barely move the wheel. They point it, they direct the kart, but most of the rotation is done with your feet. That's a skill that these young drivers are going to have to learn, and it's a skill that they're developing lap on lap. It's not like when you get older and things develop season on season. The progress is almost exponential for these guys. It's not going to take a lot for you to find a lot.
No, it's not, absolutely dead right. And as we're watching drivers here learning their craft, we're looking at number 32, which is Ralph Martin of Strawberry Racing, all over the back of Dean Singh Pahal from RCE, the number 23 driver. Look at that battle there, intriguing. They are nose to tail, bumper to bumper then on that one. So I would imagine Ralph Martin might get a move done on Dean Singh Pahal in a moment or two. You can see them almost glued together as they're just clipping the curb there on their left wheels, whipping those little carts up and over, trying to find the fastest line.
Yeah, indeed. So, and of course, got to be very careful. You saw those flip-flops. We've mentioned it throughout the day. I believe it's if you knock both of them, that's track limits. Then,
right.
Of course, then that's where they're looking. That's the only corner they're really monitoring track limits, because it's realistically the only corner where you're going to gain substantially from it.
Yeah.
You've got a lot of runoff on the exit of this hairpin now coming up. You've got a lot of runoff on the exit of turn 2. But realistically, if you use it, you're going to lose a lot of time. Speaking of losing time, that's Oliver Woodall, I believe, in the 40. That unfortunately is going to be down and out of this race with 5 minutes plus the lap still to go. Masiokas, Alfie Garrett still very, very close in the fight at the front. We've got 3 karts here, nose to tail, but again, not close enough to do anything. They're matched on pace. The last time by was a 52.9 for Masiokas, 52.7 actually, personal best between the pair of them, so they're going quicker lap on lap. The gap, though, not too much, and again, it's that consistency. It's how much can you accelerate that progress, drive onto the back of someone, and then the hard job, get past them.
Yeah, absolutely. As we see a little bit of close racing here. Is that number 96 of Sam Pollitt Racing? Yes, it is. That's Albie J. Stubbs. And he's all over the back of number 47, Alfie Garrett. So let's see if Mr. Stubbs can get past Mr. Garrett in this one then, as they are getting close. I think they are. Look at the Sam Pollitt Racing driver here then. He's just biding his time. He's going to try and get himself up to second. And while this goes on, of course, out in front, the O-plate of Benedictus Masiokas manages to stretch his legs a little bit. But look at this in third then. Sam Pollitt Racing's Albie J. Stubbs is all over the back of Alfie Garrett.
Indeed, so he's going to be looking to find a way through very, very shortly, of course, because again, when it comes to heat racing and karting racing, it's not like when you get into karts and cars and you have sort of 15-20 minutes to do something about it.
No.
You get 10 minutes. That's not a lot of time at all. It goes very quickly. When I sort of did a taster weekend at a racing series a few years ago, I say a few years ago, it was about 7 years ago now, I was only 11. So it was a while ago, but they go fast, sort of 6, 7, 8 minute heats or 10-minute heats in this instance. It flies by, and while yes, you still have to think long game, and that's where the duality comes as a driver. You're thinking, okay, I want to be in the best position possible 8-9 minutes into this race, but also it's only 2 or 3 minutes until we get there. I need to sort of get a move on. So you've got this conflict going on in your head. Do I wait? Do I play it patiently? Or do I just absolutely launch it up the inside?
Well, at the moment, the driver who's thinking, should I launch it up the inside, is number 96, Albie J. Stubbs, who's just set a fastest lap as he pulls up close on the rear bumper of Alfie Garrett, number 47 right now. This is where the action is. These 3 drivers just coming around that pit bend, then crossing the start-finish straight now. Can't quite throw a blanket over them, but they're close enough that in the closing stage of this, I think we're going to see some fireworks. These 3 drivers could all have a little bit of bump and hustle as we come to the closing stage of this one. Look at this. Their Sam Pollitt Racing driver really gets the drag up the hill towards Christmas on Alfie Garrett. That's Albie J. Stubbs. They're really pulling on the cart that's in front of them as they make their way up to Christmas. And now, look, he's closed that gap. Now they're bumper to bumper and out in front. Masiokas finds some clean air. This is great. My eyes are firmly fixed on Albie J. Stubbs here, Zach. The driver in third, I think, is going to do something fun before the end of the race.
It's been a slow burner.
Yeah.
But once the wick of the candle reaches its melting point, it is going to then be very electric, I think, for the final couple of laps, especially when you see that final lap board. As a driver, that's an indication. That's the thumbs up to say, yeah, let's do it. Let's go for it. Alfie J. Stubbs, of course, is going to be wanting to go for that. And in the 96, of course, try and work his way through. Speaking of setup, though, you were talking about the ascent up to Christmas Corner. These sort of Micromaxes, they're the lowest powered karts that we've got because of the restrictions to the Evo engines that we've got. That's where setup comes in. Sprocket teeth, sort of driver preference, scrubbing too much speed, of course. If you've got too much caster on the front and the rear end comes around too much, you have to overcorrect. That can hamper your momentum. And in karts like this, where you haven't got the power or the torque just to put your foot down and make up for it, this is where those differences are going to be exaggerated.
Yeah, absolutely. You're dead right there. And of course, also as well, going up into Christmas, getting a drag on the kart in front of you, just sitting in their slipstream and then just determining when you brake, just being late on your brakes a little bit. That's where we see the overtakes get done. Setup is so important, though, like you say. And you know, if you're not into karting, you might not realise just how many micro adjustments these karts can make, and it can win or lose you a race on a weekend.
Well, I can tell you how to sort of realise setup. Go on to your sim, even the F1 game. go into the setup menu and tell me if you still feel okay afterwards looking at it. So many different things going on. This is getting exciting. The 23 of Singh Palal having to defend, but a look to the inside there, very nicely done. The gap opened up, there's contact in the background. The 32 there gets pushed wide. That's Ralph Martin that gets demoted to the back end of this train. It's now the 18 that leads. That's going to be Chloe McGill that leads this train for P5. Nicely done from her. She now finds her way ahead of the 73 there, in fact, that's going to be just in behind. They're all fighting for position. This is magic stuff. It's the 23, I apologise, of Singh Palal that unfortunately fell in behind. This has been a race and a half, and again, pack racing in karts like this, where they don't take up much track space, you can get 2 or 3 wide, spaces can open up to the inside of Christmas Corner, and the 18 capitalised.
Yeah, absolutely. Dean Singh Pahal, that's his dad there actually on the railing we just saw in the picture. He was under pressure. He had it coming from all angles, and Chloe McGill just saw a gap and went for it, and now she's leading the way, so now she's feeling the pressure as they come back round Christmas next time by. Singh Pahal looks back up the other side, and he retakes his position. Well done to him. Huge congratulations. And who else have we got there then? We've got Harris Barber, Albie Farah, Ansel Murray and Ralph Martin all in the mix. Oh, look at little Chloe. She's dropped back now. She was doing brilliantly. It's all gone on. It's all gone on. Oh, and out in front, we haven't got on our pictures, but on the screen, what we're seeing, Alfie Garrett and Benedictus Masiokas appear to have changed places.
Yeah, indeed they have. Over the grass, wow, goodness me, Colin McRae reincarnate there as they were able to sort of take a very interesting interpretation of track limits. Last lap then is flown. 47 of Alfie Garrett was able to find his way through on Masiokas. This is it, crunch time. What can Albie J. Stubbs do as part of this battle? How is this final, this heat going to end for the final lap? The 47 goes defensive, the O-plate gets pushed wide. That's going to give the 96 the potential look to go to the inside.
Ah, this is brilliant stuff. Albie J. Stubbs saw a gap there, went for it, but the door was closed on him. So at the moment, it is Garrett from Masiokas from Stubbs. That's your 1, 2, 3. 47 from O-plate from 96 as we come into the closing stages. But look, anything can happen on the final corner as they all go wide. Up the inside, have we got someone happening here? We have almost. What is happening here? Look at this. Has Albie J. Stubbs done it? I think he has. Yes, it's 47 from 96 from O-plate right now as they come into the closing stages, Zach.
Yeah, they do indeed over the final chicane for the final time. The 96 finds a way through on the O-plate, but it's going to be the 47 that wins in Micromax for the Superheat. What a battle that was. Well defended. And again, at such a young age, he gets the win and the fastest lap to go with it, a 52.33. Marginally quicker, by the way. The best lap times for the top 3, 52.33, 52.35, 52.34 for the top 3. That's the level of competition that we come to expect to the UKC.
That is absolutely outstanding. Full credit to all of these young Micromax drivers, giving us the excitement that we love from karting, and they're some of the youngest drivers here. Good work, everyone. We love it.
We love it indeed, and well, that's why I love being a commentator, to be completely honest. Getting to watch races like that. A very smiley Alfie Garrett, I'm sure. Albie J. Stubbs there in second place. Benedict Masiokas on the O-plate finishes in P3, with Dimitar Uzanov there in fourth. Albert Ferrer completes the top 5 ahead of Dean Singh Pahal in 6th. Ansel Murray from Chloe McGill, Ralph Martin and Harris Barber, the top 10. And then comes Crawford, Ethan Lloyd and Teddy Murphy there in 13th place. Arlo Gamble ahead of George Quinlan in 15th. Oliver Brunt from Freddie Walker, William Davison and Oliver Woodall, the top 19 and final driver to cross the line for the Micro Super Heat and their first race of the day. We'll see them a little bit later on for their final. After that, I can't wait.
Yeah, I can't wait. And I just want to give you a little shout out. I'm looking at the YouTube chat thread here. Martin Lloyd, who's obviously grandparents of Ethan Lloyd, who finished 12th, wishing him good luck. So there you go, not bad. 12th on the day. Other people wishing Albie J. Stubbs good luck, Mr. Stubbs, good luck to you. And in sunny Somerset, we got Kerry Probert there wishing all the best to Alfie Garrett. So yeah, great stuff. Thank you on the chat to keep it buzzing along there on the social media. We're loving it here at Whilton Mill live this morning in the sunshine.
Yeah, indeed. So it's been a lovely day. But of course, the Micromax, we saw a fantastic Superheat. We'll be back out for the minis. Slightly older, slightly faster, but the same action from the Mini Max Super Heat that's about to be coming up in just a few moments' time. There you can see the starting grid is Emerson McAndrew-Uren on pole position ahead of Max Jolly there in second. Leo Livings from Maximilian Abrahart there in 4th place. Otis Clearly from Alfie Ward. Oliver Spencer from Tom Reed at the top 4 rows. Behind that comes Ryan White and Riley Morrow, the top 10. Ollie Thompson from Sebastian Behrman there in 12th place. Josh Huschka from Arthur Farrow there in 14th. George Swire from Soren Gallagher, the top 8 rows. Behind that, Eddie Duncan, Austin O'Man, Drew Davison and Lewis Herbertson to round off the top 20 cards. Ian Campbell from Harry Radcliffe, Buddy Hugo from Alfie Mayer, the top 24. Behind that, Stanley Stafford, Teddy Higgs, Rian Townsend to round off the back of the grid, and one more young little driver there that will get updated on as soon as they start crossing the timing tower. Onto the formation lap then, and well, what are we in store for once again for another super heat?
Yeah, another super heat, I would say, as we've got here, Zach. Emerson McAndrew-Uren leading from the front, where he finished at the end of last season, your 2024 overall champion. Don't forget, in rounds 5 and 6 last year in 2024, he won everything. Heats, super heat and super final. So yeah, we're going to expect great things from Emerson this year, I'm sure, staying with Dan Holland Racing. The formula for success has been good for him the last few years, and other drivers in the mix that we would expect to do well this year in Mini Inters, likes of Riley Murrow from Sam Pollitt Racing, Austin O'Man, a real hard charger, Sam Pollitt, 2024 Micromax champion, of course, was Austin, so now stepping up to Mini Inter. Yeah, so exciting stuff then as we go into the formation lap on this one, Zach. Let's see what they can do. Got a bit of experience under their belt, so we should see a nice clean start, I would imagine.
Let's find out, shall we? Of course, it's the 01 plate of McAndrew-Uren from Max Jolly alongside the Mini Inter Super Heat about to get underway here at Whilton Mill. They put their foot to the floor and we get underway towards turn number 1. A good start from the front row. I think momentarily a slight bit of contact between the pair of them as well. The 01 plate able to hang on, is off there, going wide at turn number 2 as they emerge towards the ascent towards Christmas Corner. Is there going to be a change for the lead? No, it's the O plate of Max Jolly working his way forwards from second into the lead of the race. They settle in nicely for the best part of the top 6 or 7, but it's a bit exciting in the background there, side by side towards Christmas. A couple of sends going on as well. The 03 trying to work his way through. That's going to be Riley Morrow working his way forward, and now towards the left-hander, these infield sections, the quick flick to the left and the quick flick to the left once more, use all the curb on the right. The O plate though leads the way from the 01 of McAndrew-Uren.
Yeah, so Max Jolly out in front then, taking the O plate in wet conditions just a little few weeks ago, as we got a little picture-in-picture there. I can't quite see who that was, but one of our leaders certainly, or one of our kind of front runners, shot out of our screen on that first corner after the start. We'll see who it is in a moment because we'll try and work out who's missing. But as they go through the start-finish line, the timing graphics, the timing tower of graphics just get themselves sorted. We can see that Max Jolly leads Emerson McAndrew-Uren from Maximilian Abrahart, from Tom Reed, from Riley Murrow, Leo Livings, Ryan White up there. Done brilliantly in Honda Cadets as Ryan White, and now stepping up to Mini Inter this year. Otis Cleary in 8th. Arthur Farrow and Alfie Ward then are your top 10. So there we go. Yeah, excitement. I wonder who it was. Was it Louis Herbertson maybe who shot off? I'm not sure.
Potentially. I don't want to say with confidence and it'd be completely wrong, to be completely honest. So
actually, it might be Oliver Spencer.
Potentially, yeah.
Oliver Spencer.
Yeah, the number 8 down and out. Of course, if we see a picture, we'll be able to confirm with the number plate. That is always nice and helpful. To complete another lap and begin another one, it's actually Abrahart that's got the fastest lap as things stand. It's Jolly from McAndrew-Uren, from Abrahart, Reed, Livings, the top 5. Couple of big movers though, a few drivers up a couple of places that are able to sort of work their way through with the initial excitement of the opening lap. That's the best place to make moves, especially if you've sort of suffered a bit in qualifying. Make the most of the start where the pack is nice and bunched up, because as we see very quickly, you get a big spread. You get the sort of the front group that break away, you get the mid pack, you get the rear end. You don't really want to be isolated in between either of those. You want to be making moves quite early on.
Yeah, get yourself up on the back of those front three. As we see some overtaking getting done in the midfield here. One of the drivers, it's that Sam Pollitt Racing driver, just making up a few places in the mix. Can't quite see the numbers on that one, but there's action to be had right in the way through the field here. But out in front, Max Jolly, an O-plate holder. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, former champion in this class. And in third place, Max Abrahart, who's runner-up in Micromax in 2024. 3 class drivers are out in front then. That is It's going to be an intriguing battle in this one, and indeed this season. As up the inside goes Emerson McAndrew Uren then from Max Jolly. Max Jolly just gets back on his rear bumper then, and behind him, yep, there we are. It's the number 61 of Maximilian Eberhardt, the RCE driver, or rather Coles Racing driver. This front three, this is going to be brilliant, this, Zach.
Yeah, I hope so. Of course, they're nose to tail. The O-plate maybe having to look backwards. I don't know. Eberhardt looks very feisty in the rear view of McAndrew Uren, just there in that fight for second, but they don't want to allow the O-plate of Max Jolly to get away, and that again is the conflict that the O1 is going to have. Do you sort of, or sorry, the O-plate of there in second place, having to then look forwards to attack, backwards to defend? You don't want to lose time to the leader, but equally, it's going to get to a point where Maximilian Eberhardt says, well, no, it's my turn to attack for the lead. I don't want to sit here in third.
No, he won't either as well, and he's got enough racecraft under his belt now, Mr. Young Eberhardt, to know what he's doing and to make a move on these drivers as this race goes on. And let's not forget as well, the O-plate holder sitting there in second place right now, racing for Strawberry Racing this year, Max Jolly, only in his second full season of karting, started this time last year, and he's done some incredible things on and off the track. His social media numbers are off the chart. I think he's got over 74,000 followers on Instagram, which is just nuts. But his driving is doing the talking on the track, because he's also pretty handy on the pedals and the steering wheel of one of these mini Inter karts.
And that is a following that is going to follow him. Well, funnily enough, who'd have known? Throughout his career, right? You find a driver, you support them through. That's going to attract sponsors because they get a nice return on investment, potentially a return on investment here for the O-plate to try and get a counter-attack to the outside of Christmas corner. Pulls out late, but to no avail. McAndrew Uren able to hold firm on the inside and keep that P1 position. Of course, the 61 just trying to find his way through, find his footing. But look at that, the number 10, Tom Reed, potentially reading the situation very, very well, nicely indeed. To the top three, if they keep battling, he's going to be reeled in, and it's going to be a four-car fight. Yeah,
it's going to be brilliant. He will get reeled in the next couple of laps, I'm sure. And we will have four drivers who you can throw a blanket over as they're now sort of soaring their way, zigzagging left and right, just looking for a line maybe. Max Eberhardt just keeps sort of flicking it wide. But yeah, look, already by the close of this lap, we've now got four karts who are bumper to bumper. The 1, the O, the 61 and the 10. McAndrew Uren, Jolly, Eberhardt and Reed then, all together. Yeah, this is brilliant. This is really, really exciting in Mini Inter. The first one. Oh, look at this. Look at this. Uren flicks it wide. Jolly tries to go around the outside. Eberhardt up the inside then. Jolly is losing out there, dropping from second to third.
Who was it we saw earlier on do the exact same mistake, trying to go around the outside of Christmas corner, inside opens up, because when you run side by side, all the driver on the inside has to do, in this case, of course, Eberhardt, was go, okay, I'm going to follow the leader, I'm going to go on the inside, and that's essentially a free position. Had to obviously keep it through the kink, but the kart was ahead. He just claimed the track, the 82. A nice bit of airtime there for George Swire down in P10. Hopefully he didn't lose too many positions, if any. But as he ran another lap, the timing tower will update. It will confirm Maximilian Eberhardt up into second place. Now beginning the charge to potentially go for this race victory. His racecraft has been sublime. He's not been overly aggressive. He's been there or thereabouts, waiting for his opportunity. Little bit, just like a vulture hovering above, waiting for the Predators to leave. He then jumps in, takes the position. Now, of course, he's got the hard work to do, because he's the one that has to be the aggressor on the 01.
Yeah, full credit to these four out in front, but also full credit to Ryan White, who is sitting back in sixth place right now, just clocking a fastest lap. What have we got? A 48.93 from Ryan White in what is his first season of Mini Inter racing. He's done great things as he started out in karting in his early years through Honda Cadet, being supported by his dad, Paul, who drives him up and down the country, coming from, I believe, Aberdeen in Scotland, going all over the country every weekend. So well done, Ryan and Dad Paul, doing great things in this Mini Inter race, currently sitting sixth. As that fastest lap now flicks to that man that you just mentioned, Zach, Tom Reed, who is sitting in fourth, clocking fast times in this one.
Yeah, and again, he can see the three drivers he wants to beat right in front of him. Naturally, as a driver, if he was in clean air, he wouldn't be running anywhere near as quick. There's contact actually onto the back. Max Jolly onto the rear end of Eberhardt. That's really going to Reed in. Wow, that was not English at all. The number 10 is on the back of the top three now. That is the bottom end of it. But yeah, if he was in clear air, he wouldn't be anywhere near as quick. But because he's got a target, he's racing so fast. Now, of course, he's involved in the fight. He's got just under 3 minutes plus the lap left to go. Let's Let's see how he gets on.
Yeah, this is brilliant stuff. This is intriguing from these 4 young drivers who are out in front. And I just caught Max Abrahart tapping his helmet and just flashing his eyes back to Max Jolly as if to say, look, mate, just, think about what you're doing. We've got a race to win here. Let's work as a team. Let's get on the back of the front place, man. Max Jolly's having none of it, though, as he makes a move up the inside at Christmas. He's running his own race. Max Abrahart closes the door on him, so the positions stay the same. McAndrew, Uren, Abrahart, Jolly, Reed, you're 1, 2, 3, 4 right now.
Yeah, but of course you saw, I don't know if you saw it, the 61 made a slight mistake, had to correct coming out of turn 2. Uphill battle in low-powered sort of mini-inters. It's hard to get that power, and as much as Max Jolly might have wanted to work with him, he's going, well, you want me to work with you, but you're not doing yourself any favours, mate. If we're going to work together, you need to be quick. You need to be that driving force that pulls us onto the back of the 01. If you're making mistakes, I'm not going to want to sit behind a driver who's going to be slowing me down. Right. I need to then get through. So it was a look there purely, I think, because of the mistake. Once he's settled in, once he's able to close in, they might be able to make some progress. But look at that gap. McAndrew Uren now a good couple of car lengths in front. Yeah,
exactly. Because it's all going on behind them with the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place drivers, the benefactor of this is Emerson McAndrew Uren, who's out in front, and his gap now over half a second back to 2nd and 3rd. Max Jolly puts it up the inside then, but does he hold the position? No, he doesn't. Max Abrahart closes the door. So Jolly was in 2nd for a moment, but he finds himself back in 3rd. So look, this battle is going on, but all that's going to happen is they're going to squabble, and Emerson McAndrew from Dan Holland Racing is just going to stretch his legs out in front.
A very stern let's go. That was a very aggressive tap and point there from Abrahart. He has sort of a notion, work together, let's get onto the back. But Max Jolly being so aggressive. I mean, looks to the inside, switchbacks, it's hampering their momentum because every time Abrahart has to launch a counter-attack or defend, they're losing time, and time is a necessity because they've not got a lot of it. They're on their sort of 3rd to last lap. They might be able to get one more if they're quick at the end of this lap, but with 40 seconds left to go, it's either the penultimate lap or the 3rd last lap. You've not got a lot of time left in this race, especially when the 01 player McAndrew Uren has, well, ran off in front. You need to be making progress from a couple of laps ago if you realistically want to be making some moves. There's fantastic battling further back in the field as well, as we see great competition, not only just at the front, but also further through as well.
That's the great thing about karting. Doesn't matter where you pick up the action, where you choose to send your eyes, you will see great racing, you'll see overtaking. But look, out in front, our eyes are firmly fixed on the lead that is being held by Emerson McAndrew Uren from Dan Holland Racing. And then behind him, that battle between Abrahart, Jolly and Reed, as Max Jolly now picks up a fastest lap on this one. What has he managed to do? He's done a 48.74, so well done, Max. But come on, fella, look, what are we on, the last lap? Or you got, is this penultimate lap? Penultimate, here we go then. So these 3 drivers then fighting it for 2nd at the moment. Your 2nd, 3rd, 4th place men. Who's going to take it? We'll find out in the next few seconds.
This is it, though. Abrahart now defending. I think they've realised, well, yeah, no, we're not catching, we're not winning this race, but I still want to finish 2nd because it's going to dictate my starting position for the final a little bit later on. Yeah. Max Jolly, of course, there in 3rd with the fastest lap. That means Nish if he's unable to find a way through. There's the 01 plate, of course, about to start the final lap of this race over the curbs. Let's see what Tom Reed can do. He's not really been able to get too involved in this battle thus far.
No, he hasn't. Tom Reed has just sort of sat there, the number 10 in 4th at the moment, but as we have seen, it can all change on that last corner. Indeed, up here at Christmas, is Tom Reed having a look? Look, he's running it wide, then he's going to try and do the undercut, close it in. No, Max Jolly then just sitting in 2nd. Abrahart then sitting in, Jolly in 3rd. Abrahart sitting in 2nd right now as it stands. Really exciting stuff, but really what these 3 drivers have got to do is just keep it on the tarmac for just a few more corners and then worry about the full out-and-out scrapping for when we get to the final this afternoon. Boys, just keep it on the tarmac and just make it to that super final in one piece.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you'd rather finish 3rd or 4th than crash out and lose all those places completely and not even have a chance of winning the final later on. A driver that very firmly has got a chance of winning later on is the 01. Emerson McAndrew Uren, victorious for the Mini Inter Superheat. Who's going to get 2nd? It's going to be Abrahart from Jolly. Reed and Ryan White, the top 5. I'll run you through the full results, of course, in a few moments' time. Quick question, actually, from the YouTube chat when it comes to championship points. You get championship points all throughout the weekend. Heats, superheats, and finals. But the crucial thing about the heats and the superheats is they dictate the points for the starting position for the finals. Of course, points are scaled. You get more points for a win in a superheat compared to a heat, and more points in the final compared to the superheat as well. So it is scaled compared to the stakes at hand for the respective races. Emerson McAndrew Uren, though, holds on very maturely to win the Mini Inter Superheat. Maximilian Abrahart from Max Jolly, the podium places. Tom Reed from Ryan White, the top 5. Leo Livings from Alfie Ward and Otis Cleary in 8th place. Riley Moreau and Sebastian Behrman there, emulating his cousin's P10 finish a little bit earlier on here at Whilton Mill. Arthur Farrow in P11, George Swire in 12th, Alfie Mayer from Eddie Duncan and Austin Oman there in P15. Ollie Thompson from Soren Gallagher, Drew Davidson, Buddy Hugo and Ian Campbell, the 20th driver to cross the line. Lewis Herbertson, Stanley Stafford, Teddy Higgs, Rian Townsend and Harry Radcliffe, the top 25 from Hamish Gordon. Hugo McCloskey from Hakeem Bart, Amelie Davey and Adam Bart, the 30th driver to cross the line. Christopher Simon and Oliver Spencer there, the 32nd and final driver to be classified. Approval checks for drop nose penalties going through on the sort of service road into the pit lane before we get going once again for the final superheat of the day. What has happened there to the 126? Who is that? That's Harry Radcliffe. I don't know about you, I don't think it's meant to look like that.
No, it's definitely not meant to look like that. That front NASA panel there just flapping up. Does happen quite frequently, but yeah, not meant to happen.
Yeah, no, definitely not. That's not how it rolled off the Rotax factory floor by any means. But, of course, we've got one more heat. It's the Rotax 177s coming up. The final superheat of the day then, and it's Rotax 177. If you're wondering what that means, it's the combined minimum driver weight and cut. So these are for the slightly older drivers, the heavier drivers. James Lingard, though, puts it on pole position ahead of Edward Matthews on the front row. Scott Smith from Scott Clee in 4th. Behind that, you've got Jamie Desire from Joshua Gollin, Samuel Cornwell and Josh Howard, the top 8 drivers. Completing the top 10, Rob Simpson from Shane Collins, Jack Taylor and Jonathan Railton in 12th. Behind that, Matt Lear from Cole Edwards, the 7th row of the grid, Nicholas Walker and Mark Gillibrand, the 16th driver to line up. Harrison Crick and Josh Bass, the 18th and final driver to line up for the Rotax 177 Super Heat. The smallest grid that we've got here today, but by no means the worst, because from my experience of the 177 class at sort of local championships and other championships is excitement.
Yeah, real excitement. We've got so much experience in this grid. It is fantastic. We've got drivers who raced years ago when they were youngster. In the case of Mark Gillibrand, Gilly, when he was 12 years old, he beat Lewis Hamilton, none other than. So you got the likes of guys like that. You've got also guys like James Lingard, who's on the front in the first season of UKC back in 2020. He was our senior Rotax champion. You got Jamie Zyra there, Dan Holland Racing driver. Incredibly experienced, sort of a mechanic in his own right, working in karting, coming back into it for himself. There's so many. I had a great chat to some of these lads a little bit earlier on, in fact yesterday, and I learned an awful lot about them. I'm really looking forward to watching this class develop over the season. We've got 18 drivers or 17 drivers lining up this weekend, but I think in total entered for the series there's almost 30 of them. So if we end up with a grid of, like, you know, in excess of 20, 25 drivers these one weekend, this is going to be brilliant, because the level of experience and the level of competitiveness that we've got from these drivers, well, it's really high, really high.
Yeah, it really is. The Rotax 177 class I'm used to, obviously racing at Ella Park mainly, and for those that know Ella Park as a circuit know that the racing gets very spicy a lot of the time, so very much looking forward to seeing how these very experienced drivers get on. James Lingard, Edwin Matthews, the front row, of course, you can see the 23 and the 79. Of course, pole starts on the inside for turn 1, but that's not always been beneficial. We've actually seen often being on the outside, having that sweeping nature to take the track away through turn number 1 because of how fast it is, can actually be beneficial to start second place on the grid. That, of course, is going to go the way of the 79 of Edward Matthews, but what can James Lingard do in controlling the pace in the 23 machine? Can he put his foot to the floor, get us underway for the superheat of the Rotax 177s? Jumps up and down in the background trying to maximise the start. I think we might well be able to see our pole sitter hang on at the front. Bit of a slide and a cut off in the background there, going shooting backwards towards the barrier, in towards Christmas corner for the first time. The 23 is able to lead. That, of course, James Lingard hanging on at the front. It's getting quite exciting in the background. The 72 as well of Harrison Crook getting involved towards the back end of the field. Not entirely sure as to who went off.
I think that was number 24, Rob Simpson, KR Sport driver. Don't quote me, but it's definitely KR Sport colours that I'm seeing there. Could be him. Could be him. We'll check when they come through the timing tower or across the start-finish line and we get our timing tower graphics appear on the screen. But yeah, it could be. I know he races for KR Sport, and I'm not seeing any other KR Sport drivers. But anyway, out in front, James Lingard then, running as a privateer this weekend on his Tony Kart chassis. He is out in front from Scott Smith and Edward Matthews, Jamie Zyra there from Dan Holland Racing. And then we've got Sam Cornwall, Josh Collins, Scott Clee, lots of other drivers there. Scott Clee, runner-up in 2019 on the Super 177 Championship. So somebody who knows what he's doing at the hands of one of these karts in this class.
Yeah, exactly. It does get very, very busy indeed, and it takes a particular driving style as well because you're slightly heavier. That is a rear bumper hanging off there. Is it third place man Edward Matthews? Potentially. We'll obviously see the number and confirm, but definitely looked like that. The rear right of the bumper was insecure and dragging along, so probably a mechanical flag. I think it might well go for the 38 of Scott Smith in second place, no less, hanging off that rear bumper. There it is going down the pit straight. He's lost a place to Edward Matthews and dropped down to third, but he's going to have to come in and fix that.
Yeah, he is, for sure. Yeah, you can see it there now. You can see it hanging down. As they make their way up to Christmas Corner then, looks dropping up the inside then. Who we've got there? The number 95 of Jamie Zyra. They're fighting off Sam Cornwall behind him then in the 168. Somebody putting a move up the inside. Couldn't quite see who that was, but some overtaking going on the infield here. As number 38 appears to be going backwards, Scott Smith. Oh, and who have we got here
52, off? 52, that's going to be Shane Collins off.
Shane Collins, 52, finds himself on the grass from LRG. Not where he wants to be.
No, by any means. It does definitely pay better to be on the tarmac, but that'll be into the pit lane coming for the 38 of Scott Smith and probably out of this race as well. How that happens, I don't know, probably contact, maybe just a bolt loose or whatever, however the rear bumper is secure, but nonetheless the race goes on. James Lingard leading Edward Matthews with the fastest lap of the race, no less, for the 79. One thing I am noticing with the 177s, rear brake locking a lot more aggressive with the rear end compared to sort of the juniors and the seniors.
Yeah, perhaps they are. A lot more sort of physicality in some of these bigger chaps. Yeah, perhaps just a bit more aggression and perhaps a little bit less finesse maybe as they've gone through their karting careers.
Potentially so. Could just be a case of trying to carry as much speed into the corner as you can. Because you're slightly heavier, you want to keep that speed up. But of course, the lighter guys, they can put their foot down and it works a little bit better for them. Whatever the reason is, they're very much, it takes an element of control to lock it to the point when you want it to lock, but not too much at the end and go sideways, because once those rear brakes lock, if they lock sharply, you are going round and there's not really much that you can do about it. Into Christmas Corner, a couple of moves being made a little bit further down. That's the 168 Samuel Cornwell, so that's the fight for the podium. That's the fight for the lead of this race. The 23 under pressure from the 79. Edward Matthews got a bit of a poor start, of course, overtaken by the 38, and that is the 77 potentially, or a 77. That's Joshua Gollin that was sideways off the exit of the hairpin. Is that just too much power or a bit of contact, do you think?
Yeah, it might be. Josh Gollin, Racing Perfection driver, of course, the factory team of Birrell Art there, find himself the wrong way round on that one, not where he wants to be. All of these drivers paying attention to the track limits there, making their way through the chicane safely, and then round that final bend as our live stream pictures then pick up the race that is out in front. It's James Lingard from Edward Matthews. Edward Matthews, though, puts it up the inside as James Lingard runs wide, and that is why Edward Matthews currently has the fastest lap, because he is the quicker of those two karts as it stands right now.
Yeah, indeed. So, of course, the 79 goes through, of course, on the LN kart chassis, and the OTK just in behind as well. What I have noted from sort of speaking to drivers is the OTK very sharp on the brake, so you do sort of stamp on it, get the rear end out, compared to maybe a Mad Croc or something adjacent, different, where you sort of trail brake in. So you saw there the 79 of Matthews able to be very aggressive on the brakes, get it done. You heard the rear tyres completely lock, similar to sort of ripping the handbrake if you watch drifting. It's the exact same thing, but it got the kart stopped, it got that rotation he needed, and it got him to the apex first, crucially, which in karting, what I've learned is the outside can work, most oftentimes doesn't. If you can get to the apex first, you can seize control and you can get the position. There is an example, though, where momentum wins. The 168 of Cornwall able to keep Jack Taylor at bay in the fight for fourth.
Yeah, Jack Taylor thought he'd done it there, didn't he? We saw Cornwall run wide. Taylor went up the inside and tried to get himself there, but like you say, momentum carried Cornwall safely around that corner, shutting the door of number 99, Jack Taylor. Scott Clee just behind him then, the 116, currently down in sixth. This is great racing. This is everything that we expected from Rotax 177. There's close racing right the way through the field then from some of the most experienced drivers here. Some of these guys have been in the game for many, many years. Could tell you quite a few stories, I'm sure.
Yeah, and that's what I love about talking to people in paddocks and stuff. They all have their own respective stories and backgrounds, and for a lot of them, it's mainly modest. You know, they're not super rich. They're not super financially inclined. They've had to fight for their passion, and that's why each and every single one of these drivers is here. They're not here working the long hours, putting all the work in, spending all this money because it's a chore. They're here because they love it. They're here because they're passionate. They're here because they want to win, and that translates onto the racetrack because you see that passion come through in their driving.
Yeah, absolutely, and lots of different experience as well, not just with karts. Some of these drivers went off and did other things, as in the case of number 71, John Railton, started out karting 20 years ago, but he's raced superbikes at 1,000cc level, racing against the likes of Davey Todd. If you follow the bikes these days, you'll know Davey Todd, and John Railton's gone wheel to wheel with him around the track on a bike, and you know, then continuing with karting. When he started out in karting, winning a cadet trophy back in 2001, he's sort of come full circle then now back into karts in 2025. Really nice chap. Lots of stories from all of these drivers as well. So much experience that they're bringing to the table, and it's going to make for great racing in the UKC this year.
It is indeed. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how this championship progresses. And the good news is we don't really have to wait that long between rounds either. I think it's 4 or 5 weeks before we go again at Lark Hall. 4 or 5 weeks after that. It's not that very long indeed, and it's great when you can have frequent racing and keep that excitement up all the way through. Just under 3 minutes left to go, plus of course the lap at the end, and it's Edward Matthews that leads. A few tenths clear of James Lingard, so keeping a couple of car lengths distance. Look over the shoulder, of course, just to sort of assess the situation. Do you need to defend? Oh my goodness me, the 99 there, Jack Taylor. Well, he thought he was safe. Most definitely wasn't. Harrison Crook straight up the inside, almost stole that position from Jack Taylor as he works his way through. That is the sort of the level of conviction that you need to see a gap and send it, because when Crook saw Taylor look over his shoulder, he thought, oh, he's going to defend it. Then he realized he didn't and went, well, you know what, I'm going up the inside, and that got him through to 5th.
Yeah, so great racing from those drivers there. Out in front, though, here we are picking up the pictures. Oh, Dan Holland racing. Oh, hang on, we're off. We're off. So just picking up in the midfield there, Scott Clee, the 116, who is currently in 7th. Dan Holland kart there in front and centre right now, number 79. That's Edward Matthews. So this is our lead group. So this is Matthews from Lingard. Battle them for 3rd between Jamie Zyra and Sam Cornwall.
1 minute and 45 seconds plus the lap left to go in this race. Time of the essence, the 95 of Jamie Zyra under pressure from the 168, of course, of Cornwall, but it's getting very feisty indeed. The 168 is actually dropped behind the 72, I believe, of Harrison Crook, who is just getting these positions left, right and centre, fighting his way forward. In fact, the 72 now leads this train. Harrison Crook has wormed his way onto the podium, very deservedly so, and we'll see, of course, the confirmation when the timing screen updates, but that is the gap. Harrison Crook, he's not just scraped into 3rd, he has bolted away.
Yeah, he has. I'm just looking at our graphics on screen right here at the moment, but it's telling us that James Lingard, kart number 23, is in 2nd, but I'm not seeing that. I'm not seeing him there in 2nd. Can't quite work out where he is. He's gapped back to...
About 4/10 of a second. There they are. There's the leaders.
Here's our leaders. Right, here's the leaders then. I'm confusing myself. So here's our lead group, Edward Matthews, and there's James Lingard out in front. Yeah, of course. And then we've got that gap back to Harrison Crook, Jamie Zyra, Sam Cornwall and Jack Taylor. So this is our lead pairing then as we come through to the closing stages of this one. 79, Edward Matthews picking up a fastest lap. We got a kart that was just slowing in the infield somewhere there, maybe. But out in front, yep, there we go. So it is Edward Matthews from James Lingard, 79 from 23. Edward Matthews then still with the fastest lap. Should get probably 2 more laps, maybe.
Yeah, we will do. The timer will run out around about the boot, I think. Then it will be the final lap next time by. So we've got a lap and a half left to go in this race. Edward Matthews from James Lingard, and then 6.5 seconds back to Harrison Crook. That fight for 3rd has been raging on for the best part of this race, but that's a big gap for the top 2 to get away. Granted, they haven't been fighting too much. There hasn't been too much action going on, so they have just been sort of matching each other's pace there or thereabouts. Their fastest laps separated by just 80 thousandths of a second, a 46.42 compared to a 46.48 set last time by James Lingard. So going PB, bringing the gap even closer. Because they're not battling, because everyone else is battling behind on this last lap, they're just gapping and getting away. All Matthews has to do, though, on this last lap, keep it on track, don't make any silly mistakes, bring it home for the win.
Yeah, and that is what he's going to do. I would imagine James Lingard is happy just to sit behind him and run it home, get himself a second place. As we look at the number 79 of Harrison, 72, 79, that's our leader, is it? Edward Matthews there, 79. And then James Lingard behind him in 23. The picture's on screen right now, just taking it through the final closing stages of this one, Zach, and that's how it's going to end up.
Yeah, indeed. So there you can see over the curbs, don't bring it into track limits, and the Rotax 177 Superheat goes the way of Edward Matthews and James Lingard close in behind. Less than a second gap between the pair of them, less than half a tenth of a second in terms of their best lap times as well. That's going to make for one very exciting final later on when we see the Rotax 177. They'll be the third final of the day. A little bit later on in the afternoon. Harrison Crook from Jack Taylor, Scott Clee, of course, will run you through the full confirmation of the finishing order once everyone else has makes their way across the line. Just waiting for the last couple of drivers, and then we'll bring you up the results. There he is. Look at that. Smug as ever. Edward Matthews, he is chilled out. Of course, it wasn't a very chilled race at all. He was under pressure from James Lingard, who kept him honest for the best part of the race. Harrison Crook, great racecraft to work his way up in a third place from Jack Taylor and Scott Clee, the top five. Jonathan Relton in sixth from Josh Howard and Jamie Zyra in eighth. Nicholas Walker and Joshua Gollin, despite being spun round at some point, finishing in P10. Samuel Cornwell from Mark Gillibrand, Matt Lear, Scott Smith and Shane Collins, the top 15. I think the only 15 to be classified at the end of that race. They'll make their way into pit lane and have their drop nose penalties confirmed or sort of approved as to say, yeah, no, you're all good. I think our leaders are all good in the end. That brings it close to our super heats. And well, if that's just, well, I don't want to say just the super heats, but there's a little bit less at stake compared to the final. The final is the one you want to win. The final is the one you get the trophy for, right? That's the one that we're going to see things rise up. There's the 52 of Shane Collins, who's sort of beached. And I love watching drivers stood next to their cars because they never know what to do. They never know how to stand. They're just sort of like, well, what do you want me to do? I'm in the middle of the track. And I'm sure a lot of disappointment as well. But
it must be heartbreaking when you go off early in a race like that and you've got to stand out on the grass for 12 minutes watching it all go on.
That's why you bring a deck chair. You just have it sort of next to you. You do the Fernando Alonso, you bring it up and you sit and you chill. Yeah, no, that is disappointing, I'm sure, for Collins. But of course, we'll see him out later on in the final. That's the good thing about, I suppose, having a smaller class is that you're always going to be guaranteed into the final, right? So at least you've got a chance. You've got to be in it to win it, and you never know. I mean, we've seen surprises, not necessarily today, but when it comes to weather aversion, gambling on a set of slicks compared to a set of wets or whatever, even if you're at the back of the final, you can still work your way significantly forward. So the chance is there, and you never know with racing. That's the great thing about motorsport, is that you never know.
No, you never know, as that cart gets then collected onto the trolley, bringing to an end our super heats for this morning. And great stuff, Zach, as well. Your first experience of the UKC from a comms position and from a spectator's point of view, and it was fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was great. Honestly, I loved every second of that. I mean, I've done a little bit of karting commentary before, but nothing as intense as the heats, right? It's just one after the other, bam, 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 racing all over the place. They're fighting for points, championship points. They're fighting for position, their starting position for the final later on. And also their racing drivers, no matter what the race is, no matter what's at stake, you want to win it, and that adds to the excitement. Of course, you've got some of the best drivers at national level in the UK racing here today, and that is what I absolutely love to see. That's why I love being a commentator, because you get action like this week in, week out, and these drivers, they become familiar with each other as well, right? They learn each other, they sort of talk in the paddock, they get to know each other, they build these friendships and these rivalries. But one thing is for certain, once that visor comes down, you very much do not make any friends whatsoever. You get onto the track position and you forget every friendship that you've ever made because you want to win.
Yeah, absolutely. That's it. And those friendships with some of these 177 drivers have been going on for years. In the case of, say, Jamie Zyra there, he actually used to race alongside James Tunnicliffe, who's one of the UKC organisers behind the scenes. So they were racing together years and years and years ago. So brilliant to see these guys racing with us here in UKC in 2025, and I'm really looking forward to this class. Zach, thanks ever so much for your company this morning. I'm going to say cheerio to you and leave you to your own this afternoon for the super finals as I go and head off and do the winners' interviews when they cross the finish line.
Very true indeed. Well, before we get to the finals, of course, we have got the repechage for the junior and the senior Rotax, which will be coming up next. Well, there you can see the drivers ready for the junior repechage on the dummy grid, waiting for their final chance, effectively last chance qualifying to get a place in the final. Jensen Chalk from Finley Smith, the front row, Eli Bazhan from Alex Lynn, and don't forget it's the top 4 that go through, so those top 4 in the best starting positions possible. Loman Wilcox from Bella Brown in P6, Conor Lage, Thomas Harper at P8. Then we get Daniel Wisnauskas in 9th from Ryan Rapini in the top 10. Hani Sadiq from Luke Sawyers, the top 6 rows, with Riley Morgan, Miles Burton in P14, Daniel Hartley from George Fountain in 16th place, Thomas Jackson from Jacob Jack, Lloyd Palmer, Bella McConville in 20th place. Kieran Stewart from Elliot Surtees, Maya Simpson and Sava Solonchenko in 24th. Hasnain Khan from Blair Smith, Elliot Powell and Rory Armstrong, the 28th driver to take to the grid. Joseph Mills from Devon Taylor, Scott McDowell and Ed Spain in 32nd place. Rex Ashley, Molly Misen in 34th. Going to be hard work from the back end of the field. 30 places you need to gain if you want to make a seat into the final. But those that are starting in sort of the top 4, the top 5, top 6 even, have got a very strong chance of winning, winning a seat in the final.
Yeah, they absolutely have. This is your last chance qualifier. You've got to do it here in this repechage if you want to make your way through to that super final. So we can expect, I would imagine, Zach, in the closing stages of this one, for any of those drivers that are sort of up in, 5th, 6th, 7th maybe, they're going to be pushing, aren't they? We could see fireworks in the closing stages. It's all about the final 4 places when they cross the line in this one.
Of course, obviously, if you win this, you'll then be sort of, I assume, P31 for the final. That'll obviously be your qualifying position, right? But at that stage, you just want to be in the final. So if you're 1st, 2nd or 3rd, why battle? Because you've got a lot to lose and not a lot to gain, right? I'd rather start P32 as opposed to P31 than not be in the final at all. So we might see quite a tame 1, 2 and 3, but quite a very fierce battle for sort of P4. Even sort of 4th place, knocking on the door of P3, because, you're 4th, but you're not really safe, are you? So when you add an element of elimination into this, you rise up those stakes, and those in P5 and P6 are going to be very, very excitable to say, well, it's right there, it's do or die. It's either my day ends now, or I get a chance at the final. Yeah, absolutely. So, you've got to get yourself up there, haven't you? And like you say, kind of your 1, 2, 3, where they're going to be at the back end of that super final grid, but for everyone else it's just about getting in that super final, isn't it? So if we could have sort of half a dozen or more drivers pushing at the front of this one quite close together, the longer it goes on, the more fast and furious it will be, I'm sure. I have no doubt of that. This is going to be really quite exciting, I think. Obviously other drivers who are sitting there, the top 30, are just cruising right now, knowing that they're already in the final. They've kind of got their sandwiches on the go and their cups of tea in their hands, just waiting for that super final a little bit later on. But for these guys, well, this is it, isn't it? It's either have one more race or go home after this one. So let's see what you got, everyone. Yeah, exactly. Well, we'll find out. Of course, we've seen some very fun racing from the junior and senior Rotax. Of course, we get the 2 repechage from these guys before we head off to lunch. And, well, extra track time as well, but also extra wear on the tyres for these guys. So it gives and it takes. Who's going to find themselves unlocking the final 4 places in the Junior Rotax final? We get underway once more here at Whilton Mill. It's Jensen Chalk that leads Eli Baden as they work their way into turns 1 and 2 for the first time. A little bit sliding in the background. Chaos as well as everyone's onto the grass towards the back end. Kart's gone round in towards Christmas Corner for the first time. A couple of switchbacks being made as well. Kart spun round in the middle of the track. That's the last place you want to be, especially on the rejoin. Whoa, that got cut through very quickly. Yeah, it really did. Whenever you see an opening lap like that and suddenly there's dust going everywhere, you know it's all kicking off as another driver is pointed the wrong way around on the infield. Can't quite see who it is. But yeah, out in front then, here we are. We can see our leaders right now. And it is Jensen Chalk, the 118 in the Junior Rotax here for MLC, who appears to be leading at this point in time right now. 8 minutes plus a lap is what we've got. Great pictures. Look at the action coming through the chicane here. Almost impossible to see who's who, but it just gives you an idea of what it's like. As we see, the 116 parks up against the tyre there. Who was that? Thomas Jackson.
Thomas Jackson. He's out of it. Sorry, Thomas. Look at this. Kicking it sideways then. Kato Motorsports, Eli Baden wants to get himself the win, and he's just making his case known early in this one. Ooh. In the background, more dust and tyres on the grass.
Got to be careful because it's very easy to pick up a puncture. Any
Yeah.
little bit of stone or a bump that hits the tyre in the wrong way. Send up the inside though, the fight for P3. That's going to be Connor Large, looming large in the rear view of Finley Smith. He tries to work his way up into P3 but not quite able to on that particular occasion. Contact warning for Ed Spain a little bit further back as well. It's Jensen Chalk that leads from Baden, Smith and Large, your top 4. Those are the transfer spots. They get their ticket to the final. Thomas Harper goes through on Wisnauskas as well into 5th place, 1 spot away, and that's the gutting thing. You're so close, you're so far. It's all kicking off towards Christmas corner. There goes the inside look there from the 44 of Connor Large, trying to work his way in his 2nd place. Well, basically everything I said before the race about the top 4 being calm has been ripped up and thrown out the window because they are fighting tooth and nail as if it is the final.
They absolutely are, because for these guys, it is the final. If they don't get in the top 4 in this, then they are going home. So it is all about this race for all of these drivers. As we see a driver run wide and drop back to 5th, is that our man Jensen Chalk?
It is.
Oh, mechanical, 118. That's why he's going backwards. Race control says mechanical. Wonder what he's got going on there, but he's going backwards. As out in front, it's the KMS, Cato Motorsport driver, that is Eli Baden out in front right now. Yes, look at Jensen Chalk dropping down our timing tower on the graphics.
And that is heartbreaking because earlier on in the day as well, he was quick. I think let down equally by a mechanical flag earlier as well. And, well, to have 2 in one day is heartbreaking. There's a move to the inside. That's Riley Morgan in the 222, working his way past and trying to work his way up into 5th place as well. Halfway through this repechage already, the 62 of Hani Sadiq is out of this race as well with some technical problems. Contact warnings left, right and centre. The stakes are high because you do not want your day to be done. Eli Baden, though, able to secure P1 as things stand. Connor Large, though, all over the rear end of the 155 machine, able to stay through in towards the chicane, and there is a driver off. That's the 39 of Lorman Wilcox, and that, again, is essentially your chance at the final over.
This is absolutely insane. This is so exciting, Zach. There are karts going everywhere in this one. As Thomas Harper then sets the fastest lap of 47.43, and he's sitting in 3rd right now. But everywhere you look in this one, kart drivers are just saying to themselves, it's go big or go home. I'm going to do anything. So that's why we're seeing karts going off here, there and everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's an element of you've got to have that initiative. You've got to be able to fight. And when the stakes are this high, be able to maximise it, because some of these drivers, right, yeah, fair enough, you know, they're in the repechage, the last chance qualifying, they're not even inside the top 30 of the grid. But still, some of them have a chance to do something in the championship, if not win it, right? So when you get to sort of rounds 5, 6, and we get to PFI at the end of the season, and you look back and you think, well, what if I got into the final?
Yeah.
That's an extra couple of points that I wouldn't have had, that I'm going to be grateful for in a few months' time. Yes, it's easy to get complacent now. There's a move to the inside there, going into Christmas. Once again, the 222 of Riley Morgan fighting away for 5th place. Still not quite good enough for a transfer spot, but when you look back in hindsight, do yourself the favour now in the present.
Yeah, absolutely. And I tell you what, Riley Morgan, the 222, Dan Holland Racing driver there, he is doing a great job. He really wants a place in that super final. So good luck to him, fella. Keep it going. You're keeping us entertained. Out in front, though, the 155 of Eli Baden still leads Thomas Harper and Connor Large. Finley Smith, at the moment, according to timing graphics, is in 4th as it stands. Although, hang on a minute, when they cross the line, let's have a look. So Riley Morgan then is in 4th right now. So as it stands, it's Baden, Harper, Large and Morgan who will be in the super final.
Yeah, Riley Morgan not going down without a fight one bit, and we've seen that tenacity in the 222, not backing down at all. But Daniel Hartley equally deserves and wants that space themselves. There's the move, the 222 now demoted outside of the transfer spot, but Hartley gets promoted, and with just 3 minutes left to go plus the lap, time is running out, time is ticking down, and that fight for 4th is going to boil down to the end.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And you know what? If Morgan and Hartley start scrapping for that 4th place, then we're going to see the drivers who are currently in 6th, 7th and 8th start to push on. The likes of Wisnauskas, Rory Armstrong and Bella Brown currently. Could they get themselves up on the bubble in the mix? You never know. You never know. As Rory Armstrong clocks the fastest lap from 6th position right now. That's your 266 car of Rory Armstrong from Dan Holland Racing. What's he done? He's done a 46.97.
It's a remarkable lap time indeed. Finley Smith with a mechanical flag as well, the 34, who we did see fighting towards the front earlier on, but a mechanical flag shown for him, basically dwindles down any chance of hopes and dreams for the finals. And here we go, is a battle. That's the 46 going slowly. I think maybe a back marker towards the back. Indeed it is. Lloyd Palmer, I think maybe just relinquishing places to some of our race leaders. There's the 263, Daniel Hartley, the last driver that wants to be held up by back markers in this race, because the 222 looming large just in behind. Those two, fortunately though, are in a good position because it's a 1v1. They've not really got many people. Rory Armstrong is closing, but he's still got the back marker to get through.
Yeah.
It's a 1v1 for the transfer spot. They haven't got too much to overwhelm them to get too worried about.
No, you're right. You're absolutely dead right there, Zach. As you can see, our pictures on the screen right now. There we go. There's your 222 of Riley Morgan, then just chasing down that 263 of Daniel Hartley. That's where it's all about, isn't it? Don't forget, this is your repechage. It's the top 4 from this that will go through to that super final. So you need to be in that top 4. If you're on the bubble right now in 5th, 6th, 7th or 8th, what can you do in the closing stages of this one to give yourself a half chance? Who knows? We'll find out.
We're going to be going on to Eli Baden as well. Lost the race lead, but I don't think was too fussed about that again.
No.
You're in P2, you're inside the top 4. It doesn't make that big of a difference. Yes, of course, your starting position, but realistically, you're going to do the same impact whether you start P31 or P32. As long as you're there, there's no point risking your entire weekend based on the fact of finishing P1 and P2. Question coming in from the YouTube chat as to how many people go through. It's the top 4 at the moment. It's Harper from Baden, Large and Hartley that go through, but look in that fight for 4th. The 263 versus the 222 of Riley Morgan. It's far from over as we're on to the penultimate lap of the race. It'll be the last lap next time by with just 10 seconds on the clock. Harper then leads Baden and Large, but don't expect too much heavy hitting going on towards those guys. Do expect maybe the 222 to try something. I mean, he's half a second back for P4. It's a long way to close in just a lap, but never say never, especially when you give a driver motivation. Yeah,
absolutely. Is out in front. Look, this battle continues. Eli Baden and Thomas Harper are going wheel to wheel, and Baden gets himself out in front. So, look, they're still scrapping at the front. Anything can happen with a lap or so to go. And if those guys have a scrap and put themselves off, then suddenly it all changes, doesn't it?
Exactly that. I mean, I understand it, the competitive nature in the starting position. There are bonuses to finishing in front in this race, but the risk that you carry is so large. The 222 of Riley Morgan trying everything to get onto the back of the 263, but I think just going to run out of time in the end. The final lap of the race, the 150 of Thomas Harper is then going to win and take the transfer spot. In fact, it's not. It's going to be 155. It's Baden that wins and on to one more lap, in fact, actually. So we've got a little bit longer in this race. Wow, that's going to be good news for the 222. They're fighting for second as well. The 150, Thomas Harper, having to defend to the inside of Christmas corner, nearly contact.
This is madness. Those front 4 just need to keep it on the tarmac, because look at the man in 5th, Riley Morgan, the 222, Dan Holland Racing. While all this scrapping is going out in front, he is closing the gap. He's now got a half chance. Dan Holland Racing driver in that Lando Norris car has got a half chance of getting himself up to 4th. As 150 of Thomas Harper gets a contact warning. This is the battle that's going on out in front. And hang on a minute, have we seen a change of order here in 3rd or 4th? My eyes can't keep up with the pictures on the screen. We may well have done. There's your 1, 2, 3 as they round the final corner. Is that our man 222 got up to 4th? It is.
Yeah, there we go. Riley Morgan, the hard work pays off. Connor Large with a contact warning, but it's Baden, Harper, Hartley and Morgan that take their ticket to the finals.
Yes, so full congratulations to Riley Morgan there, doing the business. And like I said, with that battle that was going on out in front, Eli Baden, Thomas Harper and Daniel Hartley was scrapping. That allowed Riley Morgan to get up on the back of them, up on their rear bumpers, and in the closing stages an overtake must have got done. And there he is. So there's your top 4.
Eli Baden wins in the repechage. Thomas Harper, Daniel Hartley and Riley Morgan, the top 4, they get their way through. Close, but no avail for Rory Armstrong. Connor Large in P6. Yeah. He was secure in the top 4. That's what I was saying when it comes to fighting, when you don't necessarily need to carry that risk. Wisnauskas in 7th from Miles Burton, Bella Brown and George Fountain in the top 10. We're going to be saying goodbye to those as we won't see them in the final a little bit later on. We then see Elliot Powell, Luke Sawyers, McDowell, Ashley and Lynn, the top 15. McConville from Smith, Wilcox, Solonchenko and Simpson, the top 20. Behind that, Jacob Jack, Kieran Stewart, Joseph Mills, Ed Spain, Molly Misen and Lloyd Palmer, the top 26 from Hasnain Khan, Finley Smith, Harley Sadiq, and just in behind that, Ryan Rapney as well, the top 30 final driver to be classified. Well, we've got our finals for the Junior Rotax confirmed. 34 drivers take to the grid. And well, these guys with the last chance qualifying, they don't want to waste that opportunity when it comes to the championship.
Once again, just seeing the checks being done by the marshals here on the return lane, coming through scrutineering, just checking those pushback bumpers because it could change. Looking to the infield, number 62 left out on the grass. He's the driver that's been watching the whole of that race. That was Hani Sadiq from KR Sport. So commiserations to him. Absolutely heartbreaking to see. No one likes to see that. As we've got number 58 there. That is Bella. Where are we? Bella Brown of Craft Motorsport, just wheeling it in. So yeah, a great one. We love these repechage races, hey Zach?
Well, indeed so. I definitely was not disappointed. The stakes are high, and we go to the seniors for one more repechage. One more race before lunch break, and it's the Senior Rotax Repechage here at Whilton Mill to decide the final 4 drivers to take to the finals this afternoon. Saki Hussein from Callum Kinder, the front row, Alex Moody and Luca Palazzo in the golden seats at the start, the top 4, ahead of David Mitchell and Mac McGilvery, who definitely have some work to do. Nathan Smith from James Philip King, the top 8 we saw with a mechanical failure earlier on, looking to work forwards. Ethan Head from Gemma Hyans in 10th, ahead of Dominic Darling, and Toby Leon in 12th. Behind that, you've got the likes of Miles Roby and Maxime Smith, who had a bit of a spin at the final corner earlier on as well in the super heat, from Michael Dalton, and James Wood in 16th place. Lewis Merica from Alexander Cole make up row 9 with Rufus Fan and Stephen Napier, the top 20 in this race. Ben Horner from Taylor Dixon, Asa Pinder and Elliot Foster, the 24th driver, there on row number 12. Behind that, Sloan Sterling, Ethan Critchley, Lewis Judd and Molly Pugh in 28th place. Rounding off the grid in 29th and 30th with Jude Fraser and Harry Hurst-Grover rounding off in 30th. Again, plagued by reliability issues, I think, thus far this weekend. And we've got one more repechage to decide the finals grid later on. Of course, there'll be the final race of the day, the Senior Rotax final, all the way towards the start of 3:20 for their 14-minute plus 1 lap final. It's going to be exciting because the Senior Rotax we saw with excitement a little bit earlier on. And well, Kev, I mean, are we going to see something similar to what we saw in the juniors?
I think we absolutely are. This is really, really exciting. And as we saw at the end of that junior race there, if those sort of front 3 drivers start to get locked in a battle and they continue to scrap till the closing stages, well, then those drivers that are sitting in, 6th, 5th, 4th, well, then that's where the action happens, because it is all about those top 4 places. This really does add to the jeopardy of the weekend, add to the excitement. It gives, of course, all of these drivers another race, so they're not just going home straight away after the super heat because they didn't make it to the super final. They're getting another run out on the track, but then they're also getting that opportunity, aren't they, to make it through to the super final, which is what it's all about. So yeah, we're definitely going to see excitement. We're definitely going to see hard charging, because it is, it's do or die. It's now or never, isn't it? It's go big or go home. What are you going to do?
Well, it's either you send it and it doesn't work and you go home, or you don't send it and you'll never know if it works, and then you go home anyway.
You go home anyway.
You might as well give it a go.
Come on.
Obviously, with limitations, you don't want to damage the kart or anyone, more importantly, so you have an element of sort of obligation to be kind of sensible, I guess, but within the realms of the rules, send it, because you're going to need to. Interestingly enough, though, we saw obviously with Conor Large in repechage with the juniors being secure in the top 5, but not top 4, but not actually making it in the end. These guys won't have seen that mistake of fighting too hard. They'd have been on the dummy grid. So these guys will have sort of no idea as to what happened. They're going to have to go into this with a clean slate, their own knowledge, because this is probably one of the first times that they've experienced maybe a repechage, if they haven't experienced it earlier on. And that mentality, that switcher mentality, is one they're going to need to carry in, because it's not easy to deal with the fact of, well, do I want to finish P4, P3, P2, P1? What do I do if I'm in P5? What do I do if I'm in P4? It's a completely new format to most series that you're going to need to adjust very quickly to.
Yeah, absolutely. And as they start to roll out, they'll start to make the decisions in their head right now about how they're going to play it, what they're going to do. It's obviously very hard if you're starting lower down the order in one of these repechage races to get yourself up into that top 4, but never say never. Who knows what's going to happen? If you're anywhere, I would say perhaps in the top kind of 12 on the start, then you've got to be kind of thinking, maybe I can do something here, and maybe you can. We'll see. But on a fast, hot track like this, where plenty of rubber has gone down all weekend long, there is the opportunity for some quick lap times and for some great drives and some great overtakes, as we've been seeing all morning. So there is a real chance of getting yourself in that super final.
It is indeed. And of course, when it comes to motorsport, what I love about it, you're always just sort of suspended in anticipation, waiting for something to go wrong, something to happen, something exciting to happen, and you're never too far away from it, especially grids like this. It's a short fuse that just needs that tiny little bit of spark to catalyze a big chain reaction. We've got the 13 head of the 88, the front row. We get underway for the Senior Rotax Repechage. It's the top 4 that go through to the super finals, and a false start, so they're going to go back round again. All that excitement for nothing. We're going to go back round again, and they get an extra lap to warm up their tyres.
Yeah, that looked a bit twitchy for me when they were coming around that final corner there, getting themselves onto that start-finish straight. I just thought, nah, they're not going. There was too much going on. There was people pulling out of their lanes. There was people sort of jumping ahead. It was just, there's a nervousness. There's an excitement. There's a kind of, you know, you just got to keep it calm until you're off and racing. But that was a lot of people trying to do too much too soon, I think.
A lot of nerves. Obviously, for those at home that maybe don't do a lot of karting and you see some funny flags, you know the obvious ones, yellow, red, green. When it comes to false starts, you've got the green flag with the sort of the yellow chevron. That's to indicate a false start. You do another formation lap. You'll often see drivers sort of twirl their finger as well to sort of warn the drivers behind that it's going to be a false start as well. So they get to go around again. Now, well behaved,
this looks
in
better.
Their lanes. Here we go. Let's go racing for the Senior Rotax Repechage. Let's get excited once more. Zaki Hussein from Alex Moody, the front row. Let's go racing for Senior Rotax into turn number 1 and turn number 2. The top 4 fairly clean. The fight for 5th is raging on because you need to get some progress done quite quickly before the pack starts to fizzle out. Fight for 3rd, completely sideways there, locking the rear brakes. The 45 of Luca Palazzo unable to find a way through. There's turmoil in the background. They're cutting across the grass, able to rejoin the track at the back end. But you have to say, with just a 10-minute heat, or 8 minutes in fact for the Repechage, you're not really going to be able to make much of an impact now.
No, it's all over for those drivers. I couldn't quite make out all the numbers and all the carts that just found themselves on the grass and in the dust, but they were from actually quite high up the field, and now they end up at the back, so it's definitely all over for those guys. But out in front then at the moment, here are our lead group chasing their way through this chicane, just clipping it on the left, clipping it on the right, and then running it wide on the outside. I think I saw Asa Pinder in the mix there, purple cut. Somebody else takes a inside line. Who have we got there? It's all over. Bang in the helmet. Was that cart number 92 by the looks of it? I think it might have been. Commiserations for Ben Horner from MLC if it was.
Potentially so. We saw a bit of a fight once again going into Christmas Corner for 3rd place. And that is bringing in the number 19 of David Mitchell, who now has a look to find his way into a transfer spot. The space doesn't quite open up going into the left-hander, but when you've got the 62 as well, not too far away, look to the inside contact, jumping up over the cart there. That's the 19 of David Mitchell going off. I think that was an aggressive move from the 62 to the effect. It was the 75 of Ethan Head that found his way to the inside. That's what happened when aggression boils over, and that is Repechage at its finest, because they're fighting for the top 4, and well, in the end it's absolute disaster. They're going to be going home a little bit early today, and well, Zaki Hussein, the 13 under pressure from Alex Moody, but realistically these two don't need to battle. They're going to do it anyway. The 88 to the inside of Christmas Corner gets the move done quite nicely.
Yeah, well done to Zaki for getting himself out in the lead there, but he obviously did just lose that place going into Christmas. Just ran a little bit wide for me there. Racing with Guy Cunnington this weekend. Zaki's been around the UKC for, well, I think since the start in actual fact, and supported by his parents at every round. A great family, just showing us exactly what karting is all about. We might get a replay of that action in actual fact. Let's have a look at this, Zach. Here we go.
Just a look to the inside. I mean, that left-hander, like I said earlier on, you come wide and you try and get a late apex if you can. That opens up the inside and people look for it, but because it's a medium speed corner, if you're braking, you're not on the brakes for very long. It's a slight tap. There's not a lot of overlap for you to sort of go up the inside.
There's not.
And when there is, you turn across, you get tapped, and it's very sensitive, and up you go, and that's race done.
Yeah, and I think for me, number 75 there, who ran into the back of, who was it? It was
David Mitchell.
David Mitchell, wasn't it, the number 19? Yeah, so for me, if I was David Mitchell, I'd be absolutely gutted. I don't think Mitchell's done anything wrong there.
Gutted, I'd be fuming.
Fuming, in fact, yeah, and you can sell it in his bargaining lounge, can't you there? That's just overzealousness from number 75. Should be on the brakes earlier, not try and do something silly at that point on the racetrack.
But can you blame him for trying?
No,
I mean, it's all we've been saying. I mean, again, it's decision-making. There's side-by-side there. That's the 48. A little bit further back, this move, I believe. In fact, it's the 45. Sorry, it's Luca Palazzo fighting with Callum Kinder. They're inside the top 4.
So there's your top 4.
They've got a gap.
They're
safe.
Gap.
Why?
Yeah.
Battle. Stop.
Yeah, so our top 4 actually have a gap back to then the drivers that are in 3rd. Maxim Smith is the guy that's in 5th at the moment. But yeah, your front 4 have got clean air. Look, it's 2, 2, and then a gap. So that front four have got to just kind of box clever for this one and realise that they are currently sitting at the moment in the super final. So don't stuff it up beyond that.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, again, like I was saying, P31, P32, P33, P34. These are the starting positions that this race decides. There's dust being kicked off in the background. But realistically, you're starting that far back anyway. You're scraping into the final. Are you realistically going to win it? Maybe not on a day like today. Maybe if there was changeable conditions and stuff, you could make a bit of an impact. Does it make a massive difference? No. Do you still score significant points finishing P34 in the final? Yes. So get through. That's the bare minimum. A dummy to the inside, though. What a move that was to the inside of Christmas corner. Absolutely sensational stuff as they now work their way, of course, to the hairpin. That's the number 7 machine of Alexander Cole that made that move on the 30 of Maxime Smith up into 5th place, now leading the charge, especially if Palazzo and Kinder continue to battle. He wants to be the one to be able to pick up the spoils and get into that transfer spot.
Yeah, he does. Really exciting stuff then in this one here, Zach, as we see ourselves then looking at, what, just over 3 minutes, 20 seconds to go. Fighting out for the top 4 places. Don't forget Alex Moody and Zaki Hussein out in front. Luca Palazzo and Callum Kinder then. Those are your 4 that are on the way to the super final right now.
The 20.
Number 20 is off into the tyres. Guy Cunnington racing driver. Who's that?
Ethan Critchley.
Ethan Critchley. Commiserations, Ethan. It's not what you want to see.
And that's day done once more, unfortunately. But we go again in a few weeks at Larkhall. So chances to amend, chances to fight back, and that's the perseverance that you have to show in racing. You're going to have lows, you're going to have ups. There's a side-by-side moment there. The 25, Rufus Fan, I believe, fighting with a 43 as well of Taylor Dixon involved in that particular battle. There was more than 2 cars most definitely involved. 2.5 minutes plus the lap left to go. Seems pretty secure, actually, the top 4, unless Alexander Cole can do anything about it. His fastest lap is coming in very consistent. His fastest is a 45.8. His last, a 45.88. Compared to Callum Kinder, who's at a PB last lap, a 46.23. So he's consistently 3.5 tenths quicker. If he's got a few laps in pocket, Alexander Cole very easily could close into the back of the 53. Yeah,
that's what we've got to be looking at, haven't we? That battle there for 4th, or between 5th and getting up onto 4th, between Alexander Cole and Callum Kinder. And like you say, with the fastest laps that he's clocking, he might just do it. 2 minutes then plus a lap left on the clock. Has he got enough time? Maybe. I'm not sure. Looking at the gaps back, what have we got? He's 5.71 behind the leader, and he's got a 1.43 second gap ahead of him to get up to 4th. I think it might be too much.
It's going to be close, particularly if, of course, if Palazzo and Kinder, if they have a scrap or a mistake gets made. Never say never. It's going to be tough, but there you can see the number 7. That is the gap. It's 2 or 3 car lengths. It's not a lot.
Not a lot.
Especially now when you're chasing. I've said it all day long. As a driver, you sat in the seat. You see your target. You don't get tunnel vision, but you sort of close in. Everything else sort of comes around. You're focused on them. You're chasing a target. You're racing towards it. And you unlock more pace that you wouldn't do if you were just by yourself going round and round. You have something to work for, something to push for, something to push yourself with, and that is the gap. He's all over the back of him now.
Yeah, he absolutely is. As we're picking up the action on our screen here then. It's the number 53 of Callum Kinder. There we are. Yeah, this is what we're talking about then. So here we are, fastest lap again for Alexander Cole, 45.69 now. Really exciting stuff. Here's the number 7 kart. We can see it. This is great stuff. This is really, really exciting stuff. The driver that's in 3rd then, Luca Palazzo, kart number 45. If I was him, I'd be the one that's feeling, I'd be feeling a little bit nervous. He's a DRT driver, and I think this is his first time.
Look to the inside, the 7. How has he pulled that off? Goodness me. And fair play to Callum Kinder for giving him the space. Sorry to cut across you there, but that was a move from Alexander Cole to launch his way through into the transfer spot onto what is going to be the penultimate lap of the race, this time by completely sideways through the final corner, though. And Callum Kinder is now all over the rear end of him. Palazzo, he doesn't have to be scared any longer because it's going to be a fight between these two for the final spot. The 53 on the back of the 07. The timer ticks down towards 0. This is the penultimate lap, and now Alexander Cole has put himself into the position to get into the finals.
Yeah, he absolutely has, and we can say that was coming for a few laps, wasn't it? Because he kept on clocking those fastest laps. he was turning the time screens purple, so we knew it was coming. We knew he had the speed, but we just didn't know if he had the time to do it. Well, evidently he did. But can Callum Kinder now do anything in the closing stages of this one? He's going to be sitting there inside that race helmet, absolutely cursing himself, isn't he? As the driver in front of him, Alexander Cull's just kind of sitting there thinking, I did it, brilliant. Have I got one more space in me? I think he has. I think he's going to try and get up to third.
Well, he's got one more lap to do it.
Yeah.
Does he want to carry that risk, though? Because if it goes wrong, all of that hard work is then for nothing.
He's
However, the
do
space
it.
opens up to the
He's going up
inside.
the inside.
If it's risk versus reward, he gets the move to the inside of Christmas corner, gets into third place. The 45 then demoted to fourth. Can Callum Kinder do anything on this last lap? I don't think so. He's going to be hopeful. He's going to push the checkered flag. But where can he get past?
This is just brilliant. Well done to him. Really, really exciting race into the top 4 again, proving that this is what it's all about with these repechage races. The excitement comes knowing that you've got to be in that top 4 to take the win, or rather to get yourself in that super final, and that is what we're seeing then. Checkered flag for Alex Moody. Zaki Hussein makes the super final. Well played, Zaki. Alexander Cull then in third, and Luca Palazzo in fourth. Callum Kinder, the one who is going to be just the most disappointed out of all, I would imagine.
I just want to say, it's been pointed out in the YouTube chat as well, but I've just looked on the timing screen. Alexander Cull, what a drive. He was such a silent horse. I didn't expect him to come from that far back. 15 places gained to finish P3.
Oh,
Alex Moody from Zaki Hussein, P1 and P2. But the legendary drive from P18 on the grid up into third. Luca Palazzo from Callum Kinder. Maxime Smith from Nathan Smith. Of course, we won't be seeing the two later on today. James Philip King from Stephen Napier. Taylor Dixon, the top 10 in that race as we work our way towards the rest of the results. Rufus Flan, Heorns, America, Lean, Darling, the top 15. Asa Pinder, Michael Dalton, Ben Horner, Molly Pugh and Elliot Foster, the top 20. Behind that, Lewis Judd, Sterling, McGrovey, Critchley, who of course we saw having off early on, Hurst Grover, Fraser, Mitchell Head and Roby, the 29th and final driver to be classified. Of course, only the top 4 progress. And what a race that was. I mean, that's the morning done and done, Kevin. Well, yeah. We were spoiled.
We were spoiled. Really, really exciting. And I love these repechage races, the last chance qualifiers, effectively, to get the final 4 races organised and into that super final for this afternoon. What follows now then is a short lunch break, and then we're back out with those super finals this afternoon. Maximum grids of 34, which we will see then in senior and junior Rotax, and then in the other classes, all other competitors making it through to the super final. Mini Inter had a 34 grid anyway as well. So yeah, we've got some great exciting racing this afternoon still to come, Zach. Like I said a little bit earlier on, I'm going to leave you because I will now head off to just around the corner from where we're seeing the pictures on the screen right now here at Whilton Mill is scrutineering, and that's where we grab the drivers when they get out of the karts, the top 3, and we do some winners interviews. I'll be over there with the microphone doing the winners interviews a little bit later on. You'll be here on comms, but brilliant pictures covering all the track from Alpha Live this morning here at Wilton Mill.
I don't think I'm going to have a voice after this afternoon. I've been coughing all morning,
Mate,
and
the
finals are going to be tough. But no, it's been great to have you here in the commentary box. I mean, your knowledge is incredibly impressive, and this was the best welcome I could have asked for to the Ultimate Karting Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the morning's action done and dusted. We'll be back for the finals with the Micromax kicking things off before we go to the minis, the 177s, the juniors, and the seniors to round off the days with the super finals. We'll be back live in half an hour's time.
Hello, I'm Kev Harris and welcome to Whilton Mill for round one of the Ultimate Karting Championship. 2025 marks what is our sixth season of competitive kart racing, and the standing and prestige of the series within the UK is reflected by the numbers of returning and new drivers who have signed up for the season, which is a record of just over 270 from ages 8 to adult, and over 200 of them are here this weekend in Northamptonshire for this opening round. And once again, we'll be travelling up and down the country to 6 different venues, racing at tracks that each offer their own unique backdrop and challenge. So let's take a look at the race calendar for 2025, and we kick things off for round one at the perennial favourite that is Whilton Mill. Then for round two, we'll be heading north of the border once again as we return to Larkhall in Scotland over the weekend of the 23rd to the 25th of May. Round three sees us head to East Devon and a circuit that is new to the UKC, and that's Dunkerswell. For round four, we return to the glorious Cumbrian backdrop of Rowrah, and we'll be there over the weekend of the 25th to the 27th of July. The penultimate round is at Warden Law, the circuit that has twice been voted Track of the Year by you. Before we finish the season at the infamous PFI over the weekend of the 10th to the 11th of October, and that's for round six. So there it is then, your 2025 UKC calendar, starting round one at Whilton Mill, going through rounds 2, 3, 4, 5 and 6, finishing out that season in October at PFI. So as we were just hearing, we'll be kicking things off here at Whilton Mill for round one, a track that is familiar to many with its iconic features and corners like Christmas up there that we all know so well. There are, however, a few new changes to the rules in 2025 for UKC, including Parc Fermé tyres, controlled fuel and oil, and the need for drivers in micro, mini, junior and senior to now hold a national level licence. All of this combined should hopefully improve the parity of the series and the overall level of competition that we'll see out on track. So I caught up earlier with some of the UKC organisers to have a chat about these changes and exactly what they'll mean for 2025. So Paul, here we are in the sunshine, new season, new truck, and also a few new little rules that have come in this year. One of them is to do with the licensing requirements. Now a national level licence for some of the drivers here this weekend.
Yeah, so for the micro, mini, junior and senior drivers, everyone needs to have a national licence now, because we've been lucky enough to receive the Rotax Match Grand Final tickets for those classes, and they'll be awarded at the Rotax National Trophy at the end of the season. So because of that, the championships had to go on a higher grade, higher standard, alongside with the British Karting Championship on the same licence grade. So yeah, it's great for the championship.
It's brilliant. It's just raising the level of driving that we're going to see here, and I think I'm right in saying it's only us then and the British that has this requirement.
Exactly, yeah. So all the Rotax classes require that, apart from Rotax 177. They'll remain on the Interclub licence. Brilliant. Exciting stuff. Lots to look forward to this season. Paul, thanks for talking to us. Cheers. Cheers. So Ethan, here we are then at the tyre depot this year, because Parc Fermé tyres have come into effect, new for 2025.
Yes, exactly. So Parc Fermé, basically what it is we hand the tyres out at the start of the first race or qualifying. The drivers go out on track, use the tyres, and then we take them back in after the race or qualifying. The reason we do this is so we have full control over all the tyres throughout the whole event.
And it means effectively then that the race tyres they start on are the ones that they have to use throughout the whole event?
Yes, exactly. So we know exactly what tyres each driver has used and have complete control over what sets they are using.
It's a hell of an organisation in the back here, and a lot of wet tyres here as well. What happens if it's a wet race? What do you have to quickly do?
Well, so if it's a wet race, we'll hand both sets of tyres out. Obviously that doubles our workload, so hopefully we have enough people here to cope with it. But yeah, hand both sets of tyres out, take both sets of tyres in.
And they still have to make the right call on the tyres though before they start the race?
Yes, exactly. So you're only allowed to use one set of tyres, and you have to make that decision before the gate closes. Otherwise you'll be starting from the back.
Brilliant. Well, let's hope they all get it right this weekend. And Ethan, thanks for talking to us.
Thank you very much.
So Keith, a new year and a new rule surrounding the use of fuel this year.
Yeah, to bring the cost down for fuel, we've nominated a close service station to the circuit, and it will be 1 or 2 pumps at that service station which are marked. They have to get the nominated fuel from them pumps, make sure they get the receipt, because the receipt will also show that they've got it from that station and then pumps, and then we cross-check it with the electronic machine that we've got to make sure they're using the correct fuel and the correct mixture. for the oil.
And this should just all help to make it a level playing field across the board.
Yes, it levels the playing field. Everybody uses the same fuel, same oil, same mixture. It's easy for us to cross-check with the sample that I take as I approach the circuit at the meeting.
Well, best of luck with it, and thanks for giving us the info.
No problem at all, Kevin. Thank you.
Well, thanks to the UKC team who chatted to me earlier. I'm sure all of these changes will only add to the professionalism of the series as we look ahead to the rest of 2025. One thing that won't change, however, is the level of hard-fought competition that we're going to see out on track. The format for the weekend is as usual, but now with the addition of a repechage for classes of over 34 drivers. So let's take a look at how that will work and the overall road to the podium. So let's take a look at the road to the podium for 2025, and it all starts on Saturday morning with timed qualifying, which will determine your start position for the heat races. It's those heat races that are up next, and all drivers will take part in a minimum of 2 heat races where you can gain championship points and determine your start position for the superheat. The superheat comes next then, and it's from here that you will gain even more championship points, and it's results from the qualifying heats and this superheat that will determine your start position for the super final. But new for 2025, and in classes of over 34 drivers, the top 30 will automatically qualify for the super final. The rest will go into the repechage, with the top 4 getting promoted to that super final. We'll then have the top 34 drivers who will be competing in the super final to gain championship points and determine their finish position. And if you finish in the top 3, well, then you'll be on the podium come Sunday night, picking up the prizes and the trophy. So there it is, through time qualifying, the heat races, the superheat, maybe a repechage, and the super final. That's your road to the podium.
This is it then, ladies and gentlemen, what the weekend has been boiling down to. It's the Ultimate Karting Championship, it's round 1, it's Whilton Mill, and it's time for the Micromax final. Alfie Garrett alongside Benedict Das Massicos on the front row. Albie J. Stubbs on Albert Farrow for row number 2. Dimitar Uzanov from Dian Singh Palau on row number 3. Ralph Martin from Chloe McGill there in 8th. Ansel Murray from Ethan Lloyd, the top 10. Sebastian Crawford from Harris Barber, the top 12. Behind that comes George Quinlan from Teddy Murphy, row 7. Arlo Gamble, Oliver Brandt, the top 16. Behind that comes Freddie Walker, Oliver Whittle, William Davison, and Ethan McClelland in 20th and final place for the final of Micromax here at Whilton Mill. We saw absolute excitement during their superheat a little bit earlier on. And these young drivers, one of their first steps on the ladder of motorsport. They head round for their formation lap. Now we saw them just lined up on the grid, getting ready to go. And these young drivers with very little experience in terms of racecraft are going to be looking to gain their craft, refine their craft, and get ready to go racing. These Micromax kids, of course, they start around 8, and the class is capped at about 11 or 12 years old. So they are very, very young. Most of them not even sort of in high school, if not their sort of year 7, their first year of high school. My name, of course, Zach Sweeney, not quite joined alongside by Kev Harris for the finals. He's down, and we'll see him later on with the podium interviews. But I, for one, am ecstatic for these finals. Of course, we've got the Micro, the Mini, the Rotax 177, then the Junior and the Seniors later on. Of course, the rolling start for these guys. As I say, Alfie Garrett from Albie J. Stubbs, who got very, very feisty earlier on in the superheat, as well as Masiokas on the O-plate, finishing P3 in the superheat earlier on. There is a lot of talent on this grid, all vying to prove themselves through the penultimate corner. And of course, it'll be Alfie Garrett on the left-hand side in the 47 machine that dictates the pace. He puts his foot to the floor, and we get underway for the first final of the day. And in towards turn number 1, the 47 is able to hang on to the lead of the race. Closely followed then by Alfie J. Stubbs and also Masiokas towards Christmas corner for the first time. Uphill climb, weaving around, trying to... And we've just been told that it's a false start for the initial getaway. So they're going to have to go around once again. I think Alfie Garrett treated it as if it was a normal start, but they're going to be having to go around again and line up in formation, and then we'll give it another go for the second false start, of course, of the day. Saw it earlier on in the Rotax 177 superheat, and not what we want to see, but there you can see the flag, the green with the yellow chevron to dictate the false start. And these drivers, of course, they're going to have to get used to plenty of these throughout their long and lustrous motorsport careers. But we get to go again. Of course, the finals, they are 14 minutes in length. Plus, of course, the lap. So once the timer ticks 0, whatever lap they're on, they still get one more the next time they cross the timeline. In formation then, some people must have just been ever so slightly ajar. And while they line up once again, the O-plate alongside the 47 who dictates the pace. Here we go. Can we get it done properly this time by? The Micromax final is underway and racing. Alfie Garrett then leads into turn number 1, but it's side by side for P2. It's RBJ Stubbs versus Masiokas in the battle for second place. Now we begin the ascent towards Christmas Corner. The O-plate then on the inside having to defend the 23 of Singh Palau, trying to go from 6th place and launch his way up into P4. Absolute. We got about 4 cars off in the background there. Not entirely sure as to who was involved. We'll obviously check that when they come around the timing line once more to see who's down in last place. Couple of people then able to recover quite cleanly, but for the most part they were spun round and almost beached in the grass. Alfie Garrett then leads Masiokas, but I think a couple of changes as well as they're battling in 3rd place as the 23 of Singh Palau makes up 3 places here on this opening lap. Absolutely sensational stuff. Then in towards the boot for the first time. Garrett in control, but under hot pursuit from the O-plate, who's all over his rear end through the final couple of corners. It's all about momentum in these Micromaxes. Of course, the most restricted Rotax Evo engines of the classes, so they're the slowest, so you need to keep that momentum up, keep that minimum speed up, especially at a circuit as fast as the first sector at Whilton Mill and also all the acceleration zones. You need to be having that minimum speed kept to as high a number as possible. Garrett from Masiokas to no avail on that particular attack there from the O-plate. The fight for 3rd, but there's the launch to the inside. The O-plate gets himself to the inside. Masiokas takes the lead of the race away from Garrett, who has a quick flick over his shoulder just to assess the situation. Can he fight for the lead? Has he got the room to be fighting tooth and nail? Still 12.5 minutes left to go in this race, as it's still not quite settled down at all. The 12 there, that's Harris Barber making contact, I believe, with the 66 of Ethan Lloyd potentially as they go off through the left-hander of the infield, and that's something we saw a little bit earlier on as well in the day. Drivers mounting each other's carts, just getting a little bit too aggressive. Fastest lap and race lead for Masiokas, who leads Alfie Garrett and Singh Palau there in 3rd place in the 23, practically being pushed by the 96 of RBJ Stubbs. What is the consensus going to be? Do we work together and try and catch the leaders, or do I fight you now for P3? Of course, it's the final, it's the last race of their day, and they want as many points as possible, because points mean prizes at the end of the season. And of course they want that trophy on the podium as well. Who doesn't at the age of 9 years old want a nice shiny trophy to take home and put on the cabinet? But at the end of the day, you'd rather sort of a 2nd or a 1st place trophy than you would a 3rd place. A look over the shoulder there from Pahal just to see what the sort of situation is with Stubbs. Again, analyse if he's going to be going for a move, analyse his body language, see if he's going to be looking to try and go for a move. We've got about sort of, what's that, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, nearly 7 carts at line astern, trying to chase after the 2 leaders. Still Masiokas from Garrett. They lead and are pushing each other sort of to new heights in terms of their lap times. A 52.44 at the front, matched by 2nd place. Side by side, the 62 of Dimitar Uzanov tries to work his way into 4th place, and Tib LBJ Stubbs for 4th place, but to no avail. I don't quite think on that particular occasion. In towards the hairpin once more. Who's going to be last on the brakes? And no way through there for the 62. Stubbs able to thwart the attack. The 42 of Albert Ferro, who we saw get very feisty earlier on as well, is looking to continue that theme into this race. Up the inside then of the 62. Uzanov having to turn offense into defense, and there is the way through. There's contact as well. The 32 of Ralph Martin trying to get involved as they head towards the boot. Still on the inside. Further contact between the pair of them as well as they settle in single file towards the chicane, because you do not want to be going side by side through here. It's all sort of settled itself down back into single file, but all this battling is allowing the top 2 to bridge their gap further and further away. Still 10 minutes left to go then in the first final of the day here at Whilton Mill for the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Look to the inside once again, the 62 brave on the brakes into Christmas Corner. The up and under definitely is there, but I think he's been able to get a stop there. Has Uzanov up now into 5th place. Very nicely done indeed. Quick look over the shoulder, no need to defend into the hairpin, and through into 5th place, tipping the 42 quite nicely. But again, the race far from over. Still 10 minutes left to go, which, by the way, was the length of their superheats, right? So they've effectively got a whole superheat still left to go. That front nose cone looks mightily insecure on the front end of the 18 there of Chloe McGill, I believe it is. She's running a fantastic weekend. Qualified P8, now up into P7. is the 18. So a start for the future there to watch as well. All of these young kids as well, look for them in the coming years as they progress up through the ranks of not only Rotax karting, but then potentially into cars as well. The 23 of Singh Pahal trying to look to work his way towards the top 2, but they're about 3 seconds up the road. So I think this now is a train for third place. Who's going to be the one to get the final step onto the podium? Any one of these sort of 5 or 6 drivers could win it. The 96 gets pushed wide, then LBJ Stubbs alongside now Chloe McGill, who's going to look to go to the outside of the infield section. She has to concede, but on the inside, very quickly to capitalise, is the 32 of Ralph Martin. Once the inside once again, I think she tried to launch a bit of a counter-attack to the inside of the left and the right-hander. Bit of a chicane in the way that you take that corner. Through the boot once more. And this is the focus because the two at the front not really swapping places too much. We've not seen too much excitement between them. They're just sort of sat there. Bit of a stalemate. Garrett not quite close enough in order to find a way through for the lead, but they are virtually matched in terms of pace, pushing each other, like I said earlier, to new heights and absolutely gapping the field. The space opens up on the inside for the 62 of Uzanov, who we've seen very aggressive to the inside of Christmas corner. The space opens up for the switchback, but to no avail. The 62 finds his way through into third place. Look out as well for the 42 of Albert Farrow, who could well be looking to capitalise on this as well. Not quite close enough into the hairpin. The 96 as well of LBJ Stubbs. There's Ralph Martin trying to get involved, and that's the thing in these go-karts, karting generally. Once a gap opens up for one person, the gap generally opens up for those in behind as well. You often find you lose one place, you can very easily lose 2 or 3 places, and we've seen that today in abundance. The 62 now takes the podium place away from Singh Pahal. With just under 8 minutes left to go in this final. Look at these young drivers. I mean, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 years old maximum. And they're racing at such a high standard. This is national level karting. And the pressure on their shoulders, they're fighting in pack races. The 62 once again looks to go to the inside. It's the outside line for the 23, though we don't often see that one work through Christmas corner. But Palau is back through now into third place. Absolutely sensational stuff. The 62, though, tucked in behind, their nose to tail, practically pushing, practically bump drafting. You often see this NASCAR on ovals, let alone around Whilton Mill kart circuit in these Micromax Rotax karts. Now, 7 minutes, 10 seconds, and of course the lap left to go in this race. Masiokas gapping Alfie Garrett ever so slightly, so looks to be securing that position at the front for the final win. Of course, most points on offer for the final of any race in terms of championship points. So this is, of course, the one you want to win for the eventual championship battle. Through turn number 2, and once again the action zone. Look over the shoulder. The 23 goes defensive. I think the 62 goes with him just to cover off the attack from the 42. Is going to try and go to the outside, but again, that didn't quite work on that particular occasion. And very clever driving, actually, from Uzanov in the 62 machine there. You can just see behind. Able to sort of defend whilst also sort of not losing too much time. Looks to go to the outside, though, the infield section. Long way around, trying to fight his way into P3. That opens up the door now for Farrow to try and launch an attack into P4. And I think it's not quite worked on that particular occasion. I think it might actually. No, it has. The 42 is through into the boot. That's the 96 of LBJ Stubbs, who's made up 2 places on this lap alone, capitalising here, there and everywhere. The 62 has lost 2 places just like that, trying to go to the outside of the left-hander through the infield, and that has not at all paid dividends. It's still the 23 that leads this train for third. A bit of a slap, though, from the 96. That's going to put him on the back foot once more as we ascend towards Christmas corner. Is the space going to open up there momentarily? 3 wide, nearly pinched in the middle there is the 32 of Ralph Martin, and it's going to be LBJ Stubbs that now works his way into P3. Sensational racing between these young drivers. With still 5.5 minutes left to go. The 62 once more tries to get the run to the outside. That did not work this time last lap. It's not going to work this lap either. He's going to be drawn alongside by the 42 of Albert Farrow and potentially lose another place because he gets pushed wide over the curb, completely kills all his momentum, and through then goes Ralph Martin. I think that's Ansel Murray involved as well, potentially Chloe McGill. She's at the back end of that train. I think she was able to work her way through. It's then the 16, of course, of Sebastian Crawford in P10. We've got the majority of the top 10. We've got from P3 down to P9 fighting for the podium, and in the span of 2 laps Uzanov has gone from 3rd to 9th. That's the level of competition these racers have to deal with. He's immediately going to try and launch to the inside of Christmas corner, and there's contact. I think he's taken Chloe McGill with him. The 18 has gone spinning round, potentially contact, but of course we'll have to wait and see what the stewards think of that. But very aggressive driving into Christmas corner there from the young driver of Dimitar Uzanov. desperate to fight his way back towards the front of this train and work his way onto the podium. That's wide as well from the 23 of Singh Pahal, who was doing so well, maintaining that podium place, but through goes the 42 on the inside of the boot, through as well, potentially goes the 98 of Ansel Murray, trying to pick his way through this battle as well, and I think that's not quite worked on that occasion. The 23 was just able to hang on, but the 32 of Ralph Martin was unable to pick his way past. Now over the line to break the beam once more. 4 minutes plus a lap left to go. These finals, they are long, they're physical, and of course they are going to be taxing on these young drivers. Contact warning for Dimitar Uzanov, so I do believe that what might well have been for the contact down that we saw at Christmas Corner. The O-plate from Alfie Garrett, though, this is the battle for the lead. Fastest lap swings the way in favour of Alfie Garrett, now a 52.12. Just 6/1000ths of a second, or 600ths of a second, I should say, between the pair of them. Masiokis was able initially to sort of bridge that gap and extend it for the best sort of the early part of the race, but Alfie Garrett has switched that Micromax into overdrive and trying to find some more pace to close the gap. Could we still see a fight for the lead? It was a fastest lap trade from Masiokis, 52.1, quickly beaten by 52.06. These young drivers pushing each other to levels beyond what they've seen thus far this weekend. They want to win this race. They're pushing like crazy in order to win this race. They've got 3 minutes and a lap left to do it. Translates to maybe about 4 or 5 laps depending on how they break the beam. So not long left to go in this race whatsoever. Masiokis has soaked up the pressure fantastically, but Garrett has been supplying it both physically and also psychologically. You get in, sort of the driver behind can hear their engine, they can sense, they look over their shoulder, a little bit like that we saw from the O-plate. And you see the shadows, you know they're there, you're aware that they're there, you're aware that you're under pressure, and also you're leading a final. So you are fully aware of what's going on around you. You're aware of the pressure that's going on. And at such a young age to deal with that, to soak that up, has been mightily impressive. However, for how much longer can it last? The 47 has got an opportunity here, not quite close enough into Christmas, but has definitely got temptation. How can I get this done? They've got the gap behind. They're free to battle. They're under no pressure from behind. They're 9.3 seconds clear of Albie J. Stubbs. So unless they crash, one of these two is winning this race. They've not got to worry about P3 closing in too much. They've got 2 minutes plus a lap left to go in this race. They can fight as hard as they want. Through the final corner, over the chicane, got to be careful of track limits. Very committed from Masiokis, able to extend the gap by half a car length or so. Under 2 minutes left to run in this race, probably the third to last lap that we've got for the final of the Micromax. And the gap has opened up ever so slightly. Alfie Garrett needs to sort of recompose himself and get back on it. Ansel Murray dropping down to 8th place. That's that fight for third that we continued to see. I think it's sort of broken up ever so slightly into respective sort of couples and triples, but for the most part still very, very close. So we'll track the progress of both the front and the podium battle. You've got to be careful of track limits there as well. You can see a very big divot on the exit. Of course, naturally the kart wants to run out to use that little bit of concrete between the two grass banks. But you've got to be careful not to run too far, because you can sort of drop the kart, it can bottom out, it can spin, you can get a puncture, you can damage and bend a chassis very easily, all in the pursuit of a little bit of extra lap time. So you've got to be careful when you're racing on the limit. Back to this fight though for third place. The 23 of Singh Pahal, he at the moment 5th place. Leading this train though, the 96 of Albie J. Stubbs, staying stationed from where he started, dropped all the way back as low as 7th, I believe, in this race. The 42 of Albert Farrow as well, closing in, wants that trophy for P3, but even then P4, very respectable position, especially in the championship. You get points for the heats, for the super heats, and for the finals, let's not forget. So they've been scoring championship points all throughout the weekend, but heats score the least points, super heats slightly more, the finals, of course, are the pinnacle. If you're going to finish high in any of the races, it's going to be this one. Timer ticks close to 0, plus the 1 lap, of course. We're nearing the end of the first final. There are our race leaders. They might just be able to scrape another lap. They break the beam with about a second left to go. I think we've got the penultimate lap this time by them. So they just were able to scrape onto this penultimate lap. 2 to go, and Alfie Garrett needs to grab that opportunity with both hands and start applying some pressure to Masiokis. Of course, he's not done it thus far this race, but if there's any time, it's the time like the present. And the O-Plate Masiokas, like I said, has not put a foot wrong all race long. Has just been on the limit, trying everything as Alfie Garrett, ducking his head down. Human DRS, I mean, you can argue it, everyone tries it at least once. The benefit is probably more psychological than anything, but you've got to try it head down, desperate to try and find any little bit of pace that they can through the boot, chucking it in for one final time, this time by through the chicane. And the lap's time will crown our victor for the Micromax final here at Whilton Mill. Last lap board shown. The drivers know that Masiokas has got one more tour of Whilton Mill. He's led every single lap of this race. And Alfie Garrett has just been within touching distance, but not quite close enough to go for a move. Through the left, then the right. In towards the hairpin for the final time, and opportunities running out. Each corner that goes by is one less opportunity for Alfie Garrett to win this race. I think it might well go to the O-Plate winner, Masiokas, who we saw drop back ever so slightly in the superheat in his battle with LBJ Stubbs, of course, but has risen to the occasion. And he's just got to keep it tidy for a couple more corners. There's not really an overtaking opportunity for Alfie Garrett to capitalise on. And for the first time in 2025, the Ultimate Karting Championship, a final is won by Masiokas, the O-Plate winner from a week ago. Takes victory at Whilton Mill once more. Alfie Garrett, the fastest lap, completes in P2. What's the fight for P3 looking like? LBJ Stubbs has driven phenomenally in the 42. Albert Farrow close, but to no avail. A valiant effort, and that is the podium completed for our first final of the day. We'll run you through the results as soon as we can, but ladies and gentlemen at home in the YouTube chat, this is what we've got to expect with the UKC in 2025. Benediktas Masiokas, the winner of the Micromax final. Alfie Garrett from LBJ Stubbs are our podium, ahead of Albert Farrow and Dmitry Uzanov, who recovered well to 5th. Dian Singh Pahal, who was in podium contention all the way through that race, same two of Ralph Martin in 7th. Sebastian Crawford from Chloe McGill, despite contact, finishing 9th. Harris Barber from Ethan Lloyd in P11. Arlo Gamble from Anselm Murray, Teddy Murphy and Oliver Whittle, George Quinlan, Freddie Walker, William Davison and Oliver Brunn in P19. The drivers will be on their cool-down lap and they'll be making their way over, of course, to the podium. 1, 2 and 3 in the final. And what a race that was. There we are down. The drivers making their way onto the garage. I think Kev's down there potentially to grab a word with some of them.
Well, here we go then. The first one in 2025 was the Micromax Super Final, and it is there. Kart, the O-Plate of Benediktas Masiokas, who takes the win, going on the scales and off, putting his car on the #1 spot. Numbers 47 then, the MLC car of Alfie Garrett coming home in 2nd, just getting his weighing done. And look at this is teamwork. Look, the lad he's just been racing is helping him position his car, get it onto the 1st, 2nd and 3rd positions here in scrutineering post-race. Go on, give him a wheel there, Benediktas. Lovely stuff, good stuff. There's your 1, 2 and 3 then, 96, Sam Pollitt Racing's LBJ Stubbs there. He had too much to do, didn't he? He's just rolled off the front of the scales, bless him. Come on back. He's just getting pushed on as well by the number 42 of Albert Farrow from Down Honor Racing. But there's your 1, 2 then. Benediktas, then it was Alfie, and then it was LBJ Stubbs. And we'll try and get Albie up first from Sam Pollitt Racing, as our number 4 driver then has just wheeled to the wrong place. But let's have a look. So let's get our number 3 driver over here first. LBJ, let's get him over. Come on over, mate. Helmet off. Let's have a chat to me. And then we'll try and get our number 2 driver over. Alfie afterwards. Head on up, mate, and then we'll get Benediktas to come and have a chat. So, LBJ, congratulations, mate. You're on the podium at the first round of the UKC in 2025. How you feeling?
I felt really good. It was a really hard race. We lost a bit on the start because we were on the inside, but got done up to Christmas and then dropped back a little bit, and we managed to get back because of a few little scraps.
Yeah, a few little scraps going on through all of that one, but the guys that were ahead of you, they were just a bit too far down the road, weren't they? They got quite a lead on you the longer that race went on.
Yeah, because the pack, they were battling a lot, while those two that just pushed away, and they done really well.
Yeah, they did do really well. Who would you like to thank, mate? You're on the podium for the first one in 2025. Who's made it possible?
My family, my mechanic Sam, Sam Pollitt Racing, my coach, and all the people that are supporting me.
Brilliant stuff. Well done to you, sir. Huge congratulations. Go and high-five your family and teammates, whoever's over there at the awning. And we say well done to our third-place man, Albie J. Stubbs, as we say cheerio. Off he goes. Let's welcome over our second-place man, Alfie Garrett. Come on over, Alfie. Second-place man, here he is. Alfie, so quite some battle that you were having in Benedictus there. You started on pole, you've ended up second. How are you feeling at the end of it?
I'm feeling good. Happy that we've got on the podium.
It's a really good first podium for you here in 2025. Talk me through the race, because yourself and Benedictus were fighting for all of that. You had clean air between you two and young Albie J, who came home in third. The battle was between you two, wasn't it?
Yeah, obviously I started first. I got a good start, but then Benedictus got past me coming down into Ashby. I caught him back up, but I made a mistake, so I fell back and I just couldn't keep up.
Hey, listen, you did really well, because you kept him in your sights for the whole of the race. You're racing out there for 12 minutes or so, plus a lap, so you did really rather well. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible this weekend?
I'd like to thank MLC, my dad, Force Racing Engines, and my family.
Well, listen, well done. I'm sure some of them are waiting for you just over there by the chain link fence. So go and say hi to them, give them a high five, and congratulations. We'll see you on the podium later on.
Thank you.
Let's welcome up our winner, though. Here he is. It's Benedictus Masiokas from SFR. Benedictus, how about that? You started in second, but you finished first. You must be thrilled.
Yeah, I am.
Talk to me about your race. You had quite a battle there with young Alfie Garrett, didn't you? You got ahead of him, and then he couldn't catch you.
So I overtook him on the third lap, and then we just pushed together, and then, yeah.
That's right, for the whole of the race, it was you two running at the front, were you? It was like a kind of two-way battle. What's it like when you're at the front like that and you know someone's chasing you, but got a lot of laps to go? What are you feeling in the kart?
A bit of stress.
I'd say
Anything can happen.
that is exactly it, a lot of stress, because anything can happen. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible?
My dad, my coach Nathan, my mum, and everyone who supported me.
Listen, there's a lot of people supporting you, watching you on the internet all over the world right now. Huge congratulations. Well done, Benedictus. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on.
Okay, bye.
There he goes, bye. So there we are, that's our first one here at Whilton Mill in 2025. What a great race it was. Up next, there's more of the same in the sunshine for the Ultimate Karting Championship.
Well, after the excitement of the Micromax final, we head to the Mini Inters now. They're just getting themselves set up on the grid, but we'll talk you through the starting grid then. It's Emerson McAndrew-Uren, who of course was on top earlier on. Max Jolly alongside on the front row, Maximilian Abraham in third. Leo Livings there on fourth place. Tom Reed from Alfie Ward, row number 3. Ryan White, Notice Cleary in 8th place. Riley Moreau from Sebastian Behrman in P10, finished P10 earlier on as well. Arthur Farrow in P11, Ollie Thompson in 12th place. George Swire from Oliver Spencer is row 7, Eddie Duncan from Saureen Gallagher in 16th place, Austin O'Man from Jude Davidson, Alfie Mayer and Lewis Herbertson, the 20th place driver. Josh Hushka from Buddy Hugo in P22, Harry Radcliffe and Stanley Stafford in 24th place. P25 and row 13, Ian Campbell, and 26th, Ryan Townsend for Kart Republic. Hakeem Butts and Hugo McClusley there in 28th place. Teddy Higgs from Emily Davey in 30th. Hamish Gordon, Adam Butt, the 32nd driver. Christopher Simon and Lewis Stewart, the 34th and final driver then to take to the Mini Inter final for the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship in 2025. Big hello and welcome to everyone that's only now just joining us, and well, thank you to those that have been joining us all throughout the day. Been seeing loads of familiar names throughout this morning and into the afternoon. I hope everyone is enjoying the coverage, and we've got still 4 finals still to go. Mini, Rotax, 177, Junior and Senior still to come today in that respective order. Once again, let me know, what have you been making of the action thus far, and who have you got predicted to win not only this final, but also who you're cheering for the other ones as well? Where are you watching from? And what's been your favourite highlight of the UKC thus far today? And what round are you looking forward to most? There we can see our pole, or the O-plate driver in the OTK, ready to, well, get racing once more. Of course, we didn't see them until earlier on. The last time these guys were on track was, well, it would have been about 11:30, so they've had a couple of hours plus lunch break, of course, to die down, to look over things, to try and improve, speak to driver coaches. A wave there from the 177 as well, very nice to see. Drivers, some of them opting to sit in the kart, some of them opting to stand next to it. Well, it's interesting to see that approach. Of course, speaking with mechanics, with dads, with driver coaches again, the game plan that they're going to be having ahead of the race today. Of course, this is the all-important one, the final, the one that the weekend has all been boiling down to, and the one that you all want to win and perform it very well at. Because again, like I say, when it comes to the points, throughout the weekend, you get more points for each race. When it comes to the heats, you get 36 for a win. You then get to the super heats, it goes to 40 for a win. Then you get to the final, it goes up to 45 points for a win. So a 9-point differential across the weekend for winning a race. And you get rewarded for it as well. The gap between P1 and P2 in terms of points gets larger and larger. For the final, P1 gets 45, P2 gets 40. So you get rewarded a 5-point differential. And as a driver, when you go longer and longer into the season, that gap is going to become more and more important. So it rewards those race victories. Of course, points go all the way down to P34 as well. So obviously in the final, you end up getting yourself a couple of extra points to add on, which is why for sort of the classes like the juniors and the seniors, where you've got more than 34, it's so important to get into that final, because just by getting in, you guarantee yourself 4 championship points, which go a long way, like I say, when you get later and later into the season. Still waiting, of course, for them to be released for their formation lap. The official race start is going to be at 10 to 2, I believe, based on the timetable that I've got in front of me. So awaiting the race start. There's the 18. With a very striking helmet as well. I very much do like that approach. Quite contrasting to the livery of the kart. The suit matches. The helmet, though, very much stands out. I do like the green. I do like kart liveries generally, to be honest. People do a fantastic job. They're very sort of, not, I don't want to say geometric, but very pointy with the shapes and stripes and stuff. And there we go. There's Ollie Thompson. There. See him racing in not too long, about 4 or so minutes before they head off for their formation lap. Will they be able to keep it tidy, though? It is the question, and avoid a false start for the final. I must say, I've been absolutely incredibly impressed with the racing action that we've had in store for today. Again, like I say, this is my first round of the UKC as a commentator. And I've just been so impressed at the standard of driving that we've seen as well. I mean, we've seen a couple of incidents and things, but for the most part, it's been hard and fair racing from each of these drivers. Final fist bumps being made before they head off, of course, for their formation lap. Got to get some temperature into the tyres. Of course, they're on the same set of tyres all the way through. There's the 2-minute warning board, so off the grid. And the driver's now sat, suspended in anticipation, waiting. The adrenaline is going to be going. The nerves are going to start getting quite itchy, especially those fighting towards the front. It's the O-Plate and the O1 that are going to be fighting against each other on the front row. And again, everyone in the YouTube chat, let us know who you're supporting, who are you cheering on for. Make sure to like the stream as well if you have been enjoying it. Subscribe to Alpha Live and share around to as many people as you can. We want as many eyes on these young talents as possible to promote them through their motorsport journey. Not only just here at the UKC, but beyond into cars and whatever sort of avenues of motorsport they decide to take. A lot standing around waiting. You can see the wind has actually picked up quite a bit. Speaking to the camera operators that we've got dotted around the circuit, they were sort of mentioning how windy it can be. You can see the flags there picking up. It was forecasted about 5 miles an hour. I don't know if that's still the case. But yeah, the wind sort of, you get a bit of a side wind going into turn 1. Thankfully, it's not affecting them on the straight too much. In fact, actually, I say that it will be. It'll be a headwind going up towards Christmas, so that's going to slow you down even more on the uphill climb, especially again in the mini inters, because while they're slightly quicker, or I say slightly quicker, slightly less restricted than the micros, which in fact makes them quicker. They're still not got as much power output as the juniors and the seniors, but they get the wave around then for their formation lap as we get raring to go for the second final of the day. Of course, thankfully, it's a nice warm day, and again, the track is nicely rubbered in, so it shouldn't take too long to get some nice temperature into the tyres. A couple of weaves around, a couple of locks to the brakes, get everything warmed up where it needs to be. and then get yourself into your 2x2 formation for the rolling start. Quick reminder, it's McAndrew Uren and Max Jolly that share the front row from Leo Livings and Maximilian Abraham. Again, we saw those top 4 fighting fiercely earlier on in their superheat, and expect more of the same in the final. Again, this will be 12 minutes plus a lap, similar to the Micro Max. So plenty of time to get these moves done, but, well, don't expect these drivers to be waiting around. As soon as they see an opportunity, I'm sure they will be going for it. It will be McAndrew Uren on the right-hand side of your picture with the 01 plate that dictates the pace. It's the O plate alongside him, though, Max Jolly, that could well have the advantage going into turn 1 being the outside. As we get set to go racing once more. It's the mini Inter final here at Whilton Mill for the UKC. A good start from pole position, and 4th place has actually followed him really, really nicely. That's going to be the 3rd place driver, I believe, of Abraham. That's going to be able to follow him through and potentially take 2nd place with it as well. The 01 plate then leads from the 61, the 10 up the inside, switch back as well late, going into Christmas corner and jumping over the curb. That's the number 10 of Tom Reed. There's contact as they then have to cut the grass for the King, losing plenty of places and momentum to go with it. In towards the first hairpin for the first time, and goodness me, it's all kicking off. I think that was the 93 potentially that was getting a little bit squirrely in the background as well, but a calm start for the leader, McAndrew Uren, who I think was able to control the start very, very well indeed. Hopefully no drop downs or anything like that initially on the start, although inevitably I'm sure there probably will be some. The O plate then of Max Jolly dropped back a few places. Let's see what the positions are finally as they cross and break the beam for the first lap. It's McAndrew Uren from Abraham and Tom Reed the top 3. Riley Moreau and Max Jolly dropped to 5th place, so 2 places down from where he started to where he is now. Into Christmas corner, he's going to have the move to the inside, but a move under braking ever so slightly. A little bit late there from Riley Moreau, but covered him off quite nicely. There's the S plate there. That's Drew Davidson off and stranded and probably out of this race. So not entirely sure as to what unfortunately happened there, but look at the gap. And a look to the inside there from Tom Reed for 2nd place. Beautifully done. Saw the gap and executed the move absolutely perfectly. The 61 of Abraham then is stuck on the counter-attack, trying to find his way back through, but they don't want to battle too much too soon, because of course they still have to try and stay within sort of touching distance of McAndrew. You've still got 12.5 minutes of this race left to go. And you don't want to be throwing it away too soon. You don't want to be settling too soon. You've still got a chance at winning this race. If you work together, you very much still can go for it. But it's got to be a mutual effort. It's got to be that short-term loss, long-term gain for those 4. They've got to sort of just suck it up, get along for a little while, at least for now. But there's the look actually to the inside. Max Jolly not waiting around for an invitation to the inside of the hairpin on the 03 of Riley Moreau. He wants to climb his way through this field and lead the charge onto the back of 1st place, running a little bit wide through the infield section there, over the curb, and that drop back down almost shocks the car. Got to be careful. Too much of that, you can find yourself spinning or losing control or bending something, worst case scenario. But through the chicane, you can see launching over the curbs. Got to be careful of those flip-flops. They are monitoring track limits. Don't want to be picking yourself up a penalty too soon. Being ushered on by parents and mechanics then going into turn 1, giving them the signal to push. But nose to tail for the best part of the field. That was a competition that are extremely, extremely high. McAndrew Uren still leads from Tom Reed, Abraham, Jolly and Moreau, the top 5. Oliver Spencer, though, is the driver with the fastest lap of the race. The O plate practically pushing, of course, the 61 through the hairpin, getting all over his rear end, trying to apply some pressure, trying to get through, because the gap at the front been a bit of a stalemate. The last time by, Tom Reed was marginally quicker, but not quick enough to make much of an indent. So they need to be consistently chipping away at that gap, getting in sort of touching distance of the 01. That was a launch over the curve there from the number 8 of Oliver Spencer. Finding some lap time. He's doing something right, because, like I say, he's got the fastest lap of the race. And he's just set another one of 48.5 that last time by, which, by the way, 0.3 of a second quicker than our race leader. That is a man on a mission right there, trying to close into this pack ahead and maybe work his way onto the podium. He's got 3 places in order to do that. Very smooth for the most part for these drivers. They're not sort of sliding the kart around. They're not locking the rears too much and getting the rear end round. They're being very smooth, very methodical with it, because, again, they don't want to scrub off too much speed by going sideways, because it's going to be very difficult for them to sort of pick that back up with such restricted engines as such. Contact warning for Otis Cleary there, the number 22. He, at the moment, is going to be running a little bit further down the field. He's in P15 at the moment. So must have just been some of that midfield argy-bargy that we've seen side by side as well. The number 15 side by side with the 183. That's Alfie Ward versus Alfie Mayer going into turn number 1. Getting very, very busy. There's the number 8. There's Ollie Spencer on the inside of the 03 of Riley Moreau into Christmas corner. There's one picked off. He's got them in his crosshairs and he's closing down more and more. He matched, oh, in fact, he beat his fastest lap last time by 48.58 the last time through. So really arriving on the day, and just goes to show that obviously, while yes, your heats and your super heats dictate your starting position for the final, but this is the one you need to arrive at. This is where the pressure is. And yeah, you can win heats, you can win super heats, but you've got to execute it in the final. That's exactly what Ollie Spencer is doing. He's now moved his way up inside the top 5. 2 more, it'll be a podium. Still with 9 minutes left to go in this race as well, so just shy of what they were running in the super heats. And that's the physicality of this. I mean, karting generally, even at corporate level, in fact, actually, there's number 8 looking on the inside of the O plate. Max Jolly, last thing he wanted to see was to be going backwards. But it's in fact Oliver Spencer that's being the aggressor. He's now up in a 4th place, knocking on the door already of the 61. However, goes in a bit too deep. Max Jolly goes straight back through on the exit of the hairpin. Takes the racing line, running a little bit too wide there from the number 8. More mistakes like that. He cannot lose his composure. It's happened. You can't then start getting in your own head, start being your own worst enemy. Could he have a send towards the inside of the boot? I think he is. He's going to brake late, send it up the inside. If you reach that curb first, you're doing something right in terms of getting a move done, because you use all of it. That was a fantastic shot, showing the speed of these, you know, young drivers, upwards of maximum 13 years old, between 9 and 13-ish for the Mini Inters. You know, when I was between 9 and 13, I most definitely was not racing at these speeds, at tracks like this, at a national level. The talent and maturity of drivers this age as well. I mean, you had it there when the micro spoke to Kev in the interviews. The maturity they have, confident to speak in front of a camera, in front of a microphone when, you know, Kev, who's a lovely bloke, but, you know, he comes up, shoves the microphone in your face, asks you a question. There's a look to the inside, shoving up the inside, speaking of, is the 8 of Oliver Spencer, and that's going to prompt a bit of a move further back. That's going to be Abrahart, I think, fighting with Max Jolly going into the boot. Abrahart, I think, was able to forced to concede in the end, launching it over the curbs. The 61 now all over the back. Oliver Spencer worked his way into the podium places. He's worked his way up. What is that? 11 places. So speaking of just starting position not being the be-all and end-all, he's up 11 places. He started P14. He's now P3 in this race. A move there as well to the inside of Christmas corner. We saw it as well in the repechage for the seniors as well. A driver making up 15 places. Maybe saved a bit more tyres, maybe made sort of a setup change or something, or just found some more pace in the final. Some drivers just unlock when it gets to the final race of the day. Maybe got a bit more endurance and stamina, maybe the wrists are hurting a little bit less, stronger forearms, whatever it might be. Physicality-wise, he's unlocked a lot of pace as Oliver Spencer, and he's using that to full benefit to himself. Speaking of big gainers, by the way, and 11 places gained, we have also got 11 places gained for Alfie Mayer, up into 8th place from 19th on the grid. So capitalising on incidents, on people going off, on gaps, particularly at the race start. Up 11 places is mightily impressive. You know, where you sort of find yourself settling into packs to work through, you know, 3 or 4 carts and then go and chase more and overtake them as well. To have the pace to do that, staggeringly impressive. McAndrew Urano at the moment leads the way from Tom Reed in second, about 6/10 of a gap between the pair of them. There is the gap as they run their way through the boot. Tom Reed now, Oliver Spencer, he'll probably have him for company very soon. I think the gap has definitely closed. Yeah, it's gone down by about 3/10 of a second. Oliver Spencer a 48.8. Tom Reed a 48.9 that last time by. McAndrew Urin setting a PB of 48.8. So very consistent lap times. He's not really been any higher than a 48.8 or a 48.9, maybe a 59.0. McAndrew Urin, an incredibly consistent driver. Obviously kept pole position at the start. There's a look to the inside from the 15. That's Alfie Mayer making up yet another place in this race. Through on the number 3 of Riley Moreau, so up to 7th. 5 minutes left, plus, of course, the change of the lap. But the consistency of McAndrew Urin has been incredible. Not put a foot wrong at all. Let's see what this lap time is. It's a 48.96, so again, within a 10th and a half of a second, lap on lap. as a young driver, you go round and round and round, and consistency like this is going to be so important the further up you go through the ladder, and especially the UKC as well. You've got to have that consistency over the season. You're not going to win every final. You're not going to win every heat or super heat. You're not going to pole every qualifying. You're not going to be the quickest driver and dominate every single round. But if you're there second, third, win the occasional heat or final, you're going to do yourself a lot of favours in the championship. Look to the inside of the hairpin as well, and side by side towards the infield section we saw a bit further back. This is the big group. This is the fight for P3, potentially even P2 now as well. Oliver Spencer on the back of Tom Reed. There's the 01 of McAndrew Uren, who is, well, home clear basically. Can't get complacent because a mistake would very quickly bring Tom Reed back in to the equation, but he's keeping him at arm's length, right? Tom Reed is nowhere near close enough to go for a move, nor will he be for a couple of laps, even if he starts sort of pushing it into overdrive. And McAndrew Uren, by the way, 48.8 last time by, matching his PB. Proving again his consistency. Still fastest lap though for Oliver Spencer. 48.58. He did all that on lap 4. Now, obviously, we're on to lap. We're about to cross the line to complete lap 11, or lap 12, even I should say. There's the gap, and look at that. The number 8 of Oliver Spencer. For a driver that started P14, he's got a good chance of finishing P2, potentially even the win. I mean, if he can dispatch of the number 10 very quickly, which he looks to do to the inside of the hairpin, what a move that well could be, taking the track away. The number 10 saw it coming, but couldn't quite thwart the attack. And now the number 8 of Oliver Spencer is through and up into second place. He's got sight of the lead from 14th place. He started this race. With that still 3 minutes and a lap to go, he's less than a second off the leader. Could we see Oliver Spencer ascend to the top in this race? Or will McAndrew Uren be able to hang on? But these are the things as well. I mean, we talk of comeback drives and stuff. Could he have done himself a better favour by maybe being a bit more fortunate or overtaking a couple of cars during the heats and stuff like that to put him in a better position so he didn't have to work as hard in the final? Nonetheless, can't take anything away from the drive that this has been. If he finishes second, third, fourth, of course, it's far from over. Still plenty of opportunity for him to be counter-attacked or for him to make a mistake or whatever it is. But Oliver Spencer has had a dream drive here for the final of the UKC round 1 here at Whilton Mill, of course. Just been told as well that Spencer has got one race less on his tyres. So speaking of sort of attributing factors when it comes to tyre wear, they get one set for the weekend, right? So the less driving you do on your tyres, maybe that's why he started a bit further back, missed one of the heats, whatever it was. Less wear on the tyres can give you a bit more grip. Of course, Oliver Spencer was one of the drivers that unfortunately went off during the last race at one of the corners, and well, you have a whole race of tyre wear that you don't have, and that's going to be beneficial now. He's using that to full fruition. Just need to hope they don't fall off a cliff and that all of that pace disappears. But you still have to drive the car. I mean, even if you've got, by this metric, a faster car in the sense with a better tyre grip, you've still got to drive it, you've still got to overtake, you've still got to be decisive and convicting with your moves, and that's exactly what Oliver Spencer has been. Still with a minute and a lap left to go, Oliver Spencer, one of the drivers then to watch definitely this season. McAndrew Uren, though, has been so consistent, and again another 48.8. Maybe a look to the inside from any one of these guys. I think Tom Reed and Max Jolly are working with Oliver Spencer to try and close back in on McAndrew Uren, but as we close into the final couple of laps, at what point do they realise that's not going to happen? Max Jolly, I think, is starting to realise that now. Looks to go to the inside of Tom Reed, but no way through on that occasion. The gap is closing, though, and this is the final push that you need. 20 seconds on the clock. They might well be able to scrape another lap out of this, but it is going to be close. He is going to be close, actually. I think we might get 2 more. We are going to get 2 more. The timer's going to tick to 0. Penultimate lap of the race now started. McAndrew Uren from Oliver Spencer. Tom Reed, the podium. Max Jolly just off it there on the O-plate. And there's the gap. Who's going to press the button first? It's going to be Tom Reed, who I think didn't want to go for the move, but wanted to defend from Max Jolly. He looked to go to the inside to attack, to stop Jolly from getting the inside himself. There's the move, though. He has to defend into the hairpin. This is going to unleash Oliver Spencer into second place. The O-Plate fighting for his final place on the podium, with just a lap and a half left to go here at Whilton Mill for the Mini Inter final. The 01 plate, a look over the shoulders. No need to do that, mate. The race is only in front of you. He's been driving so well, focused forward, just churning in the lap and lap. 49.0 that last time by, so barely sort of deviating off that pace that he saw. Last lap board shown. So one more tour of Whilton Mill for the Mini Inter class. McAndrew Uren, Spencer, who's going to come out on top? I mean, he's a little bit too far back. The main overtaking opportunity, of course, is into Christmas Bend. And none of the top four able to make any moves on this occasion. Max Jolly running out of opportunities to finish on the podium. He's dropped off the back of Tom Reed ever so slightly, and no launch into the hairpin either. They're running out of chances unless there's a drastic mistake, unless they keep it. As there is the 23, is that's gone off. That's going to be Rian Townsend that unfortunately has had an off going on to the final lap. That is absolute heartbreak for that driver to now be down and out with just one lap left to go. But look at this. This drive has been sublime. From Emerson McAndrew Urim, the 01 plate, started on pole position, has commanded, has dominated at Whilton Mill in the Mini Inter final, and sees the checkered flag first for his first final victory of 2025. Oliver Spencer, a very well-deserved P2 from 14th place on the grid. Up 2 as well for Tom Reed into 3rd place. Max Jolly there, down 2. A 2nd place start, a front row start, converted only to 4th place, but still a magnificent drive nonetheless, and crucial points as well for the championship. There you can see, very happy Emerson McAndrew Uren from Oliver Spencer. Tom Reed to the podium. We'll grab a chat with these guys in just a few moments' time. Max Jolly, Alfie Mayer, Leo Livings, and Maximilian Abrahart dropping down to P7. Riley Moreau, Alfie Ward, and Ryan White in what was a very hotly contested battle from 3rd downwards. Otis Cleary from George Swire, Arthur Farrow from Austin O'Man, and Sebastian Behrman dropping to 15th from 10th on the grid. Ollie Thompson, Harry Radcliffe, and Eddie Duncan in the top 18. Serene Gallagher from Ian Campbell in 20th place. Lewis Everton, Stanley Stafford, Buddy Hugo, and Hugo McCluskey ahead of Teddy Higgs in P25. Hamish Gordon just in behind that. We've got Bart, Davey, Bart, Simon Townsend, and Davidson. And into scrutineering, Kev is down waiting for the interviews. And well, with the drivers assuming their places on the podium, it's down to Kev for the interviews.
So there we go then, Mini Inter wraps up, and it's business as usual for Emerson McAndrew coming home in 1st place. Oliver Spencer has got to be thrilled with that 2nd place there. Started back on row 7, and in 3rd place, the young man who's already coming over to have a chat to me is Tom Reed. Come on over, Tom. Well done, mate. And Max Jolly just finishing in 4th there. Get yourself in the middle here, my friend. Well done to you. So here we are then, Tom Reed, SFR driver, coming home in 3rd. You don't look very smiley, my friend. What's going on?
It was a tough race, and I came out on 3rd, but I wish I got the win. It's racing.
Yeah, tough, isn't it? You're on the podium. You obviously felt you could have gone much better. At what point in the race did you start to think that maybe it perhaps went away from you, and perhaps you could have got yourself that 2nd or 1st?
It was at like the last 3 laps. There's a bit too much of a gap.
Was a bit too much of a gap, and you were defending from Max Jolly as well. You had him breathing down your neck in the back. There was a lot going on, but can you take any positives from it? It's the first round of the series, and you are on that podium.
Yeah, I'll get a trophy.
You get a trophy and you get championship points. It's a long way to go, Tom. Who's made it possible for you this weekend? Who would you like to thank?
SFR Motorsport, Cream Racing Engines, Nathan Rawling, Joe Wiggin, and Dave Tooley, and my mum and dad for all of them.
And are your mum and dad here?
Yeah.
Of course they are, and they'll probably be just across the way over there near the fence. So go and give them a high five and huge congratulations.
Thank you.
There goes Tom. Let's welcome over our 2nd place man on the day, which is Oliver Spencer, KR Sport driver. Come on over, Oliver. Have a chat to me, mate. You've got to be quite pleased with that one. You started back on row 7 and you've put yourself in 2nd.
Yeah, it was hard. Like the qualifying was we messed up, so did the Super Heat. So yeah, it's a good comeback.
It's a really good comeback. You obviously knew then that you had the speed throughout the weekend, and you had it all to prove in the final.
Yeah, obviously the tyre's a lot better because mine was quite a lot younger than everyone else's, so we had that advantage.
Yeah, and quite a battle though between the four of you. Tom was just behind you, and then of course Max Jolly was pushing, and you were chasing down Emerson. All four of you are great drivers. It was quite tight throughout all of it, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think like a couple more laps, I think we'd have caught Emerson, and then yeah, it'd have been a race. But yeah, I thought it was really good.
Strong start to the series though, second place on the podium, championship points in the bag. Taking a few positives from this one.
Yeah.
Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank KR Sport, Sparco UK, Hyper Creative, H2O, and everyone at KR Sport.
Brilliant, well done, young man. Go and high-five your team over by the fence over there. As we welcome in Emerson McAndrew. Come on in, Emerson. Starting the season where he left off last year. He was the champion in Mini Inter last year, and he's the champion this weekend. Emerson, business as usual for you.
Yeah, obviously we've won all of our races this weekend, apart from qualifying where we came P3, and it's just been a really good weekend. We've had the pace to win, and that's what we've done.
It was a really good race from out front with yourself, but you didn't have it all your own way. There was three good drivers chasing you down. I was really keen to see how Max Jolly was going to do against you this weekend. He's ended up fourth, and I know he's a good mate of yours.
Yeah, he's a good mate of mine. We have fun off track, but on track we're all by ourselves and we just want to win.
I think we're going to see quite a good battle between yourself, Max, Tom, and Ollie, who we just spoke to there. I think there's a few good names in your class. Are you predicting another championship win, or are you predicting a difficult fight this year?
I think it'll be difficult, but I think we can come out on top if we work hard enough.
Brilliant. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible once again?
I'd like to thank my mum, my dad, my brother for coming up, Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Daryl Ross, Matthew, Louis, and everyone who supported me.
Brilliant, and a lot of people are supporting you all around the world right now on the internet. So Emerson, well done. Go and high-five your team. We'll see you for the podium later on.
Thank you.
So there we go then. Mini Inter wraps up our second super final on our opening weekend here at Whilton Mill for the UKC. Really exciting stuff, and Emerson McAndrew in there picking up where he left off in 2024. It was a great race from him, wasn't it? So we go from some of our youngest drivers to some of our oldest drivers coming up after this. It's the Rotax 177s.
Well, we head from the youngest drivers on the field to some of the oldest with the Rotax 177. There is the starting grid. James Lingard and of Edward Matthews. We saw those two do battle earlier on in the day. Scott Cleve from Jamie Zyra there in P4. Ahead of that, Scott Smith, Joshua Gollin in 5th and 6th place. Jack Taylor from Josh Howard, the 4th row of the field, from Jonathan Railton and Samuel Cornwell starting from 10th. Harrison Crook with some fantastic moves earlier on, finishing P3 in the Superheat, will start this one from 11th. Shane Collins in P12. Then comes Rob Simpson from Nicholas Walker for the 7th row of the grid. Matt Lear from Mark Gillibrand in 16th place. Cole Edwards and Josh Bass completes the 18 kart field that we've got for the Rotax 177. Of course, the slightly heavier Rotax class, racing of basically in the same regulations as the seniors, but with a minimum weight of 177 kilograms minimum for driver and kart in kit. Of course, so basically with weight being such a huge factor, especially in karting, basically minimises that advantage that you can get from being that much lighter because there is a minimum weight to adhere to. Hello and welcome to everyone that's joining us in the YouTube chat. We're just waiting for the karts to get themselves onto the grid and underway for their respective final, which I have got down is due to start in about 6 minutes time. So let us know how you've been finding the day thus far, who you've been cheering on, what has been your favourite race thus far, because we've had a lot to choose from, to say the absolute least. And of course, thank you to everyone that's been tuning in at home, watching along, sharing, commenting, liking the stream, and of course subscribe to Alpha Live for staying up to date with all things motorsport essentially. Of course, by the way, Alpha Live, one of the pioneers of broadcasting grassroots and all motorsport really. We're very close to a huge milestone, 200 subscribers away from the big 50k on YouTube, right? That's a lot of people, right? 200 people, a little bit less. So share it to everyone, your cousin, your nan, your nan's dog, if he's got a YouTube channel, get him to subscribe as well. Get everyone to subscribe to the YouTube channel. We want as much support as we can. Alpha Live, of course, doing a fantastic job bringing the action from all sorts of karting series, bikes, mini bikes, and of course across over in Europe as well occasionally with some car racing as well. Of course, it gives these young drivers the platform for their sponsors and for their own sort of social media platforms as well to kickstart and jumpstep their career as well. So if you are watching along and you are enjoying it, you're not subscribed, make sure you are. Of course, don't want to be the whole sort of TikTok influencer. Make sure you like, subscribe, turn the bell on for notifications, that sort of thing. But it just goes a long way in terms of the support, and it would be absolutely amazing. So if you haven't hit the subscribe button yet, please do so. It takes 2 seconds. And it's free. Not many things are free in 2025, let's be honest. So let's appreciate it if you are enjoying the content. Anyway, the bargaining is over. There you can see some karts getting themselves onto the grid, drivers kitting themselves up. And like I say, let me know, what's been your favourite race of the day? Who are you cheering on for? Where are you watching from? What's your sort of favourite motorsport? And why is it the Ultimate Karting Championship? Because honestly, I've been fortunate enough to commentate on a lot of different series, both sim and real, and this already is becoming one of my favourites. In terms of the action that we're seeing, the racing standards that we're seeing, the diversity between each of the classes. It's been mega. Also, happy 66th birthday to David Ives, celebrating here at Whilton Mill. So thank you for letting me know in the YouTube chat. And it's amazing to have such passion in motorsport. And a big happy 66th birthday here on the 6th of April as well. So 66 on the 6th. It's a shame that you're not born in June. That would have been very, very handy indeed. 66 on the 6th of the 6th month. But anyway, it's fine. We've got just a couple of minutes before drivers will be sat down, ready to go, engines on and on for their formation lap. But thinking back to earlier on, of course, in the Rotax 177 Superheat, before we had the Repechage, and we had that battle, obviously earlier on at the front, and also the fight for P3. It was raging on for the best part of the race. Now we get to do it, of course, all over again for 14 minutes plus 1 lap, so slightly longer we get treated to this action. There you can see our roving camera marshal walking along the grid, giving us some excellent shots of the drivers. That cannot be good for the lower back. Robin, of course, doing a brilliant job. And again, to be fair, a lot of the crew here at Alpha Live, of course, the camera operators, big shout out to them for capturing all the action. For some of them, it's their first ever time holding a camera. And I have to say, you wouldn't have noticed, they have been on top form, following all of the action. We haven't missed a beat at all. Of course, shout out to the production as well. James sat there. He's given a fist bump in the air as well. He's very happy. Shout out to everyone. And like I said earlier, to the marshals, to the admin staff, to the catering, to the cleaners, to the parents, to the mechanics, everyone behind the scenes for making the Ultimate Karting Championship possible. Don't know where that came from, to be completely honest. It's been a long day, ladies and gentlemen. It's getting quite toasty, actually, in the commentary box. It's a very warm day. It's actually picked up. We got informed by the camera op as well. It's picked up a little bit in temperature. It's dropped down in wind as well, so the temperature feels a lot warmer than it was earlier this morning. It's feeling a little bit toasty. So potentially, a bit more in terms of the tyre temp to be careful of. You don't want to overdrive the tyres too much. Bringing it back to the racing. You don't want to overdrive the tyres too much. You don't want to lock. We saw a lot of rear locking in the 177s earlier on. That's nice. We've opened some windows. It's a little bit breezy now. I'm content. I'm a happy commentator in the commentary box. Just waiting, of course, for Matthews at the front there. Giving him a stretch and a beautiful LA karting suit. Oh no, shouting at James, rookie error. I've been told it's a rookie error, apparently. It's fine, I'll learn, I'm sure. And there you can see at the front, Stu Stratton taking some lovely pictures as well, getting all the angles, just waiting for him to, Matthews at the front just to sit down. Of course, he'll be starting from second place on the grid there. You can see on the outside, it's the pole sitter that starts on the inside, whatever that is, of turn 1. So obviously when we go to circuits where you turn right for turn 1, they'll be on the right-hand side and vice versa. But we have seen, actually, the outside be quite beneficial, particularly earlier on in the super heats for the juniors and the juniors heat A, junior heat B. We saw actually second place catapult themselves around the outside, provided they get a good enough launch. Of course, it is the driver on the left-hand side, the right-hand side, of course, of your shot that will dictate the pace, because they then decide, a bit like a safety car restart in Formula 1, that kind of thing. They dictate the pace until the pack can go within, obviously, the starting zone, and they get the go-ahead to go. So the driver in P2 has to react, but as long as they can react well, they have got a good chance around the outside. We've got 30 seconds then, and all the drivers are sat in their karts, engines are on, and raring to go for their final. The third of the day, third of fifth, so we'll be 60% way through the finals already after this race, before we then head to the junior and senior Rotax finals. Waiting for the green flag to wave. And then we'll be underway for their formation lap. Hopefully they can keep it all in formation and no false starts for this one. There we go, getting some tyre temp in. And like I was saying earlier, in terms of the weather picking up and it being slightly hotter, the track obviously rub it in, so you've got more grip, so you're carrying more speed into corners. That's increasing the lateral load on the tyres. You don't want to add to that by locking the rears too much. Yes, it's pretty sort of synonymous with what we see in karting, sort of using the rear end of the kart, the brakes, to rotate, and you sort of direct it with the front, with the steering wheel, but you sort of drag the rear end round. That's why teams obviously run maybe more positive caster to point and direct the kart with the front end, but you sort of drag round the rear end, straighten up the exit, and get the power down. You can't really be dragging the rear too much, because if you lose that rear end grip, you're then snapping and overcorrecting. Gets all a little bit messy sometimes, especially on hotter days that these drivers might have to combat. But through the final couple of corners, James Lingard, Edward Matthews, the front row, Scott Clee and Jamie Zyra just in behind for the front two rows. As the Rotax 177 final about to get itself underway. It's the 23 of Lingard on the left-hand side of the grid that dictates the pace, puts his foot to the floor, sends us underway here at Whilton Mill. Good start, controls the pace. The outside is there for Edward Matthews, who tries to go the long way around, but to no avail through turns 1 and 2. It's then going to be Lingard that leads towards Christmas corner. Defensive already, though. The outside line could well open up for the 79 machine, who opts to go defensive instead, because the threat firmly is there from Jamie Zyra and Joshua Gollin in behind in third and fourth. Towards the hairpin for the first time. Once more defensive goes the OTK of the 23. A late switch to the inside there, actually, from the 77. Joshua Gollin launching the move to the inside. There's spinners at the background. The 71 of Joshua Railton involved, and that is the last thing you want to see going into your final. Dipping a wheel into the grass as well. One of the carts sort of third or fourth last towards the boot for the first time then, and already this is turning itself into a fantastic race. The 77 of Gollin up a couple of places from where he started, not waiting around for an invitation at all to launch it to the inside of the hairpin. Finds his way in a second place, but it is going to be James Lingard that leads. Gollin from Cornwell up in the third place. Edward Matthews dropping 2, an appalling start by the 79 standards, and he's dropped. You can see the gap. Yes, he's only fourth, but the gap to the front is massive. Look to the inside there, late going against Christmas corners, pushes the 168 wide, and that's going to invite the rest of the pack to come into the fight as well. Towards the hairpin once more, he's going to have to defend. He's got to break late as well. The 168 of Cornwell to keep that podium position, just able to hang on. Towards the infield, the space opens up, but the switchback is there. Towards the next left-hander, he can't quite get the run, and back through goes the counter-attacking driver to retain third place. That's going to be the 79 of Edward Matthews back through into third place. So already an electric start, one of the most fiercely fought starts that we've seen all day long. And we still have 12.5 minutes of this race still remaining. Less than 100 left for 50k on Alphalai, by the way, so keep subscribing, keep sharing throughout the Rotax 177 final. I'm sure these guys, they're racing, and just the sheer tenacity of each of their battles is worth a follow. There's a look to the inside. The 116 of Scott Clee goes through on the 34 of Josh Howard, up into 5th place now. And towards the hairpin, is he going to have a look to go to the inside? Not quite close enough for the counter-attack there from Howard. And into the infield once more. They've calmed it down ever so slightly. The gap at the front, though, Lingard setting the pace. 47.16 being set by the 23, side by side as well. Through the boot. It's a long right-hander, which, again, used to set you up. The exit used to be really important to fling you into that final corner. Use all of that runoff on the exit, but in fact, you actually sort of stay wide, bring it round for late apex to straighten up that chicane as much as you can. Look to the inside there as well. That's late on the brakes, being quite twitchy. The 99 machine, that's Jack Taylor on the inside of Josh Howard, but not quite able to commit to that one. Look there, fighting, squeezing him to the inside. There's contact, and the switchback is there. Beautifully done from the drivers in behind to capitalise. That's how quickly it can be done. You tunnel vision, you focus on one another, and through goes the rest of the pack if you're not careful. And that's what we saw basically in the first race of the day. 168 from 116, that's Samuel Cornwell from Scott Clee. There's some dust being kicked up through the boot, not the place you want to be running side by side. So quickly and promptly backing out of that one. 10.5 minutes plus the lap left to go. Scott Smith promoted himself up into 8th place. Nicholas Walker there in 9th. Jamie Zyra down in P10, despite the fact he started P4. Got his way up to P3 initially as well. He's tumbled his way down to P5, P10, even worse. Contact warning. Speaking of, that might explain why for the 95 of Jamie Zyrep, who's now having to fight back. First up is the 27, Nicholas Walker. Really launching over the curbs. Like we say, they're monitoring track limits, so you see those little flip-flops there. They hit them, they flip down, right? They flop back up. If you hit both of them, that's basically counted as a track limits warning, and you get yourself a penalty, I believe, after 3. Don't quote me on it, but don't do it. Don't exceed track limits. That's the only place they're really monitoring them today. Of course, you can exceed kind of off the exit at turn 2, and this hairpin here as well. You can use a lot of the curve, but it doesn't really gain you too much time, and everyone does it. So it's fair enough, but also that curb, it's not necessarily a time gain, although the straight line in the curb is the quickest way round. For a lot of teams, it's damage limitation. Because of how stiff go-karts are, you can see they're basically sat on the floor. Very little suspension. I mean, you get torsion bars as opposed to sort of struts and stuff that you'd see in cars. So launching over curbs, not the best thing for your chassis. So it's more, again, a safety thing as well as minimizing sort of track limits gained from lap time and things. But there's the gap, though. The 23, James Lingard, leading by 1.5 seconds to Joshua Gollin. He could well have a fight, though, for second place. There you can see the LN card, the 79. Edward Matthews, 46.56, his best lap time. A tenth and a half quicker than the 46.7 of the 23 of James Lingard. So a little bit quicker. 8.5 minutes plus 1 lap. The fight for second still there. I don't realistically think they're going to catch. I mean, Edward Matthews is quick, but is that not because he's fighting with Gollin? If he gets through, is he going to maintain that pace all the way up to Lingard? Maybe not. That's a very close run, though, through turn number 2. Maybe towards Christmas corner, could we see a late lunge? Not quite close enough, but you can see the rubber impact. There's the 72, though. This is further back fighting. That's Harrison Crook. Very good with his overtakes we saw earlier on. He's already up 6 places. That'll be number 7 if he's able to facilitate this move to the end of the lap. We saw him move all the way up to 3rd place, sort of squirm his way through the pack. Very, very intelligently done. He's doing the exact same thing here in the final, potentially knocking on the door. Maybe not of a podium. I think he's capped at a P4 between the gap to Matthews and Cornwall by about 2.5 seconds. So maybe going to run just out of time for that. But this fight for second very much is on. The 77, the 79. That's Gollin from Matthews. There you can see the Birilla ART, the red and the white machine. That's Gollin. And just in behind, the 79. That's going to be Edward Matthews, who's going to look to go to the inside. The left-hand side of your pictures, that's the inside for Christmas corner, trying to get the long way round, is the 77, but that very rarely works. Claiming the apex, claiming the corner, claiming the position. The 77, who's just got that slight bit of finesse on the brakes to worm his way through up into second place once more for Edward Matthews, back to where he started, but on the back foot. And now has got nearly a 2-second gap up to James Lingard to try and close. Has he got the pace in order to go and do it? Another lap tick down then, just under 7 minutes left to go. Edward Matthews will track the progress because the last time by, obviously, because the overtake was slightly slower than the 23 of Lingard, but we'll see if he's able to close it. I don't think he's going to be able to win this race unless the 23 makes a mistake, but he is all by himself. Could fall victim to complacency. That's something that we often see race leaders do, is they go, oh yeah, I'm sort of diddly-dandy, I'm fine, I'm up in front, and this is chill, this is sweet, and then boom, you've got a car just behind you starting to pressurize you, because again, Edward Matthews has something to go and chase. Fair enough, James Lingard has got the race win to go and chase, right? But it's not tangible. He can't, I mean, he can see it. It's the time ticking down on the board, but Edward Matthews can see his target. He can see that gap closing. He can go and chase it. That last time by, 0.3 of a second quicker than James Lingard, running about 47-second lap times, just under, round it off. Still got 6 minutes left to go, 7 laps. It's more than enough time if he's able to keep this at a 0.3 of a lap differential with a 1.82 second gap. So more than enough time for Edward Matthews still to win this race. The 168, Samuel Cornwall still there in 5th. Scott Clee still keeping him company there in 6th. Harrison Crook trying to close in on Josh Gollin for 3rd place. Be impressive if he's able to, but It's going to be difficult, about a 1.5 second differential. Harrison Croak doing a 46.6 that last time by. 46.7, 46.5, so a 2/10 differential for Crook there. So again, still possible for him to make the gains. There's the gap. 4 or 5 kart lengths maybe between James Lingard and Edward Matthews, about 1.5 seconds, so the gap's still coming down. 46.4, best lap time of the race by Edward Matthews that last time by, setting benchmarks that we didn't think were possible on used tyres, on the hottest temperatures of the day, by the way, setting blisteringly quick lap times, trying to close down for the lead. Still 5 minutes left to go. This race far from over. James Lingard cannot get comfortable up in front. Into the boot, the 168 still, Samuel Cornwell. He's not changed karts, he's not magically gone from one kart to another, but there he is still in 5th place. The 116 of Scott Clee still there, still pressurising. There's the 95, that's Jamie Zyra. Unfortunately, out of this race, I think a mechanical issue forcing him out, and that's a shame. Potentially maybe the reason that we saw him fall back so quickly early on in this race and sort of dawdle down the back end of the top 10. But that's him firmly out of this race and missing out on a whole heap of points for this final. Of course, he'll be classified as the final position, which will be P16, which still bags him some good points, don't get me wrong, but nowhere near what he potentially deserved or could have won. But racing is full of shoulda, coulda, woulda, didn't. Right, you can't live in hindsight. You can't live in the what could have been. It's the what did happen. And right now, James Lingard versus Edward Matthews, we could still see a battle for the lead. 3 minutes 46 seconds left on the clock. The gap under a second. Purple middle sector set by Edward Matthews. That in of itself was 0.2 of a second quicker than Lingard. He's running about 3.5 tenths quicker than Lingard. And now, similar to what we saw Keane Geraghty do a little bit earlier on in the senior Rotax Superheat, is that he needs to use this momentum, drive onto the back of him like he is doing now, and not stall. Because if he gets stalled, he's then going to lose that momentum that he's got and potentially take a little bit longer to get through. Whereas if he drives onto the back of him and takes the first opportunity he sees, depending on where he catches him, hopefully into Christmas Corner for his sake, could well see a nice easy move into the lead of the race. But then he's got to keep it. Slipstream could well take a paramount effect, especially if we've got a slight little bit of a headwind towards Christmas Corner. There you can see the Rotax banners turning towards the sort of the paddock, which is a headwind for Christmas, so could well be the case. The 23 taking the full brunt of it. 79 maybe tucked up just in behind. Closing the gap under braking. The gap now half a second. This is a race that is on. Edward Matthews has driven brilliantly. So too has James Lingard, to be fair. Capitalised on sort of others' misfortune and others battling. Edward Matthews being one of them, dropping back and having to fight his way back through. But now the pressure is on into the closing stages of this race. Where can the 79 find a way through? The 23, of course, is now going to be aware of his presence and start to defend, but probably Christmas. I mean, it's cliche, it's easy to say, but that's probably where this move is going to get done, especially if the 79 can have a look and get close through turn 1 and turn 2, completely flat out, eat all of the curb and very close, all over his rear bumper. The inside opens up. Here comes the move for the lead. Edward Matthews on the inside of Christmas Corner. He's been waiting 5 laps for this move, and it's come. Edward Matthews back through to take the lead from James Lingard on the 23 machine. 2 minutes and a lap left to go, and the 79 is through. Now he's got to keep it. He cannot get complacent. He cannot even have the briefest lapse in concentration. He has to stay on it all the way to the end of the race. James Lingard, what can he do in terms of a response? What can he do in terms of a counter-attack? Has he got the pace? Has he got the tyres to go for a counter-attack? He's close through the boot, and he needs to keep applying this pressure because he knows that Matthews is quicker than him. He needs to apply some pressure to stay in this race if he wants to finish at P1, through turn 1, through turn 2, where we saw Edward Matthews gain quite a lot of time, but a bit of a slide, but less track being used. Lingard nowhere near close enough for an almighty send to the inside. And Edward Matthews, as long as he can keep it tidy, this is his race to lose. Dropping all the way back to sort of P4, P5 in the early stages of this race. Now back into the race lead with just a minute left to go. We're going to have the penultimate lap next time by. So 2 laps left to go at the line. Also interesting to see Harrison Crook and Joshua Gollin. That gap is closed quite significantly. Harrison Crook now with a fast lap of the race, a 46.42, matching that effectively of what Edward Matthews was able to set. Look at the gap though. Lingard has not allowed Matthews to get away from him one bit. The 79 now looking over his shoulder. The counter-attack is there. The 23 thought about it, had to back out in the end. Got very squirrely under braking, but now the pressure is on. The 79 is looking over his shoulder, having to defend, and that's keeping the 23 in touch with just a lap and a half left to go. The fight for the podium and the fight for the win both raging on. The 23 pushing the absolute limit of that OTK machine in order to keep and find a way through on the 79. The first round of the championship, by the way, you'd have thought they were fighting for the British champs, but they're not. It's the first round. But this is what it means to them. One lap left to go. The final lap of the Rotax 177 final here at Whilton Mill for the Ultimate Karting Championship through 1, through 2. The final opportunity, a huge snap of oversteer though from James Lingard, and that could well be the race done. He's not close enough on the brakes into Christmas corner, and Edward Matthews might well be able to hang on. But look at that, the 23 closes the gap. It's going to have to be ascending to the hairpin, but once more not close enough. Matthews just needs to keep it nice and tidy for half a lap in order to hang on for this victory. The 23 trying everything, but he's running out of opportunities. The next closest one is going to be the boot, and that's going to be his last one, but he's not close enough. Matthews has done enough. It's a comeback drive of the ages. He dropped back to 4th at the start, and his pace was blisteringly quick. It was an audacious move to the inside of Christmas corner. He sees the checkered flag wave first, and the Rotax 177 final winner is Edward Matthews. Harrison Crook tips Joshua Gollin to the line for the podium as well, with the fastest lap of the race, with a 46.42. What a race that was for the Rotax 177s. What a race it was at the front. What a race it was for the podium. What happened to Josh Gollin? Must have went off. He finished P5 in the end. Crook was able to find a way through. What a race that was. These are the results after 14 hard-fought minutes. Edward Matthews then victorious from James Lingard, and Harrison Crook once again the comeback drive up 8 places to P3. Scott Smith from Joshua Gollin there in 5th place. Scott Clee in 6th. Then comes Samuel Cornwell, Shane Collins, Josh Howard and Jack Taylor at the top 10. Nicholas Walker from Matt Lear then in P12, from Matt Gillibrand and Jamie Zyra in 14th. Rob Simpson, Jonathan Relton, the 16th. Final driver to complete this race. The Rotax 177, ladies and gentlemen, take a bow. We've got 2 more races, of course, the juniors and the seniors. Just going to wait, of course, for our podium finishers to get themselves down into scrutineering for Kev to take a word with what I'm sure are going to be 2 very exhausted drivers down in scrutineering. Just waiting for the 72 to finish on the scales. I do believe Kev is going to be down there. And we will grab a chat with him, of course, once the weight has been confirmed. The 72, of course, that's Harrison Crook. He finishes P3. James Lingard, the 23, will assume the 2nd place. And there's our race winner, Edward Matthews. Kev is going to be down there to grab a word.
So there we go then, the first Rotax 177 of the year here at the UKC at Whilton Mill. And in the finish, it was that man, number 79, Edward Matthews, who's actually pulled his cart onto the 2nd place little marker there, who's actually come home in 1st. And James Lingard, who came home in 2nd, who was leading for so much of it, wasn't he? James Lingard, our senior Rotax winner from back in 2020 there, just getting himself on the scales and off and away. Confusing me, he's putting that in 1st there. I'll have a quick word with him. But Harrison Crook was the man that came home in 3rd, and we'll get a word with him straight away, the TH Corsa driver, because I had my money on Josh Gollin taking the win. Harrison, I look up, I look down, and suddenly you're in 3rd. What happened?
Just last lap, made a mistake up at Christmas, and then he half defended into the boot, so I was like, I'll just go for it. I was like, I ain't had a great weekend up until now, so at least we ended it on a podium, hopefully, so, but yeah, shouldn't be too bad. Yeah,
it looks like you did, obviously all provisional at this point in time, pending the stewards and everything else, but yeah, kept your head right to the end, and I guess that's what happens in Rotax 177. You got some experience and you used it.
Yeah. No, it was a long race. And sadly, we had to start from 11th because we started the superheat earlier, 17th. So we knew that by the time we got to the front, the 2 boys would be gone, but we was kind of racing for 3rd after that. So, but no, it was a good result, so really good.
Great taste of the podium in this, the first weekend of UKC. Who would you like to thank?
I'd just like to thank all the boys at TH Course, all the boys at Venator, Reese and Kai for sorting out a great package. Lewis, my mechanic, has been on top form all weekend. Just a shame I've let him down a bit with some of the penalties. So, but other than that, no, it's been really good.
Brilliant. Well done, sir. Go and high-five the team. Let's get a chat with some of the others here. I'm going to welcome up our 2nd place man, James Lingard. You're confusing me here, just going to sort himself out. You've pushed your car into the 1st place and You're confusing me. We've got this right. Edward Matthews first.
Yes, that's correct, yeah.
And you were leading.
Yeah, had such a big lead as well, but maybe just a little bit high on the tyre pressure. Struggled towards the end, started sliding a lot, and yeah, he just reeled us in. Yeah, and as soon as he got close enough to get the toe, that was it. He just caught us, and then unfortunately not quite close enough on the last lap to have a go. Made a little mistake in turn 1, meant we couldn't have a go up into Christmas, and then yeah, had to settle for P2, but still good championship points, and yeah, up to continue the roll of points coming through, and yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, really strong first outing and a fun taste of life back in the UKC.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's been a really enjoyable weekend. Probably the most I've enjoyed racing for many, many years. Yeah, it's been a brilliant weekend. Yeah, really enjoyed it.
Awesome, mate. Great to hear. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my dad most of all for coming and bringing everything here with me, and really been a stressful weekend trying to get onto pace, so thanks to my dad so much. Would never be where I am without him. I'd like to thank Bob and Dan at Kartune. They've sorted out the power. We've had good power all weekend. They've done a brilliant job back at Kartune, so yeah, thanks Dan and Bob, and yeah, just everyone else that knows me, really. Yeah.
Brilliant, well done. So we'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
As we welcome up DHR driver then, Edward Matthews. Edward, well done, mate. You reeled in James Lingard there. It looked like he was off and away with that one, but with what, about 3-4 laps to go, you were like, nah, I'm going for this.
No, like I had an all right start, and then just someone done me into Ashby, quite a hard move, and I ended up right on the outside and quite far back, and got caught back up to that guy, done him, and then, to be fair, with 8 minutes to go, I was absolutely shattered. But having James in front of me as a target is the only thing that kept me going. I just had someone to aim for, and then like a reason to keep going, and just, yeah, I've never had to try so hard to get back to someone in all my life. Like, yeah. But yeah, really good race, really fast, obviously, and really happy to come away with the win.
Yeah, brilliant, and a fun first weekend in the UKC, an exciting championship to look forward to.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's really hard to get a 177 grid going all the time, and the prizes that UKC have put on are really good, and like it's dragged people like me back out of retirement. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to. Was only going to do this round, but probably do a few more after this now.
Brilliant. Well, we hope you do. Who would you like to thank who's made it possible?
Massive thank you to everyone at DHR and Time Racing Engines. The boys have sorted me out. Great car, great engines all weekend. Massive thank you to my sister Jess on the spanners. 10 years now she's had to put up with me, and yeah, another weekend. And then basically everyone else who supported me.
Awesome. Well done, mate. We'll see you for the podiums a little later on.
Thank you very much.
There we go then. So there's your first 177 podium of the year in 2025. Really good racing. And as Edward Matthews was saying there, it's the championship, or rather the grid, that has brought him out of retirement. And we look forward to many more great races like that throughout the rest of the year. Right, don't go anywhere, because when we come back right after this, we're continuing the action here at Whilton Mill with Junior Rotax.
One of the sites of some of the most exciting action then earlier on for the Superheats. It's the Junior Rotax Super Final coming up here for the Ultimate Karting Championship. First round at Whilton Mill. They're making their way on to the grid. We've got about 7 or so minutes before they take to the formation lap for the start. Once again, off the back of a very, very enthralling Rotax 177 battle at the front between Edward Matthews and James Lingard. Congratulations, of course, to all of our winners thus far today. But that was a very hard-fought one indeed, and just goes to show the level of competition and what it means to win at the UKC. Hello and welcome, of course, to everyone that's now joining us on the YouTube chat. I don't know what we're looking at in terms of subscribers for Alpha Live, but I'm sure we're very, very close to the big 50K. So make sure, of course, we're sharing it around as much as we can, especially as we come to the final 2 finals of the day with Junior and Senior Rotax. We want to make sure as many eyes are on these drivers as possible. Just 16 subscribers. We've had incredible viewership, actually. I think James during lunch was saying we had about 500 concurrent viewers throughout the morning. Hopefully that's gone up at least a little bit for the afternoon. But just, yes, 16, 14 subscribers away from the big 50K, which would mean a lot, of course, to Alpha Live, who bring a lot to grassroots and just motorsport generally in terms of production. A lot of hard work goes on behind the scenes to make sure a broadcast goes well. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 screens in front of me. There's a further 4 over by James. All the camera equipment, all the microphones and everything like that. So a lot of hard work goes into it to make sure these young drivers have got a platform in order to showcase their talent. Of course, like I always say, congratulations to and congratulations and thank yous, of course, to the parents, mechanics, marshals, everything like that, because again, we couldn't go racing without them. Ambulance crew, medical crew, everything like that. People taking their weekend. They probably work Monday to Friday full time, then have to get everything in the van and travel up, of course, for the weekend racing to nurture their passion again, because it's a lot of hard work for passion. But these drivers make it worth it in terms of the action that they deliver. Of course, we'll run you through the grid as soon as we can. Give you an update on what the starting order is going to be, because it's a very, very competitive starting order indeed in terms of the racing that we saw a little bit earlier on. And I'd like to see actually as to where certain drivers are starting as well, based on their results and some misfortune that we saw earlier on in the superheats. And of course, with 2 groups as well, you've got more drivers to sort of contend with. We said goodbye to the best part of half of the Junior Rotax field as well. 4 of them will be joining at the rear end following their success in the Repechage, and the other sort of bunch of that grid will be obviously probably making their way home or cheering on their friends in the paddock. That is a very precarious looking go-kart. It scares me to no avail watching go-karts sort of up one end and stuff, but fair play. We saw earlier actually with the micro and the Minimax, I can't remember which one it was exactly, but one of the young drivers was lifting the front end of the car to help his mate get onto the correct slot of the podium. Karts aren't light. I mean, they are relative to race cars and stuff, but they're still, you know, upwards of about 100 kilos and things. And for an 8-year-old to the lift, that's quite impressive. Obviously, smaller chassis is going to be slightly lighter, but still impressive. They get heavy, lifting them on and off trolleys and stuff like that. So make sure you're following the lifter's code of conduct. Make sure you're lifting with your legs, not your back. Don't want to be busting out anything too soon. But there we can see 246 LN car at the front of the grid. Exciting to see how they can get on later on. I do love the sort of the LN kart sort of identity, I suppose, I guess, with the colour scheme and everything. The kart liveries look amazing. The suits, of course, look amazing. Reminds me of the villain team in Speed Racer, for those that will ever watch that film, with the purple and the fluorescent yellow. It looks absolutely amazing. It looks mean and sleek and fierce for the race ahead. Of course, we'll talk you through the grid as soon as we can. Make sure that we confirm where each and every single one of these drivers is starting before we get ourselves onto the formation lap. There's the 66 as well, Thomas Hill, that we were speaking about earlier, myself and Kev, in terms of the fact that you cannot miss him and you know who you're behind. Obviously, he's got his name on the back, as do a lot of drivers on the back of the suit, but he's got his number plastered on the back end of his helmet, looking very Nightmare Before Christmas-esque. I don't know what the idea behind it is personally, but definitely looks cool. Of course, let us know who you're cheering on in the YouTube chat at home. Let us know what your favourite race has been thus far and what you're looking forward to most when it comes to the Junior Rotax Super Final, the penultimate race of the day. I've got to say, it's flown by. You know, it's been a long-ish day, but it hasn't felt it. It's been going through very nice and quick. A lovely shot there of Matteo Palazzo's helmet. I know his name because it's on his helmet there. It's handy. The Scottish driver. What's being shown, that's going to be the 2-minute warning. Final handshakes, daps and fist bumps and this, that and the other with mechanics and driver coaches getting ready to gear things up for the Junior Rotax Super Final here for round number 1 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Be interesting to see what the Repechage drivers can do with their final opportunity. Be interesting to see what those at the front end of the field can do with their opportunity as well. Here's the grid. Jacob Ashcroft, of course, the reigning runner-up, but also the reigning world champion in Junior Rotax, starts from pole position. Kai Clark alongside Zach Starbuck in 3rd, with Zane Quecker in 4th. Then comes Josh Buchan, Lewis Sumner in 6th, Albert Friend from Albi Lapper in 8th place. Behind that, we've got the likes of Daniel Kilpatrick and Mate Kobahidze at the top 10. Matteo Palazzo, who we saw just a moment ago, in 11th, alongside Riley Bishop for row 6. Alfie McBain from Daniel Minto, the 7th row of the grid, ahead of Lewis Howell and Shane Chandaria. Reese Owen, Max Colbert, Cody Laputro and William Webb, the top 20. Sebastian Lusch from Will Archer, P21 and P22 respectively. Oakley Garthwaite and Thomas Hill in 24th. Finley Buck, Alexander Wilson, row 13, ahead of Lewis Radcliffe Ralphie Branscombe in 27th and 28th place. Charlie Wolfett, Eva Morris, Ellie Baden and Thomas Harper. There we can see two of those that made it through the repechage. And the final two, Daniel Hartley and Riley Morgan, 33 and 34th place for this start. Scraping through into the final, but giving themselves all the opportunities possible to work their way forwards. The suspense is building on the grid. The drivers are sat, waiting. There's Rhys Owen, sat again in his helmet, anticipating the start of the penultimate race of the day, the final race, of course, for the junior Rotax. Jacob Ashcroft, like I say, reigning junior Rotax world champion. A lot of pressure on his shoulders. Of course, finished second to Harry Bartle this time a year ago in the UKC. But when it came to Whilton Mill at round 2, won his first heat, won his second heat, won the super heat, won the final, did the clean sweep at Whilton Mill. It's not quite been the case this time by, but, well, the all-important final is the one he wants to win. It's the one he's on pole position for. The green flag waves, and they go off for their formation lap. All about just generating some heat in the tyres. Of course, a little bit warmer than it was earlier on, a little bit less windy as well, like we were reporting. Well, I say we, the camera crew that were actually out there. I'm nice in the commentary box. I'm quite comfortable, actually. Those camera operators out there, poor guys, guys and gals, it's out there on their feet, pointing the cameras, taming the elements out on track. Reported, of course, that it's slightly warmer, slightly less windy as of about 20 minutes ago. Probably still the case. There you can see, always good to have flags around. Shows you the direction of the wind, and it is a headwind towards Christmas Corner. So the tow, very strong, like we were saying with the Rotax 177 class. The tow is going to be super, super important. On the formation lap then, Kai Clark and Jacob Ashcroft, the front row of the field. It's the 246 that controls the pace from the left-hand side of the field. He puts his foot to the floor. We get underway for the Junior Rotax Super Final of the UKC towards turn number 1 for the first time, and Ashcroft is able to leave. I think Starbuck was able to find his way through as well, picking his way into second place. We'll find as they all descend the way towards Christmas Corner, the ascension towards turn 3. Late on the brakes for a couple of the drivers as well, 2 or 3 wide further back, bit of contact as well. I think a couple of drivers sent spinning off into the grass. That's suboptimal for them. In towards Ashby for the first time. Slate on the brakes for a couple of the drivers. Not quite close enough for a couple of them. They're very close at the front of the field. I think it was Ashcroft that was able to lead. Of course, we'll confirm the full sort of stature of things once they break the beam for lap number 1. But it's Ashcroft, I believe, then from Starbuck in second place, trying to break away from the pack behind. But Junior Rotax incredibly close, incredibly competitive, and do not say it's over until it is over. 13 minutes plus the lap still left to go. We complete lap number 1. It's Ashcroft, Starbuck, Clark, Quecker, Buck in the top 5 as they complete through turn number 1 and 2 once more. The 88 tuck in this slipstream. Can he go for the move in towards Christmas Corner? Not quite close enough. Move in the background for 5th place as well. Albert Friend, I believe, trying to find his way through on Buchan. He cuts over the curb, sends in deep. The switchback is there in behind. I think Palazzo was able to capitalise on that one quite nicely as the top 2 now being joined potentially by Clark and Quecker in 3 and 4. Through the infield for the second time, bit of contact being made. I saw one of the heads be sent back there. There's contact. Oh, goodness me, into the infield. How have you managed that in a straight line towards the left-hander? And that's going to be something for the stewards to look at, I'm sure. 3 carts then sent off as they all get a little bit argy-bargy, going into a pinch point. They launch it over the chicane as well. That flip-flop definitely getting its money worth. Send up the inside as well. That's brave, courageous as well from some of these drivers. The final part of the chicane, they're still side by side as well. It's completely ruined their momentum though towards turn number 1, and that's the crucial point. You need to keep the momentum up around Whilton Mill, especially through that very cumbersome final chicane where you've just got to keep the minimum speed up. Try not to scrub off too much. But 1, 2, 3, 4, Ashcroft, Starbuck, Clark, Quecker, Clark with the fastest lap as things stand. 47.53 going his way, but still plenty of racing still to come. Looking as to the biggest gainers thus far in the field, up 15 places for a driver. That's Alfie McBain, I believe, at the moment, making up 15 places. Eli Baden as well, up to 14th place, considering he was one of our sort of repechage drivers. He was able to work his way into a very good position indeed. The 263, Daniel Hartley, again another of our repechage drivers, is out. His last chance qualifier there in the repechage, unfortunately, has not come to fruition in the final. Very close to the rear end of Ashcroft there with Zach Starbuck, but not quite close enough or unwilling to go for the move into Christmas corner, maybe not wanting to reel in the likes of Kai Clark and Zane Quecker too soon. I've got to be careful of that. It's much easier to win a 1v1 than it is a 1v1v1. So with a lot more carts around you, especially being second place, like we said earlier, looking forwards to attack and backwards to defend, it's very difficult as a balance, and that's a headache that Zach Starbuck does not want to be dealing with for as long as he can get away with dealing with it for, even though if he might be able to get through. Would rather work with Jacob Ashcroft, maybe try and extend the gap. However, a good run through turns 1 and 2. Could this be the opportunity that we need? He's covering the radiator, trying to get a bit more power out of the engine, but not quite. Again, into Christmas, not quite. Whether it's, again, can't or won't going into Christmas. Single file line astern. Here comes Kai Clark as well onto the scene in that 67 machine. Closing in on the back of second place, of course. Zane Quecker is still there as well in the 11. Of course, the orange livery car just in behind. But to no avail thus far. There you can see. Through the final chicane, launching it over the curbs. We have got a bit of a train just in behind as well. Albert Friend from Palazzo, Patrick and Sumner down to 8th place. Sumner actually setting the fastest lap that time by. The 282 is out. That's Daniel Minto pulled over at the side. That's coming out of Christmas. Yellow flags, of course, then being waved because there's a driver right there. Small mistake, and it's a very nasty picture. But thankfully able to get out of the way nice and quickly. Green flag should be waved shortly. Still yellows in that sector though. Not full course yellow, so once they're out of the danger zone, they're able to go back to full racing speed and back to racing and overtaking. A couple of people I'm seeing in YouTube chat getting recommended the UKC on YouTube, bringing them and new eyes to the Ultimate Karting Championship. New eyes maybe to people that have never watched karting before, or maybe even motorsport before. It's fantastic to have you with us. This is the Junior Rotax Super Final, round 1 here at Whilton Mill in Northamptonshire. It's been a fantastic day of racing thus far, and we very much welcome you. Yellow flag still in effect into the biggest overtaking opportunity of the lap, because that car is still stranded, taking away some of the opportunities for the likes of Kai Clark and Zach Starbuck to maybe launch an attack on Jacob Ashcroft, who of course is going to be loving that one of the overtaking opportunities is effectively taken away. This is where young drivers, whether they go into drifting, single-seaters, sports cars, endurance racing, this is where most of them start off and learn their craft. National level karting with the UKC. Many of these drivers, Jacob Ashcroft leading the way, world champion crowned in the 246. Kai Clark is through on Zach Starbuck, by the way, up in a second place, so retaining that position. And through, now it's the case of trying to close back onto Jacob Ashcroft. Are those yellow flags still being waved? Yes, they are. So you've got to be creative, you've got to be crafty, you've got to find somewhere else to make that move. Maybe into Ashby. This is a good place always. We've seen some big lunges because of how wide it is going in and how wide it is coming out. Just aim the car at the apex and try and carry the speed through onto the exit. It's been a mentality a lot of drivers have had into that left-hander as well, to be fair. You don't want to use the curb initially, but you use the curb on the exit because you want to take a late apex. You open the track up going in, leaving yourself quite susceptible to a late lunge to the inside from someone. And a couple of people have attempted it at least once. 7 minutes 37 plus the lap on the clock. So once that timer ticks 0, it'll be the lap after. The checker flag will be waved. Ashcroft commanding this race, nearly a second clear of Kai Clark. The car is clear, so I believe green flag's back in effect through into Christmas corner at turn 3. The uphill climb that we come to know and love, one of the most famous corners in all of UK karting. What can Kai Clark do in terms of closing back in on Jacob Ashcroft? Last lap was actually slower from Clark. Let's see what the lap time this time is. Through the final corner, accelerating their way towards the line. A train of 4. And the lap time, it's a PB actually for Jacob Ashcroft. Not the fastest of the race. Albert Friend just set that with a 46.25. And he's actually having to defend his Kai Clark. He's now worried about Zach Starbuck behind. So settling now for second, effectively handing the win to Jacob Ashcroft, provided he doesn't bottle it and throw it away. Look to the inside there, the 11 of Quirker trying to get involved with Zach Starbuck. The door was momentarily open, but to no avail that time by. Albert Friend involved as well. They look to the inside as he tries to find his way through on the 191. Over the curb, the switchback is there, potentially looking to the boot. The inside is beneficial. Through goes Albert Friend, trying to make it 3 wide. That's not going to work at all. And wide, there goes the 88 of Zach Starbuck. Through goes many drivers in behind as well. Straight through to capitalise, handed it on a silver platter. And that is disastrous. 3 wide into the boot. Was never going to work. And Albert Friend tried to get on the inside. Unfortunately, sort of forced the cut in a bit too late. They're in 3rd place, and it's caused absolute carnage there. They're stuck in one of the most precarious places on the track, abandoning the karts. Not the place you want to be sat. That's the 54. That's going to be of 54 is going to be Matt Colbert, one of them involved in that particular excursion. I think maybe Eli Baden was involved in some capacity as well. Just looking at the timing screen, either way, suboptimal to say the least. In that final corner, of course, adjusted here at Whilton Mill. I was about to say Alpha Live for a second. Alpha Live most definitely did not adjust Whilton Mill. Oh, there's contact once again, rising up into the rear wheel of the 16. Mateo Plazo versus Lewis Sumner. It's been quite scrappy when it comes to these young drivers, getting quite feisty with each other. Up to Christmas corner, Zane Quirker still having to defend, trying to work his way back through on the contingent of drivers that worked their way back through. Into Ashby once more, 11 of Quirker able to work his way back through. We'll see, of course, what the gains he's been able to make, but that's amazing for the likes of Kilpatrick and Palazzo, both of whom are up 5 and 6 places respectively at the time of the last lap, the last time they broke the beam. This has been incredible racing. But yeah, with the chicane adjustment, of course, those massive curbs on the inside, the fastest way round the corner is straight over them. Karts, of course, not a lot in the way of suspension, so yes, it takes a huge toll in terms of physicality. Into Christmas corner, defensive. The 116 having to the 16, I should say, Mateo Plazo having to cover off a move. Jake Ashcroft's now 2.4 seconds clear, by the way. Quirker, I should say, is now up in behind them. So 6th, maybe even 5th now. Knocking on the door of 4th. Albert Friend there in 3rd. Contact warning for Zach Starbuck came in about a minute ago, so potentially being deemed as at fault for that incident down at the boot. There's some side-by-side, a lovely switchback there from the mint green car. Beautifully done through into the boot. Three minutes, 36 seconds left on the clock. There's a move. Quirker on the inside of the 20 of Kilpatrick, who's capitalised really well in this race. A top 5 would still very much be welcomed, I'm sure, as the 11 fights back through into 4th place. Now going to be trying to close in for the podium, which is now sort of dispersed ever so slightly. Ashcroft from Clark able to break away. Meanwhile, obviously the incident that happened behind, going into the boot and then subsequently into the final chicane. Just under 3 minutes left to go. Going to translate into about 4 or 5 minutes. Track limits warning for Max Colbert, the 54. So the only place they're monitoring track limits is that final chicane with the flip-flops. And if you hit both of them, well, that's deemed too much of the track, and it's very tempting, especially when you're sort of following another kart and you lose your references. I mean, anyone that's done any driving, be it sim, karting, whatever, you build these references, right? You say, I'm going to brake at the start of that tree, or where that curb starts, or that divot on the track, that line on the track. I'm going to turn it at this point. When you're behind another car, it becomes very, very difficult for you to see those references properly. And it's very tempting to turn it a bit earlier, especially when you're in the pursuit of lap time as well. You're trying to find every single inch that you can get, and sometimes that opens the door for a bit of track limits. It's not always malicious. Sometimes drivers just don't mean to, but of course rules at the end of the day are rules. Sometimes you see drivers see track limits warnings as currency as such, so they'll save them up and sort of use them at the end if they know they're not going to penalty and only just a warning. They might as well give it a go if they're going to gain some time. William Archer, though, frustration in the pit lane as he's been forced to pull in and retire, throwing the gloves down, as he is now out of the final for Whilton Mill. His entire weekend now essentially for nothing. He scored championship points through the heats and the super heats, but points mean prizes, and the main points are scored in this final. 1.5 minutes plus the lap left to go. Jacob Ashcroft in the 2.46, 3 seconds clear of Kai Clark, has dominated this race. Palazzo with a contact warning, the 16. Side by side there momentarily through turns 1 and 2. There's, of course, Quecker versus Dilpatrick in the 11 and 20 respectively. Through the right of the hairpin. Then, of course, in towards the infield section, no space opening up. We've seen side by side here. The inside is realistically the only one that prevails. We saw earlier, I think it was in the minis, we saw a driver try and go the long way around through the infields and just lost 2 or 3 places. To start the penultimate lap, though, is going to be Jacob Ashcroft. He's got 2 more tours of Whilton Mill. Look over his shoulder. Probably going to need a pair of binoculars to see the next car of Kai Clark. Speaking of, sets the fastest lap of the race, 46.04 that time by. Jacob Ashcroft, though, has had unparalleled consistency. His best is a 46.07. His last lap, a 46.10. That's the level of consistency you need as a world champion. That is why he's a world champion. Runner-up, of course, in the UKC in 2024. But did the sweep at Whilton Mill. This is his happy hunting ground. I mean, he did the same at round 1. He won 3 further heats at round 3 as well. So he knows what it takes to win. If it wasn't for a missed round 6, could well have gone on to win the championship potentially in Junior Rotax. 4 seconds, 2, 1. Timer ticks down to 0. Final lap this time by then for Jacob Ashcroft. 1 more tour of Whilton Mill for the Junior Rotax Super Final. And well, it's been very one-sided, hasn't it? The 2.46. Maybe he scraped through to get 1 more lap. Maybe we're on the penultimate lap this time by. It would have been very, very close. 1 or so seconds. Last lap board was not shown, so I think we are going to get 1 extra lap. Again, it's touch and go when it crosses 1 or 0 seconds. Depends on when he breaks the beam. But I think he's just been able to get 1 extra tour out of it. I don't think it's going to matter too much, but it could matter when it comes to battles further down the fight for the sort of the final place inside P4. Querker versus Dilpatrick, Zach Starbuck and Lucas Howe involved. One more lap though, Jacob Ashcroft has to negotiate around Whilton Mill. Last lap board has been shown, so it has been confirmed. He crossed the line with 1 more tour. It's more of a parade lap than anything for the 2.46 of Jacob Ashcroft. Quick little thumbs up as well to the back marker, just letting him through. Great bit of respect shown. Again, no such thing as blue flags when it comes to karting, but again, that respect, that camaraderie, just to say, you know what? Yeah, there's no point holding you up. There's no point trying. Jacob Ashcroft, though, again, parading around. He's got 3.2 seconds back to Kai Clark. He's under no pressure, has been under no pressure since the start of this race. The 2.46, the 2024 Junior Rotax World Champion kickstarts 2025 in the right fashion, sees the checker flag first and wins at Whilton Mill. Jacob Ashcroft take a bow as the reigning world champion. Kai Clark from Albert Friend complete the podium. Zane Querker and Kilpatrick the top 5. And well, we're running through the full results in just a few minutes' time. Finley Buck with a late charge there into the 55s with a 55.91 and taking with it the fastest lap of the race. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the penultimate race of the day. We'll be seeing the seniors very, very shortly for their final. But of course, we'll run you through the results of the first UKC final in the Junior Rotax of 2025. There he is, Jacob Ashcroft from Kai Clark and Albert Friend, who was far from friendly in terms of his aggression throughout that race, finishing P3 thanks to said racecraft. Zane Quecker in 4th, ahead of Daniel Kilpatrick, capitalising to finish 5th. Zach Starbuck from Lucas Howe, Riley Bishop, Lewis Sumner and Charlie Wolfett. They're inside the top 10. The rest of the grid is as follows. Finley Buck from Alfie McBain, Lewis Radcliffe from Matteo Palazzo in the end finishing P14, Sebastian Luche the top 15, Shandaria in 16th, ahead of Thomas Hill, William Webb, Cody Laputro and Albie Lapper in 20th place. Riley Morgan from Ralphie Branscombe there in P22. Reese Owen from Max Colbert. Eli Baden, who was running as high as 14th at one point, now finished P25. Behind that, yeah, the DNFs, Will Archer, Harper, Garthwaite, Morris, Buchan, Wilson, Minto, Kopahitsi and Daniel Hartley. As you see, the drivers making their way into scrutineering. There's the 67, Kai Clark P2. The 2.46 is already there. I think Kev is down to grab a word.
So there we go then, Junior Rotax, the first one in 2025 comes to an end, and in the finish it was That man over there, Jacob Ashcroft, taking the win once again. Kai Clark got himself home in second, although choosing to put his cart not on the second place marker. And behind him in third, there we go then, Albert Friend from Strawberry Racing. Shout out as well to Zion Quecker getting on the scales there for fourth. And Dan Kilpatrick of Dan Holland Racing, who came home in fifth. Great racing from him as he's made his way up from the younger classes and now finding his way in juniors, so congratulations to Dan. But your 1, 2, 3 then in the finish, Albert Friend from Strawberry Racing, second place Kai Clark from SPR, but out in first then Jacob Ashcroft once again, just high-fiving the friends and family through the railings. We'll get a word with Kai Clark in a moment, but we'll see if we can get our third place man Albert Friend up to the interview spot as he just puts his protection onto his cart, then stepping straight up onto the mark. Nice one, nice work, Albert. So, mate, well done. First race in 2025 and your first podium. Talk me through it. How's it feel?
It was like really hard race. I think like hard battles. Stepping up to junior and to come away with like third in like one of my biggest races so far is pretty good. So
I think it's fantastic, mate. Really well done. And you've just highlighted what we've been talking about all the time in karting. The step up to junior from mini inter, it's quite something. It's much more physical. There's some guys in there with a lot more experience, and you know it is quite a step up, isn't it?
yeah.
And behind you as well, Zion Quecker and Dan Kilpatrick chasing you down. But ahead of you, you were chasing Kai Clark and Jacob Ashcroft. Did you think you could get yourself a little bit further up the road as the race went on?
I felt like I was catching Kai a bit, but then at one point he just started to pick up speed and we just stayed the same really, so I couldn't really catch him. But
You did really well to hold your position. It's a strong first podium in 2025. Who would you like to thank?
all of Strawberry, my mechanic Lee Taylor, my mum and my dad for getting me to the track every day, and Cream Racing Engines.
Listen, huge congratulations, Albert. Well done to you, my friend. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on. There he goes. Let's try and welcome up Kai Clark if we can see him. Where's he gone, Mr. Clark? Where's Kai Clark gone? He's run away. He parked his car in the wrong spot and now he's done a runner on us. He's a shy and retiring man. Let's get Jacob over here straight away then, because it's the first time we'll chat to Jacob in 2025, but I'm sure not the last time we'll chat to him. So Jacob, welcome back to the UKC in 2025. Business as usual.
Yeah, good race that.
Really good race that, and a good weekend from you. You knew you were quick all weekend long. You were setting fastest times, I think, yesterday as well.
Yeah, qualifying yesterday and all the heats, that was really fast.
Yeah, really good. So as we look ahead to the rest of the season, puts you in a good frame of mind?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to doing the Ultimate Karting Championship and hopefully getting some good results, as there's some really good prizes on offer this year.
Yeah, there really are. And first time that I've seen you, to offer you congratulations for your Junior Rotax World Finals win. You must be thrilled with that.
Yeah, that really made my career a lot better, and it's just going to improve my career from further on.
It absolutely is. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it possible, as always?
My mum and dad, Dan Holland Racing, and Russ for setting up the kart.
Fantastic stuff. Well done to you, Jacob. We'll see you for the podiums a little bit later on.
Thank you.
There we go. So we'll say goodbye to Jacob. Let's try and get Kai Clark. Come on over, mate. Did a runner on us a moment or two ago. Kai, second place in the first Junior Rotax 2025 Super Final. How are you feeling?
Good.
Pleased with your result on that one there, or did you feel you could have gone better?
No, I'm pleased. Like, Jacob was just gone. I couldn't really do much about it. That's about it. Done the best I could.
Did your best you could, and you're on the podium, but you don't seem very happy about that.
No, I am.
Lovely stuff. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Sam Hollett Racing and HRS Racing Engines, and my mechanic. And then all my family at home supporting me.
Fantastic stuff. Well, they'll be watching away on the live stream right now, and we'll see you for the podium a little bit later on.
Thanks.
Huge congratulations. There goes Kai Clark, your second place man on the Junior Rotax. Right, don't go there, because when we come back, there is the big one. That is the Senior Rotax right after this.
One last time here at Whilton Mill then. Ladies and gentlemen, the Senior Rotax Super Final about to take to the track for the final race of round one of the Ultimate Karting Championship. My name is Zach Sweeney, to talk you through all of the racing action, as I have been all day long. And Alpha Live with 50,000 subscribers. Woo! Everyone is elated. James, I'm sure, is going to be celebrating all night long with plenty of fruit shoot, I'm sure. Absolutely, definitely going to be fruit shoot and water. Of course, with each and every single one of these, everyone at home watching along, everyone that's subscribed, everyone that's watched an Alpha live stream, everyone that's liked it, shared it, whatever, thank you, because the support goes a long way. I'm not going to say it's got anything to do with me, but it is my first broadcast with Alpha Live, and it is the one that they came 50k with. So I'm not saying anything, but I am implying it. But yeah, thank you to everyone that's been watching along in YouTube chat, giving us your thoughts, feelings, queries, questions as well. I mean, like I said with Kazra earlier on, and coming in from a drifting background, YouTube recommended them the UKC. They've tuned in, they've watched, and they've loved it. So have I. This has been my first round, like I say, on commentary for the UKC. I'll be here for the best part of the season to talk you through all of the action as the season develops. It's been absolutely electric, and the racing, like I say, it's quickly becoming one of my favourite racing series. I've always loved karting. Obviously, I don't race Rotax or anything like that, but I corporate karts and stuff. I love it. I love being around racing paddocks. There's so much that goes into it. What starts as a little kid and their parent starting up with a little go-kart at their local track, going around for fun. Maybe even indoor karting, electric karting, whatever it is, fun, fair, little go-karts, bumper karts, whatever kickstarts the passion, then spirals its way into what could well be aspirations for a career and a life in motorsport. It very much is life, right? You work Monday to Friday at school, doing your studies, or of course, working if you're a parent or slightly older, going to college, uni, and then the weekends are consumed by travel, pack up, set up, mechanics, tools, everything. It does consume you, but it's worth it because of the passion that you're able to put into it. Of course, a couple of drivers wishing each other luck. Lovely to see, again, some good camaraderie between each and every single one of these drivers. And again, that's what I love about motorsport in general as well. I mean, you can very easily go into paddocks and sometimes there's a bit of toxicity and people are a bit tense and you don't really want to speak to people, and it's very Capulet and Montague all the way through. But when it comes from what I've seen for the UKC and karting generally, right, people are friends. And yes, they're rivals on track, and yes, there are going to be some people that maybe don't like people or like people more than others and whatever. For the best part, they come here, they craft friendships, they forge friendships, and they work together. If what I always saw when I did my taster weekend, my battery died, straight away 10 other mechanics ran over with their batteries to try and get my kart started for the heat. And that's something you see quite a lot. If karts need extra parts or a sprocket is broken or whatever it is, people help. And it goes a long way, and that camaraderie, that atmosphere is very noticed when it comes to sort of karting paddocks, and it's an atmosphere that I very much do see here at the UKC. So if you are watching and you're an aspiring go-karter and you want to get yourself on the grid, definitely look into doing so from round 2 and beyond, especially if your sort of aspirations potentially could lie in a 2026 campaign, because this is the place that you want to be if you want to progress your motorsport career. Of course, all the action brought here on Alpha Live. Everyone's been so kind in the YouTube chat as well. I really do appreciate it, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, those watching around the PA system, watching live from the garage or spectating live from the track, it's a lovely day. You've been treated to some absolutely lovely racing as well. That helmet, that metallic red helmet, though, I love on the left of the shot there. That is beautiful. Some sort of nuts bolted around as well. Sort of homage to the McLaren mechanic side of things. As a commentator, you'd think English would be a very easy language for us to speak. Sometimes it most definitely is not the case. But yes, again, Diglum 3, just before one of the biggest races of the season, the biggest race of the weekend. They're chilling. They're talking to each other. They're making references. What I always love to see are the racing driver hands when they're talking through incidents and moves that have been made. But again, they are just effectively kids. I mean, Senior Rotax, you see sort of from about 15, 16 upwards. So they are slightly older. Maybe a lot of these finishing high school. Maybe we've got GCSEs coming up potentially as well, coming up into May. But priorities are clear. College or uni or whatever it is, they're here, they're racing, and they want to progress themselves and better themselves here at the UKC. One of, if not the most competitive national karting championship in the UK. Of course, we'll talk you through the grid in a few moments' time. We've got a couple of minutes before we go green for the formation lap of the Senior Rotax final. Of course, we saw these guys earlier on with Superheat A, B, and the Repechage. They've been lucky enough to have 3 races. Of course, the drivers themselves have had 1 or 2 thus far, depending on whether or not they got a direct ticket straight into the final or not. Of course, those in the Repechage, with 1 set of tyres, have had to burn through that for an extra 8 minutes of lap usage. Especially on quite a warm day with a lot of speed, and we've seen again with the seniors that they like to lock in the rears a lot, so putting a lot of lateral load and scraping on those rear tyres. But here's the grid. Ewan Charman, Jack Lilly, the front row. Jack West from Finley Jones, 3 and 4. Look for those guys to be big movers. Joshua Turnbull, Neo Clark on his return to the UKC after 5 years is there in 6th. Keane Geraghty making moves, and one of the quickest drivers earlier in the Superheats starts 7th. Freddie Ingram in P8 alongside for row 4. Lewis Harvey from Jack Baker, the top 10. Rhys Bale and Jack Thompson there in 12th place as well. Gabe Fairbrother, Angus Scrivener, Levi Earl and Lewis Goff, the top 16 drivers. John Brown, Ben Donkin, William Pemble and Tristan Rennie, the top 20. Behind that, Marcus King, Kieran Ives, Jack Gillingham, of course, Mikey Walker there on the end of row 12. Max Taylor, William Antrobus, Caitlin Seabrick, Benjamin Lee, the front 14 rows. Rachel Robertson, Archie Buttle, Alex Moody and Zaki Hussain, the top 32. Just 2 more drivers behind that. Alexander Cole and Luca Palazzo, our winner, of course, of the, P4 in the Repechage earlier on, will be starting from 34th and final place. But you've got to be in it to win it, and we've seen today with absolutely storming drivers making up 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 places during shorter heats than this. And it all boils down to this. Who has saved their tyres best? Who's got the kart set up? Who has optimised? This is the pinnacle of the weekend, where the drivers have had the most amount of track time. This is where it all comes down to. You've analysed sort of the data, the onboards and everything like that. You've watched all the racing. You know what works, what doesn't work. This is the time to execute. And this could well be some of the pinnacle driving in all, again, of UK karting and motorsport generally. Just waiting for the last couple of minutes before they get sent off with the green flag to be waved. Of course, the wind, I don't know if it's picked up. It looks to be a little bit wishy-washy with the wind, but still the same direction. That headwind in towards Christmas Corner, allowing for the slipstream to be paramount in getting those moves done, where we've seen some late braking maneuvers. In fact, in essence, it also helps your braking, because you pull out and to the inside and you get hit by that air, and then boom, you're able to brake ever so slightly later on the brakes. Waiting for the green flag to wave. Of course, we got the 30-second warning. Well, about 20 seconds or so ago. Well, 30 seconds ago now, I suppose, because the green flag is being waved. And away we go for the formation lap for the last time today. For a couple of people not moving. There we go. Finally able to get going again. The 22 was the one that didn't move. We'll wait and see when they break the beam. And that is going to be Caitlin Seabrick that unfortunately was unable to move. But let us know, guys, who are you rooting for in this race? What are your predictions for the final race of the day, final race of the round here at Whilton Mill for the Ultimate Karting Championship? Through into Ashby. Of course, they've got about half their formation lap left to go, warming up the tyres, warming up the brakes, but don't want to scrub too much of them because those tyres have already had an absolute peltering this weekend. They've been sort of trial by fire. They've gone through 2 heats and the heats yesterday, the super heats this morning, Repechage for some. So you don't want to be sort of scrubbing them too much as to cause unnecessary wear, but you do want to be getting some temperature into them. You don't want to be caught out off the start because, yes, you've got slightly longer to amend any mistakes. You want to be doing yourself, obviously, as many favours as possible. Funnily enough, it helps to start further forward in races. Who'd have known? I know. Warm-up lap, though, about to come to a close. We've got Jack Lilly and Ewan Shem in the front row. The 421 on the left-hand side assumes pole position. As we put foot to the floor, and get racing for one last time of round 1 of the Ultimate Karting Championship towards turn number 1. And it's the pole sitter that commands the race. However, second place there, Jack West picking his way through in a second place. Now up towards Christmas Corner. Who's going to be last on the brakes? The 192 looks to go defensive to the inside, just following Ewan Chairman through. Up in a second place. Nicely done indeed. Let's see what Keane Geraghty can do as well in the background. We saw him make some absolute stonking moves in the opening moments of the Super Heat earlier on. Side by side going into Ashby for the first time between multiple drivers throughout the field. 13.5 minutes left to go in this race, and it's Charman that's able to lead. This time from Jack West in second place, who looks to go to the outside of the boot. That one's not quite going to work, but putting the race leader under some pressure. The 192 gunning then for that race lead through the chicane for the first time. Then comes the 27 of Joshua Turnbull. We'll see, of course, the entirety of the order as they cross the timing line for the first time. Turnbull, Lilly, Geraghty up 2 places from 7th, up in the 5th already. Freddie Ingram then in 6th as well, equally making up 2 places. The ascent back towards Christmas Corner once more. In the background, one driver having to go defensive, trying to thwart off, I think might well be Neo Clark, looking to go to the outside. There's contact, he gets sideways, picks up a little bit of dust as well, and loses a couple of places with it as well. Charman not really under too much pressure from Jack West yet is the key thing. We've got about 3, 4, 5, 6 drivers, I believe, even all the way down to Lewis Harvey maybe in contention for this front pack. Indeed we do, 7 carts, or 6 carts at the moment. Line astern, there's a look to the inside, nice little send to the boot. Just got to be committed, and moves like that, yes, they're audacious, but they're not impossible as long as you sort of send it, right? It's one of those things you've got to have with conviction. You can't do it half-heartedly. You can't be 50-50 and back out on it, because that's when you spin. When you're convicted and confident, that's then when you make the move. A little bit like this, the 192 late on the brakes into Christmas Corner. Ewan Charman sees it coming, but can't quite defend. Jack West into the lead of the race of the Senior Rotax Super Final, defensive into Ashby. Once more, Keane Geraghty trying to get involved, tries to get the up and under in the 79 machine towards the infield section. Has he got the cut ahead as they approach the left-hander? Not quite. Has to tuck in behind once more onto the 27 of Joshua Turnbull, but trying to promote himself onto the podium. Now Jack West has got the job of trying to control the field at the front. He needs the likes of Turnbull and Geraghty to get involved, to give him that breathing room to get away. He needs Charman to be under attack. The last thing he wants is a counter-attack knocking on his door. He has to go slightly defensive into turn 1 just to cover it off. Opens it back up though once more, and it's the run out of turn 2 that's important. The last thing you want here is a slide. The counter-attack could well be on. There's carnage in the background though, as they're nearly side by side for the lead. Charman can't quite find a gap on the inside. West was able to cover it off really nicely, and the switchback not quite there. Defensive once more into Ashby. There's a bit of a gap, but no beneficiary there as Chairman can't find a way through. Still plenty of time though, 11 minutes plus 1 lap still to go in this race. Little bit of a look there, maybe again that psychological pressure. If a driver thinks you're going to go for a move, they're going to give you space. And then if you don't go for the move, the space is there for you to take anyway. So trying to bait them into that mistake, force them into some errors, can actually be the easiest way to find a way through, rather than doing the hard work late on the brakes or switchbacks. Force them into an error. Apply that pressure as much as you can. 10 minutes, 46 seconds left on the clock. Through turn 1 and turn 2 once more. The ascent towards Christmas Corner. Defensive once more goes Jack West. The inside does not open up. This is defensive masterclass from the 192, who's keeping Ewan Charman at bay. Is there space towards Ashby? No, not quite. Charman goes with him because, again, he doesn't want the inside to be opened up for Turnbull. So everyone you'll find just follows to the inside as to not leave the inside open, because it's very easy. You commit to the outside, try and go the long way around, try and set up a switchback, but in doing so, leave the inside open. Jack West not leaving an inch of track space for anyone to find a way through. Looking over his shoulder, being very reactive with his defense. He knows he needs to go over there, but he's checking to see what Charman is going to do. Is he allowed to move back over and open the track up, or is he just going to stay on the inside? The number 4 gets a mechanical flag. That's Archie Buttle, unfortunately, down in 30th place, that will have to make his way into pit lane. Defensive once more. The 79 to Keane Geraghty. Let's go to the outside. Tries to go to the outside. Not quite going to work that time. Slides in a bit too hot. Loses a bit of time, but a good effort nonetheless from Geraghty. 9 minutes 40 plus the lap left to go. Plenty of time still for moves to be made. But we've got 1, 2, 3. I mean, all the way back to, what is it, P10 within 2.2 seconds, P11, 2.7. So It's almost like watching Moto 3 or something in the sense that these cars are so nose to tail. That's the level of competition that we come to expect with the UKC. Drivers that are so optimized in their racing line. That's wide there. Most definitely not the racing line. I can tell you that for free from whoever that was running wide off the final corner, using way too much of the track. Are we going to see any moves? The 27 goes defensive but brings it back over. Cian Geraghty says thank you very much. Gets himself onto the podium. It was a misjudgment there from Joshua Turnbull. Cian Geraghty is one driver you do not want to have an inkling of doubt with. He finds his way through, up in a third place. Now has to attack the top two because Ewan Charman unable to really start attacking for the lead, at least in the last couple of laps. 8 minutes and 45 seconds left on the clock for the final race of the day, and I have to say I'm very much excited for the last couple of minutes because right now things are going to change, right? Jack West gets through on Charman. Charman might well be able to find a way through back on Jack West. It's not until you get to the final couple of minutes where the stakes really start to rise, because the only lap you need to lead is the last one. You can lead the entirety of the race. If you bottle that final lap, funnily enough, you don't win the race. And that is then going to be the boiling point. The pressure starts to rise up until that point, and then drivers start getting a bit desperate. That's what we're going to probably expect within the last couple of laps of this race, especially if it stays as tightly packed as it is here. Very densely packed field of senior Rotax karts. Eight minutes left to go, dead on, plus the lap, of course. West, Charman, Geraghty, Turnbull, Ingram up into 5th place, making up a few places. Geraghty, of course, up 4, making some big moves, definitely using what little tyres he's got left in order to maximise his opportunities. Just looking at some big gainers, we've got 11 places made up, I think, from John Brown there. So from the back of the grid up towards the midfield. No changes for the top 3. No defensive needed, really. And that's what Jack West needs. He needs a couple of laps just to show his strength, because he's quick, but he's not been able to be quick because he's constantly having to be offline defending. Now he's sort of gapped Charman a little bit. We're starting to see that pace come into the limelight, and he is gapping him ever so slightly, giving himself a couple of laps of breathing room, and maybe sort of encouraging as such Cian Geraghty to go for a move, because if Geraghty doesn't see Charman putting pressure on, he's going to go, well, you know what? I want to do it myself. I'm not going to wait around for you to catch up. I'm going to seize control. Mechanical flag for the 13 of Zaki Hussein. So again, they're going to have to find their way back into pit lane. A black flag for Archie Buttle as well. I think that could well be for not responding to the meatball. Cian Geraghty looks to go to the inside of Charman from pole position, now down to 3rd place. Nicely done from Geraghty, who picks his way through, up now in a 2nd place, seizing control. Now he's got eyes on the win. Through into the infield. Jack West has got control. And that's the thing, he's been so consistent despite the pressure that he's been under. It's so easy as a driver to sort of, oh no, he's got an issue. He's got a problem. The 192, at least momentarily, had a problem. He pulled over. Cian Geraghty gets into the race lead. He's done 2 karts in 1 lap and through into P1 now. Ewan Charman inherits P2 because of that, back in a 2nd place, so no net loss or gain there from the 421, but could he have defended more harshly if it had known that the 192 would have had a problem? He pulls over to the right-hand side. Whatever problem it was has seemed to sort of amend itself now, but nonetheless, he's dropped 2 places, and that is heartbreak for a driver that had such clear control of this race. 6 minutes left to go. Geraghty now with the pace and the track position in order to run away with it. Into the boot once more. Geraghty with a fast lap, 45.65 by the way. Again, at this stage of the weekend, with the temperature, the rubber, obviously the track evolution is helping, but you know, those tyres have been battered. They're skinny tyres, first of all, for karts, so the surface area is very small. It heats up quite quickly, and of course there's a lot of lateral load, a lot of sliding going on. The 27 though, Joshua Turnbull looks to go to the inside of the 192, gets himself back onto the podium. That was beautifully done. Sent to the inside of Christmas corner. Again, we see a lot of them, but that was well done. The 192, now once leading, whatever issue could well still be plaguing him, at least to some degree, because he's trying to keep Jack Lilly and Finley Jones at bay in the 10 and the 23 respectively. But he's got 5 minutes to try and hang on to this lead. But the 421 of Charman not letting Geraghty get away. The look for the move still on. That flip-flop getting abused. A couple of people, though, touching them twice. Maybe the stewards are going to flag that one up. There's some track limits warnings. 4 minute 37 left on the clock, plus the lap black flag for Archie Buttle, who I don't think is still on. Oh, no, I I don't think he's still on track. He's got a black flag nonetheless. He shouldn't be. The number 10, though, rising up on the 192. It goes from bad to worse. It's salt in the wound for Jack West, who's now had further contact, rising up the front end of his car. The number 10 of Jack Lilly, who started towards the front end of this field. In fact, started on the front row of the field, starting in P2 alongside Ewan Charman. There's as well the move. Freddie Ingram on the inside in the 69 machine. Works his way through, I believe, on the inside. Up into 5th place once more, so that fight for 5th continues to rage on. 4 minutes left to go. Not long left at all in Sunday's action, in the weekend's action of the UKC round number 1. The 32 gets the meatball flag. Mikey Walker is the driver falling victim to that at the moment, running P14. Won't be for much longer. Good points there in P14. Of course, like I say, points go all the way down to 34th place. The max grid, of course, here at Whilton Mill. So just by being in the final, you're scoring points. But of course, the 45 for the win and the trophy is the one that these drivers are going to want. And at the moment is the one Cian Geraghty is going to get. He's doing himself a lot of favours in the championship. The gap not very large, though. Joshua Turnbull still in contention as well. He's been a bit of a dark horse this race. Not been too aggressive, been overtaken a couple of times. Cian Geraghty finding his way through, but he's played the long game. He's invested. Like I say, 14 minutes for a final. It's not an incredibly long amount of time, right? It is very much a sprint race, but it's a sprint race that you have to think long-term in. You don't want to fight too hard too soon. Burn out your tyres and allow that field spread to increase. Okay, but equally, you're sort of thinking, well, I also have to get these moves done. It is a sprint race. I haven't got a lot of time to get things done. So, like I said earlier with Kev, it's that conflict in your head. Do you go for the move? Do you not? Do you work with this guy? Do you stay behind? Always going on in your head, and that separates the good from the great. You can drive a lap completely quick and set pole position, but can you convert it with consistency and racecraft into the race, especially over a season? The 41 of Charman getting a little bit sideways. Too much curb, I think, going through the final chicane. That put him on the back foot going on to the pit straight. With 2 minutes and 18 seconds. It's been a bit of a stalemate at the front, but again, it's a short fuse. Only needs a spark for it to ignite, and it'll all kick off once again at the front of the Senior Rotax Super Final. In towards Ashby. No moves being made. The field begins to spread ever so slightly. There's the 51 of Lewis Goff, who we saw have technical problems in the superheat despite running towards the front. So nice to see that he's been able to recover nicely and up into 7th place. Thanks, of course, to his results and stuff through the heats yesterday. We're still inside the top 30 despite that and got his ticket into the final. Side by side as well. Archie Buttle still on track despite the fact he's got a black flag. It's flagging up lap after lap after lap. Surely he's noticed it at some point. I mean, you've got the digi flag there firmly sort of telling you what was going on. But sometimes you're not focusing on it too much. Archie Buttle at the moment, P21, the 04 machine. There's a look to the inside, the 27 on the inside of the 421. That's Turnbull on the inside of Charman. Gives Geraghty a bit of breathing space as well, with just 1 minute and 20 seconds left on the clock. Turnbull, well, turns the tables and back into 2nd place. Very nicely done. Up 3 places now net from where he started. Cian Geraghty is going to be a mighty, mighty hurdle to beat in this race. Through the boot. It's going to be 2-3 laps at the line. So if they cross with 46 or more seconds left to go, yeah, next time by will be the penultimate lap. So still 3 laps to go here at Whilton Mill for the Senior Rotax Super Final. Cian Geraghty leads from Turnbull, Charman, Lilly and Jones, the top 5. Then comes Jack West, who was leading for the best part of this race. Whatever issue saw him pull over, sees him now 6th. Lewis Goff, Freddie Ingram, Angro Scrivener and William Pemble completes the top 10. What's been a very competitive Senior Rotax field all throughout this weekend. And look at the gap. Cian Geraghty, I mean, it's not quite the gap that we saw earlier on in the day across some of the classes with sort of 2-3. I think it was Cian Geraghty that did win by about 3.9 seconds in the end in Superheat because of the battling that went on behind him. It's not quite going to be the case in the final. He's being kept honest by a lot of drivers. Now on to the penultimate lap of the race. Just a lap and a half left of Whilton Mill. So left to negotiate to take home the trophy and the championship points. Archie Buttle still not responded to that black flag. I'm sure he's probably going to be getting a a stern talking to from the UKC officials post-race, because at what point can you sort of blame ignorance and say, oh, I didn't see it? Because at some point you've been seeing it the whole race. Anyway, one more lap left to go. Cian Geraghty will get the last lap flag board shown. One more tour of Whilton Mill to round off the day here for the first round of the Ultimate Karting Championship. Geraghty has driven beautifully, now defending the podium. Ewan Sharman, Jack Lilly and Finley Jones closing in on the battle. Mikey Walker as well with a back flag, I think, again, for not responding to the meatball flag that it initially was. Cian Geraghty leads the pack. Joshua Turnbull not quite close enough in second. All Geraghty has to do is keep it on the track. With the boot and the chicane left to go to see victory and start his championship campaign. There's a fight towards the boot, bit twitchy there from the number 10 of Jack Lilly as he pursues the podium. I don't think quite close enough to tip Ewan Sharman, but out of the final corner, there's 79. Cian Geraghty started 7th, victorious at Whilton Mill for the Senior Rotax Super Final with the fastest lap to go with it. What a race and what an end to the day here for round 1 of the Ultimate Karting Championship. And if it doesn't live up to its name after today's action, I don't know what is going to prove it. Joshua Turnbull, Ewan Sharman hangs on to the podium in the end. What a day of racing that we've had, ladies and gentlemen. Checker flag is waved. Here's the results. Cian Geraghty, Joshua Turnbull and Ewan Sharman, the final podium of the day. Jack Lilly from Finley Jones, the top 5, as Jack West and Lewis Goff completes the top 7. Angus Scrivener from Freddie Ingram and William Pemble, the top 10. Behind that, Jack Baker, Lewis Harvey and Neil Clark on his return, P13 in the final. Not bad at all. Jack Thompson from Reese, Bailey in 15th. Alex Moody in 16th. From Tristan Rennie, John Brown and Archie Buttle there in 19th. Although I don't know how long that's going to stand after the black flags. William Antrobus there in 20th place from Gabe Fairbrother. Levi L. Alexander Cull in 23rd, despite being one of the Repechage drivers, working his way through forward quite nicely. Jack Gillingham, Max Taylor, Benjamin Lee, Rachel Robertson, Marcus King, Ben Donkin and of course Kieran Ives there for 30th and final place. There is our race winner, Cian Geraghty, being weighed at scrutineering. Down to Kev for the final interviews of the day.
So there we go then, the first Senior Rotax Super Final in 2025, and in the finish it was that man there, number 79, Cian Geraghty, who brings it home in first. Well done to him, an experienced Senior Rotax driver taking the spoils in what was an eventful first race. Second place then to Josh Turnbull, and third place Ewan Sharman of Hunter Motorsport. It's probably going to be ruining the fact that he didn't take the win after leading for so long. Shout out as well in fourth place to Sam Pollitt Racing's Jack Lilly and Finley Jones of GWR, who brought it home in fifth. I think in what was only his second time at Whilton Mill Kart Club. But there's your top 3, then bringing it into the podium positions. 1, 2, 3. It was Cian Geraghty, followed by that man Joshua Turnbull, just putting his protection over his kart there, and then number 3, Ewan Sharman, a seasoned racer who knows how to pedal a kart and knows how to pedal a car as well. An exciting first race in 2025 for these Senior Rotax drivers. I'll try and get a word with Ewan straight away. Racing for Hunter Motorsport. Confusing us with Archer on his overalls, but that is definitely Ewan Sharman. We'll get him over. Ewan, come on over, mate. Let's have a chat with him. Wearing somebody else's overalls. Doing your best to confuse me. But, mate, first race in 2025 then in the UKC. Great to have you back. But I'm wondering, do you look at that as an opportunity missed after leading for so long?
Yeah, definitely, especially after the heats and the Super Heat where we won both our heats, second in the Super Heat. It did feel like an opportunity missed, but we'll bounce back stronger. It's still a really good result, still really good for the championship as well. So fingers crossed we'll bounce back and do better next round.
Yeah, brilliant. And you know you got the speed, you were leading for so much of it, and it's a class field in Senior Rotax this year. A lot of good drivers.
Yeah, loads of good drivers. It's really competitive, so it'll be difficult for the rest of the year, but I'm sure we'll have the pace to come out on top at the end of the year, hopefully.
Well, we're excited to have you back, and excitingly, are we going to see you for the rest of the rounds? You're going to make a go of it for 2025 in the UKC?
Yeah, I think that's the plan. Of course, unless anything out of the ordinary happens, but so far that's the plan for the season. UKC, British champs, and hopefully come out on top in both, but you can only wish, can't you?
Well, it's worth wishing for. Who would you like to thank who's made it all possible?
Definitely Hunter Motorsport, my dad, Alfie Lawrence, Kai Hunter, Reese Hunter. They've all really helped, especially from a tough start to last season to now fighting for wins and getting podiums. It's huge improvement, huge development. I'm very thankful for him.
Brilliant. Well done to you. Thanks for talking to us, Ewan. See you for the next round.
Thank you very much.
Right, let's get our second place man up here, who on the day was Josh Turnbull. Where's Josh Turnbull from DHR? Here he is. Very successful weekend for DHR. Another podium. Josh, talk me through that one. How did it work out for you?
Well, at the start it got a bit scrappy, but in the middle of the race it kind of spread out because everyone's doing the same times. We managed to catch up to Ewan, and then, you know, got to second and just had a gap, so it was kind of a nice Sunday drive.
Yeah, really good drive. Ewan looked like he was sort of running away with it for a big portion of that race, but then Cian started to reel him in and you went with him.
Yeah, I mean, the toe plays a big part when in these conditions, big headwinds, so I think that obviously helped.
Brilliant. So, a good first weekend for you in the UKC. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Engines, Zotac, one of my sponsors, Cliff Lakes, and my nan for buying my karts, and my mum and dad.
Thanks, Nan. Are we going to see it at the other rounds of the UKC? Going to make a go on the championship this year?
Hopefully, yeah. I mean, good points scored this weekend. Could see if we could have a good go.
Brilliant. We'd love to have you back. Well done, sir. See you for the podiums later.
Cheers.
Lovely. So our first place man then was Cian Garrity from Strawberry Racing. Let's bring him in because that was a strong drive. Really good racing. So Cian, well done, mate. Great to see you here. First round of the UKC and first win. Top step of the podium. Must be thrilled.
Yeah, really good. I thought it'd be a bit made the jump to Rotax quite late this year, sort of start of March, just before the O plate. So yeah, really good that we've came in really strong. Good way to start the year.
Really good. And it looked like you and Charman had that sort of wrapped up for a large portion of the race, but you just kept your head and started to sort of reel him in the longer the race went on.
Yeah, we had to start a bit further back than we'd have liked to, just because of a few penalties in the heats yesterday, where we demoted back a couple of places, but kept my head the whole way through. Knew we had the pace to get to the front, and eventually it sort of happened for me.
Brilliant, well done. And just behind you was Josh Turnbull there. He couldn't catch you. He was on your back, on your tail though.
Yeah, I knew he was quite close behind. Every time I looked behind, there was always someone quite close. So I knew I couldn't really afford to make a mistake or they'd be on me. But sort of did the same consistent laps for the last 5-6 laps, which just let me keep the lead.
I'm going to be doing the interviews all season long for the UKC, but I'm also a fan, so I think this senior Rotax class is going to be quite exciting. Are we going to see you for the other rounds, hopefully?
Yeah, I think we'll end up doing, especially definitely the next round, hopefully the whole year, really.
Brilliant, really good stuff. Lots to look forward to then. Who would you like to thank? Who's made it all possible?
Strawberry Racing, Cream Racing Engines, Matt Cooley, Warwick, Jamie for mechanicking me, and then my dad for bringing me in the sport as always.
Super stuff. Well done, so we'll see you for the podiums later on.
Thank you.
So there we go. Your first senior Rotax winner in 2025, Cian Garrity of Strawberry Racing. Huge congratulations to him. I think we're in for some great, exciting racing this year in 2025 in that senior Rotax class, and indeed all of the classes in the UKC. Our next round then is round 2 when we head up to Lark Hall in Scotland, and we do hope that you can join us then for that one there. Follow the live stream, of course, once again for round 2, and stay up to date between now and then on the social media. Just go onto Instagram and find us at Ultimate Karting Championship. Thanks ever so much. I've been Kev Harris. You can keep up to date with me as well. I'm Go With Kev on Instagram. But until next time, from when we'll all be in Scotland, see ya.